So happy to be here. How are you doing?
Oh, dude, I just got like rushed back from my pre-release, where I won on Tough Nut. And let me tell you, I played in the Super Armory after the World Prem and went 0-4 with Lath. So I thought, wow, like this is the most cursed I've ever been going into a limited format. I don't feel great, but instead I was able to take it home with Tough Nut, who was a lot easier to play. Like, oh my god, so much easier to play. We'll see how that translates to CC though, because you know all these heroes will be represented. What's been your favorite so far, would you say?
Oh, my favorite so far, I have to say KO. I'm a brute
Okay.
gamer, just like you. But he doesn't play like a normal brute, so it's super
No.
interesting, in my opinion, to jam some games and play low attacks instead of big attacks.
Hmm. Yeah, he's super interesting. He's also our first feature of the night. We've got our first head-to-head here with Andrew Cook on Pleades from TheCardGuyz versus Nova Chan on that RKO, as the community kind of dubbed him. I know the devs really wanted Cheeto, but look, I tried in the polls for the world premiere stream. I put Cheeto in the polls. I put RKO in the polls, and so many people just complained. They weren't even watching the game. They were just in chat complaining that it said Cheeto. So boom, you know what? I've heard the people. It will be RKO from now on, and it is RKO piloted by Nova Chen to kick us off here. And I think the players are pretty much ready on that as well. So I think we can go right in, Mark.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see Pleades in CC. I haven't messed around with her very much yet, so excited to see what they're cooking.
Yeah, she's a hero that obviously got a lot of traction with the Armory deck. Super accessible way to play her. And she also is the only hero with like her weapon straight out of the gate. And there's been some musings about what that means with these other heroes as well, because a hero like RKO, well, he's not going to have Mandible Claws for that long. And sure enough, on the LL page, it shows him as a bunch of question marks on the weapon. And the last time I can remember we saw that officially from LSS was, I believe, with Oldhim's shield, because Stalagmite got printed later and they just like had it as a bunch of question marks. And then maybe with Data Doll. Do you remember that?
I do. I think it was just Data Doll. That is correct.
Data Doll. Okay, not Oldhim. Either way, it's happened before. There is precedent. Like the precedent is that something is hidden and like something is probably coming, slightly in the future.
I really hope we get a new weapon for KO as soon as Mandible Claws gets banned. I really hope that he gets a weapon when he loses Claw.
Yeah, I doubt it would come in another product this year. I mean, maybe they slip it in the Rhinar Armory deck. That would be absolutely wild. Also, nothing I say should be taken as gospel from LSS. Please God, I'm here on my own volition, unofficially. But yeah, so we've got the game pretty much underway here. We can look at the equipment to get us started. This is Snapdragons on the right here from RKO, which, from what I've been playing with this hero, I actually think armor is so critical to maintain your higher life total, right? Like that's how a lot of the boos kick off, with your big bully, with your mocking blow. But at the same time, like you said, you do run a little bit lower to the ground. So there has been this kind of tension between, do you take Snapdragons or do you take the scab skins for either halves of those game plans? So obviously opted for the Snapdragons here. I personally haven't tried that version of it, Mark. So I don't really know what that means we're in for.
Yeah, I'm also excited because I'm also a scab skin leathers gamer. I like to roll the dice once in a while. I like to block for 3. Like, these Snapdragon scalers are interesting. I wonder if we're going to be playing some snatches, or what are we cooking over here?
You know what's wild though is that, like, you could just roll scabs, right?
Like, yeah, you could just roll scabs.
Spend your legs on an action point. Are you kidding me? We're brutes, dude. Just press the button, press the green button, and you'll be rewarded sometimes. So Nova, way more reserved than I and than most brutes, I would say. But here we go. The game is underway, and Pleades in the hands of Andrew Cook is kicking off here, going first with Tunic up and immediately playing in the palm of your hand, which going first isn't going to like cheese any extra intellect or anything, but obviously when it disappears due to those suspense counters, that is a pretty potent effect.
Yeah, in 2 turns, this can be a great big turn cycle. You can either block with extra cards or just have that 5-card hand to really try to get some damage through.
Yeah, and the big thing that Pleades is looking for in these matches is, as it starts here, before life is really under pressure, and obviously something that RKO can really put you under, just having any aura with suspense. so you can start dancing with these counters is quite important. So whether we see this kind of bank counters or whether we see this have its counters used to keep other effects in play, like what happens next, developing this on turn 0, absolutely critical. And of course, that's the other half of it that we just mentioned. What happens next? There's so many Pleades decks that are just built around sticking this card forever. And I wonder if that's the route Andrew went.
Yeah, it's super interesting because Imposing Visage is a card that was kind of played, kind of not played, and now it's just huge, right? Like, this card is insane in this new deck.
0 cost auras, man. You just pitch in, you fetch like the best card in your deck. Lath can do this too with 2 steps ahead. It's a card that got a lot of traction in this set for sure. So this does mean no arsenal on the Pleades side, but the development of the board is pretty fantastic. And Andrew Cook, as a Prism player, will absolutely know how to make the most of a board state, right?
There was also an Agile Windup discarded by the KO. Just going to point that one out there so we don't miss that agility.
All right, 1 second. I think I need to change myself to a spectator. I may be causing a problem here. I don't know if a producer can confirm.
If you click on your name, you should be able to change your color to...
Okay, change color. Yep, okay, there we go. I think now this may have fixed this card draw error.
It looks like when Andrew is drawing, it is drawing for both players for some reason. So we are going to fix this bug really fast and get back onto the game.
Right. I think it was drawing me a hand. Oops. Oops. Okay. We have since fixed. This is the problem of rushing to get in right after this armory. All right, game can proceed. Like you said, the Agile Windup has been discarded, and this is a spicy one as well because it is blue Agile Windup. Claw, not so critical in this RKO game plan. Kind of luckily because claws will be going by the wayside as soon as KOLL's probably in this next season. So it's just a blue. Blues are great for the deck, and just an agility generator, which means a swing big 4/8 with agility floating.
Play.
First thing on the combat chain here.
Yeah, I was talking earlier how this new KO wants to play these small attacks, these small numbers, and that first attack they play is just a swing big. They're out there swinging big.
And these 2-cost attacks, whether it be the new one, Show of Strength, maybe an old faithful like CNC, or Swing Big, the brute specific one, the ability to spend 2 resources for a deck that can generate not only vigor but also use a tunic counter is massive for the swings of turn cycles in this game, because it just unlocks effectively a 1-card 8 swing as you add these effects to the deck. And with agility, front loading so much of that damage then opens you up to actually have a life lead for the second attack. And as we see with the equipment, Snapdragons is kind of pushing towards that type of game plan as well. Let's present multiple things turn by turn. The agility base we see here to lead with swing big, then no blocks that it means to then lead into a mocking blow with a life advantage. Like, this is everything the deck wants to just steamroll a game.
Yeah, this is an insane start for the KO, right? This is either an attack for 5 or an attack for 10. And we're going to see it get pumped up to 10 here with that KO's ability. And Diggin might do some work here, making some toughness tokens. However, mocking blow for 10 right after a swing big for 8 is an insane swing.
Yep, it's a going second play that's worth 19 points really because of the vigor floating there as well. And we can learn a little bit more about the deck if we look at the pitch here. Bask in Your Own Greatness. This is a card that I was running in KO in the sideboard because as a turn 0 play, you can tutor it out with outside interference and just like bank all this might for next turn. Cool to see that he's actually mainboarding it as well. Perhaps that's the give and take with this deck. It doesn't go too wide every turn. It will take an off turn, pump that next turn so much more. So life lead established 40 to 25. Passes over into Andrew Cook, and he goes ahead and gets the card draw off. So it's a 4-card hand with what happened next. Like, this is the first swing he can really crack back with.
Yeah, we did see a pummel pitch turn 1, so we know there's at least 1 pummel on the bottom of that deck, but with what happens next, this can be a super wide turn, and representing pummel here, so this might be CNC pummel.
Wow, what? Okay, these are 2 decks that kind of mess with the normal resource curves that you're used to in Flesh and Blood. With what happens next, the CNC now just cost 1. All of a sudden, a pummel is presented beautifully on curve without Tunic even being up because there's 2 floating off that 1 blue pitch. On the other side with Nova Chan's RKO deck, that's exactly what the Vigors and Tunic can allow you to do as well. I think we'll see a lot of this back and forth feigning pummels because you do run the 2 costs in both the decks. It comes through, no arsenal though, so it's just a 3-card 10 with a discard. I mean, that's fine. It's not
That's
crazy.
that's pretty good.
It's
And
pretty good, but I mean, no arsenal, right? Like this is the early aggression that the KO is able to put out here. Not so much stymied by the kind of CNC pummel that would normally cripple an aggro deck that's trying to set up, but KO doesn't really need the 5-card hands. I mean, if the opportunity is there, you just juice it into that attack like we saw last turn.
normally the Brute versus Guardian matchup is a slow, grindy matchup that's going to go through your pitch stack multiple times, but we're already at 33 to 25. This game is not going that far. And here's
No,
a blue
and
Nimby.
yep, this is another very exciting card in the KO decks because as you chase rate in KO, which is a lot of like what RKO has to do, this is effectively a 1-card 6. As long as you've got carryover of a Vigor, or if you have the Tunic up, that's what you're chasing, right? Like you just play out the blue Nimby, you get that blue Nimblism, you come in for a 1-card 6. And this is the kind of crackback that doesn't look powerful in and of itself, but when you look at the overall turn cycle and how all of a sudden a bunch of disruption was weathered, still returning a 1-card 6, and now establishing an arsenal into a Tunic turn, this is how the RKO keeps the life lead, right? Like these kinds of plays actually are oppressive when you look at them at a whole.
Here we see an Oasis Respite being played for free off that What Happens Next. It costs 1 less,
Wow.
so that is just block 4, gain 1. Insane value
Wow.
from both of these players.
I love to see that. I mean, we're seeing both decks do what they want, right? The cheating the resource curve, it's happening on both sides. And yeah, once again, right? Like Tunic now unlocking this cost curve again. Or I guess we don't even need Tunic because we still have the What Happens Next.
Yeah.
And now you can float counters if you want to keep it around even longer. There's just so much optionality in how to save these resources across multiple turn cycles.
And there we did see Pleades activated to save that What Happens Next for another turn. No damage represented, though. It is just a big setup and an arsenal. So KO gets that full 5-card hand.
He gets the 5, and this might be where Snapdragons is perhaps like a sideboard choice. Maybe it's something you know about the Pleades matchup where you just get past these 5-card hands a little bit unexpectedly, because one thing the RKO decks like to run is the best rate possible. And a lot of best rate tends to come from defense reactions as well. So this could be a sideboard switch, take out some of those, run Snapdragons, make sure that you can unlock larger hands. Resource sinks like this Basque seem pretty nice, perhaps into the KO ability as well. I mean, you could just pay all your cards into it that way, or Snapdragons takes it a little bit wider, but either way, it's not looking like a disruptive turn, at least yet, and not even like the highest value turn.
No, 100% well said. What I love about basking your own greatness is with the Snapdragon Scalers, as you said, this could just be a 0 for 6, pitching that extra card, make some mites, use that full hand, or it could be a super threatening CNC or something else to follow this up. You really have no idea until it's too late.
Right. The Snapdragons actually adds that because it is in reactions. It's not preemptive with Scabskin. So I like the mind games. I think maybe at the higher level, there is a lot of value when your opponents are thinking about these things and not just kind of letting it happen to them. This threat that Snapdragons holds over block decisions is quite interesting for this deck.
KO is being activated here.
Okay, it's the first thing we called a wholly unimpressive turn, not even using the Snapdragons. It's just, I mean, like 4-card 9. That's not what this deck's supposed to do. Come on.
But we get to keep our Snapdragon Scalers, which is huge. And there's a Sink Below. So no damage. Oh, that turn got a lot weaker with that Sink Below.
Wow. I mean, so the value on this turn cycle is strictly tied to if the mites do anything on the next one, because this turn cycle was completely lost by Nova-Chan here. A stumble, but it doesn't look like it was due to a defensive clump of cards, like what can happen to this deck. It just looks like this deck is a lot blue heavier than I even would have thought. If we check the pitch here, it is overcrowded, flex strength, offensive behavior. These are all cards that work kind of as your singular or second blue. Maybe it's the attack, maybe it's what you're pitching in. When you draw a whole hand of them, though, this is what happens. 3 and 4-card 9.
And Pleades is going to activate to make both those tensions in the air activate next turn. Right. So the next attack's going to be +8.
This is awesome. This is awesome to see. By using Pleades across 2 turn cycles now, you line the tensions in the air back alongside each other and keep the What Happens Next for these 2 additional turns that were represented by the suspense counters. So now when this Cries of Encore comes through, which by the way is like a freaking insane card, it is buffed by an extra 8. Are you kidding me? This is a huge swing.
I think that's pretty good. I think.
And you know what's
Oh my
still
god.
represented here is a pummel, because you can tunic. Like, all right. That's not generally what's happening off the back of a Cries of Encore. The floating resources can go into just recurring an aura. I mean, that's huge in and of itself. I mean, if this hits, then you can tunic and replay the tension, right? Because no other card in the graveyard costs 0. I don't believe there's like another what happens next or anything like that just
I
yet.
do not
We
believe
haven't
so,
seen it.
no.
Right. So the hit effect here, which obviously shall hit, does represent tunic, 1 resource floating, get that tension back. I mean, we are seeing, I mean, it's not like a perfect loop or anything, but this type of value of aura pop, hit effect, aura pop, hit effect is definitely how Pleades maintains some control of the game.
And even if they don't want to get anything back, this is still 15 damage. Like, ignoring the odd hit,
Yeah.
ignoring all the other great text, it's still 15
Yeah.
damage. That's half the life almost.
Yeah, and remember, KO is all about having a life lead to trigger your strongest rate cards. That way, you don't need to sink any other resources into booing, whether it's like from boos or a villainous pose. If you want Mocking Blow and Big Bully to just do their thing, you need higher life right up front. And so it looks like the block is able to maintain a 1-point life lead. This is critical. This is why we talked about Scab Skins being the boot of choice potentially. Using every point of armor to maintain life leads as you pass back into your turn cycle is so critical for this deck to get the rate it wants to. So even having a Sync Blow and Arsenal here is how we've covered that front, but the hit effect still goes through for another tension in the air.
That tension in the air will pop again very shortly with that Pleades ability, keeping what happens next around for another full turn cycle.
Right, but there's agency on the side of Andrew. Like, it doesn't have to pop next turn. He could, but we don't know. I mean, that's like that's Pleades. We don't know how her song's going to end. We don't know what her next number is, right? Like, she could keep it around an extra turn, line it up with another pump, or decide that 4 on top of the confidence is worth it. Move it back over to the what happens next. Ooh, I mean, what happens next? It's actually kind of awesome. I like it.
Here's the big bully with that 1 life lead that you did mention earlier, perfectly timed.
And so when you don't have a Vigor or Tunic yet, these types of hands are really threatening for big bully plays as well, because this can catapult you back into the Vigor train. You pitch a blue, you hold a blue, you can make the big bully effectively up to 6 and then double again, so 12. But it could, once again, be a pummel instead, or it could just be a D-React that's going in an arsenal. So Nova has blocked this turn in a way to withhold the most amount of information about this card. Obviously, like, no hit effect attached to this, but the KO is just chasing life advantage. So to have the agency over, how you want to feign with this card is, once again, just like a bunch of mind games on the side of Andrew here.
And one thing to note, Nova did not sync last turn. So that card in hand is a card they wanted to keep.
Yes, fair point. And I guess we didn't count the might in here either. So it's baseline coming in for 11 at the moment. Already incredibly threatening for a 2-card play. But does it go to 15? We just don't know. Or does it go to 15 in another fashion with a pummel attached to it? That's actually crazy. It's the same damage, whether it's a blue or a pummel. But, one is a hit effect. Okay, as of now, just blocks coming through. There's no way that a block cycle would mean that you are up on life. That's just not how the life totals will work. So what Andrew really has to think about is, how does he make his next turn pass into KO with higher life on his side, right? If you just keep passing these turn cycles with KO at a lead, even if it's just by 1 point, you are going to get smothered. So the blocks here have to represent a plan in which he actually presents enough damage to really do anything of note, but it doesn't. I just don't think that's going to happen with how many cards are put on the block here.
Yeah, it's super interesting that KO makes your opponent play a different game that they might not want to play, right? Like, they're saying, hey, we're going to play a mini game within this main game of this life total lead.
Yeah, and it's something I like. If I got to play in Shizuoka instead of stream it, I actually think I would play KO, because it's the type of deck that, and sorry, this KO, not, okay, look, if I wanted to win, I'd play old KO. But if I wanted to have fun and test the theory, I'd play new KO, because I think there's something to this like day 0 misunderstanding about the KO matchup, the RKO matchup, where you actually want to use armor very early. I mean, if we saw armor committed to that first swing big attack, for example, then the follow-up might not be allowed to be the Mocking Blow. right? Like you just don't have the life lead for all of a sudden that one card 6 effectively, because it goes to 5, it makes the vigor. So I think what people need to understand about RKO is, you know what? If you don't want to get stifled in this game, just use armor early. There's not many hit effects in this deck. So like for a day 0 type of attack on the metagame, that's where this deck might work. I don't know if it lasts when people really understand it in that like next phase of metagaming.
That's very well said. This is a new hero with a bunch of tricks up their sleeves, but it's tricks that you can learn very easily.
Yes.
And here's a
it's
snatch.
like the Dio, right? Like it reminds me of Dio at calling Melbourne, I believe. But yeah, yes, you're right. Snatch. This is exciting. This is exciting too. It's a pitchless villainous pose due to that thing we were talking about, Tunic and Vigor, letting the 2 cost be free into the snatch. So holy crap, we see
Snatch
a 2-card 8.
Oh, with all those tokens on the back end?
Yeah. Okay, because the smashback also came out.
Yeah.
No, okay,
A
so
vigor,
this is
a
exciting
might,
too.
an agility.
Some RKO builds run beat the same drum. If he draws it next turn, that's insane. Please run this card and please draw it next turn, because oh my god, I want that card to kind of be good. I couldn't quite pull it off in Levia. I think maybe you can get away with it in KO, but either way, this is like perfect case for it. But a 2-card 8 on hit draw, even these blue draws are not duds for RKO, because you can pump them with the hero ability, which is so much easier to access with a vigor going to the next turn as well. Oh, and look, it's making blocks tough. I mean, you don't really want to like block every turn, right? Like, how do you get the life lead back? So
and Turning Point's an interesting one because you almost are forced to block with it because it's a block card, but it's still a blue. So,
yeah. Turning Point. I mean, the way the life is, it doesn't get its full effect, I believe, right? It's looking for if you have less than. So the one heal on the Oasis Respite on the last turn cycle has actually screwed the value on that card. That's wild to think about as well. Oasis backfiring here.
That's something you almost never hear. As a big Oasis hater, as the Kano player, that card is always upside. It's never downside.
Yeah, and definitely not wrong to want to heal from it either, because it did put you on life parity with the RKO. It's just funny how it's lining up on the value there. But yeah, all right, it's going to be the full block, full respect, and playing out more auras.
Yeah, Active Glory, +6 to your next attack next turn, and instantly puts a counter on what happens next. So what happens next is not going anywhere. Next turn, we're going to see a +10.
And that's happening right now. I believe this was all end step. It's a little hard to see because the RKO did draw up. So we have a 1-card return. So we're just going to get into Moment Maker?
Yeah. 14 damage is pretty good.
Interesting, because you could have floated both of those auras if you wanted by just giving up the what happens next. Like play in the Active Glory on your own turn. Move the counter. Oh no, because tension would have still popped. Yeah, I don't think you could quite line it up that way. Okay, so it was a little bit forced in throwing Moment Maker for just damage, but that's a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, 14 damage after just blocking with 2 cards is a great place to be. I think there's no complaints over here.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to always math out correctly because the value is something that really started to escalate from turn 0 alone with the what happens next. But in a way, you could call it, Active Glory is like a bit of a 2-card 6. The tension, kind of a 1-card. It's like kind of 1 card because of all the things that were saved. Either way, like you don't quite look at like card for card rate with either of these heroes, which I quite enjoy. I think Flesh and Blood is breaking more and more away from just like my deck is numbers. Well, no, there's carryover, there's synergies you're looking for. And speaking of synergies, they aren't doing too much this turn apparently. Just might and agility on a claw.
Claw for 4, go again. That is a classic OG KO play, so it's good to see new KO taking that line as well. Nothing wrong with the old school claw.
So something about this, right? In my RKO, I've actually already given up on claw and just accepted that ball breaker will be how we play him for a while. There is a world where like this type of play cheeses a damage because of outside interference, though, where you attack for 3, you discard, all of a sudden it's +1. So I think ball breaker like will be a fine replacement going forward, because the only time claw really does anything is if you are blue rich on the outside interference turn. You attack with it, you discard, you get go again. But it's not like what the deck really wants to be doing. So I don't even mind this idea of like a 1-card 4, just arsenal, whatever outside interference search do as well. I think the deck will be fine.
Yeah, this is a week 1 build, so I'm sure there's gonna be tons of changes coming up shortly.
Truth.
Pleades with this great life lead, which is and a Seance?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, this
I mean,
turn
the
did
life lead's
not line up
important here.
great.
You're allowed to eat as much damage as you want until that life parity is threatened again. And now only 6 damage with no arsenal. I mean, this is tough. Like the RKO coming back from this type of position is really hard because you can't get the nutso rates when you are behind like this. You have to combo those turns with a villainous pose or with a booze to get the doubling effect on Big Bully, the pump on Mocking Blow. Like, right, it's synergy cards you have to draw. You can't just like do it all in one, which is what you can do when you have the life lead. So we'll see how long he can kind of like keep it on the
Yeah.
Pleades side, but it's looking healthy right now.
Especially with those 2 toughness tokens that were created with that last block as well. It is that life lead is just growing every turn. We
Yeah,
do
I
see
mean, what
the in the
happens
palm of your
next?
hand popping to draw an extra card.
Exactly. I mean, the value gained by the what happens next is just maintaining these auras to flow. They don't look clunky at all when they're played out continuously next to this card.
Yeah, what happens
I
next is
wonder
the
if the
glue
game
of
will
this
end
deck.
when it just stay. What happens next? Nothing happened next. The card never left. What are you talking about? You know, just around forever. It does make you wonder if Pleades ever is a meta relevant deck. Is this why Aura Hate exists? Right, like it's not so much
Ooh.
the pumps that are making her scary. It's like this kind of sticky ability.
Yeah, what happens next is definitely carrying the weight here in this matchup.
Yep. Right now, though, turns looking another to be like a little bit subpar again. It's just these CNCs trading back and forth without too much relevance. Looked like the Arsenal was this take it on the chin. Another card that generates agility, not terrible. The rate on it is really dependent on like what the agility does for your turn. So if you're running the snatches, that's where boom, you lead it off. 4 go again. What are you gonna do about it? So we'll see if that happens here. CNC go again, but no Arsenal. Like this is
Yeah.
not.
Oh my god. These CNCs are not lining up for either player. I don't think they've hit once for any disruption. It's just been 6.
Just 2 cost 6. At this point, this day and
Oh,
age,
in this
this year of
economy?
Flesh and Blood, you don't want to be playing 2 cost 6. Give me show of strengths. Give me swing
Ugh.
bigs. Give me bare fangs, you know?
God, and then
Hungry slaughter beast. It's at least 7.
a blue 5 block. Oh, and then Arsenal pass.
Oh my god.
Oh, it is
Wow.
disgusting.
Okay, so effectively what that means within the turn cycle, not only was it a vanilla 2 cost 6, a take it on the chin was just a block 2. Right? When you start to look at the cards without the synergistic ceilings, they lose a lot of value on like the holistic picture. They look powerful in combos, but when they just don't happen, what's the reality? You played a 1 card block 2. You played a 2 cost 6. That is not the type of flesh and blood that's going to win you this game.
No, this is like a limited gameplay situation, not a CC limit gameplay.
Bro. Super Slam Limited? Are you kidding me? I was coming in for like 20. This ain't even Super Slam Limited. Come on, people at this point, they saw the world premiere. They're playing in their pre-releases. They know that format is juice, dude. It is hella fun.
We did miss a Hungry for More hitting the graveyard and that counter staying on what happens next, so that card is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh my god. What another beautiful synergy piece, right? It's free. And then you gain 3.
Literally
And
free.
you stick what happens next again. What the hell, dude?
A sigil that just does everything you want it to do in your deck? Value.
I think we're gonna see Nova just drowned from this point out. I think there were a couple turns where what happens next just needed to die. There had to be a miss in one of these draws, but the momentum is as such where I mean Andrew can just make every decision he wants about playing out auras, not be under threat of damage, losing the life lead, like even hit effects. You can put instants in your arsenal. Like it's just looking rough here.
Has Andrew used his tunic at all, or has it been just what happens next this whole game carrying that resource curve?
Andrew hasn't. Nova has. So the tunic battle is slightly in favor of Nova here, but if anything, not using it is that much more impressive for the what happens next that is sticking on the board. That thing has been dead threads, basically. Like
This is a
just
card I
a
love
resource
right
every
here.
turn. Yeah. Or actually, no, it's been better than
Vipox.
dead threads because it's a resource both sides, right? That's wild. That's wild.
Vipox with Go again in here.
Vipox with Gogan with the tunic pump. So I mean, this is actually real damage. Kept a full hand in the Vipox.
Oh, nice launch response. The
Off the
blowout.
tunic.
That's
Off the tunic.
Tunic was finally used.
That
Oh my
is
god,
nuts.
Tunic with what happens next, so it's free, is insane.
That is absolutely insane. It's something that I believe Scott did on the feature match that we did at the World Prem as well. I think that was part of his list. Either way, like these are the types of plays that you can either build for just on like natural cost curve or really hit the ceilings of because of what happens next in Tunic. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, it's not even worst case to play out like a staunch. You float one, play out like a blessing or something that costs one. It's already built into the curve, but the ceiling of which it's a 1 card block 7. Are you kidding me?
This value is insane right now.
Yeah, it's kind of. I was an RKO player. I thought I may be a Pleades believer, and we haven't even seen like the flavorful cards yet. Like the Moment Maker hasn't been active. The Standing Ovation hasn't come through. Up the Pedestal, like this, or I mean, the Up the Pedestal did just happen, to be fair. But this brew is looking to just like be all in on value.
Yeah, if
No
you can
cheese,
destroy what
it's
happens
value.
next, this deck might fall apart a little bit, but if what happens next is out there, good luck, because
6 copies too with the imposing.
yeah, it's almost always going to be there early, and this is just a setup turn, so RKO gets to keep that 5-card hand. There's no agility, there's no way to get go again currently, but Snapdragon Scalers are still up. And here's a claw for 3.
This screams outside interference. So in a perfect world, RKO would have the life lead here because you just know that the way that they construct their sideboards is to keep normally like a red Mocking Blow or like a red Big Bully, keeping a card like that in your sideboard so that you get to just like run an extra 3 copies of it basically with outside interference is the goal. You do need some backup options though for when you are behind in a situation like this. Like, what do you search? One of the cards that you can search is Tear Down the Idols. I think that card is quite strong in the sideboard, and it actually, I mean, it's strong because it's 3 costs 7 attack. Like even from behind, that can just be a solid 2-card play. But it's actually stronger in this matchup because it will gain additional effects attacking into a Reveater Hero. So I wonder if Nova is running it. I think that's one of the best cards you can run for like these behind situations. I would hope he has it in the deck.
I think it's such an easy one-up too, right? Like leave it in your sideboard when you play against them. Perfect. Tutor it out. Make your claw go again and just get all that value. 3 into 7 with an on hit.
Let me double check exactly what it gains into Revered because honestly, I just play it as a 3 for 7.
When it attacks a Revered hero, go for it.
Yep, intimidate them. Okay, great start. When this hits a Revered hero, they discard a card. Oh wow! All right, yeah, that card's juiced.
Tons of value, and it still blocks 3. Like if it's in your main deck, fine. If it's in your sideboard, even better. A 3 for 7.
Hey man, I don't know what you're cooking if it's in your main board. Is it a tough nut Pleades meta? I don't think so, but seriously, like the sideboard options should include at least 1 copy. So it looks like the game is paused though at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why.
It was a bathroom break really fast, is what I was told.
Oh, bathroom break. All right.
Yep.
Cool. Where are you being told these things? I don't hear anything.
The Discord. I have the notifications on.
Oh, you're reading. Oh, yes.
Yes, I can read. Weirdly enough, as a brute player, I can still read the chat.
Yeah, see? Well, you're apparently... Okay, so if you're a brute who reads, then I'm just a tough nut. I'm not even... Like, I'm a 3-int brute.
I will take that extra intellect to read the chat. That is...
Yeah, 1 more intellect lets you unlock reading. I don't got it. All right, sure enough, outside interference. Dude, I got this card. I traded for it at the pre-release today. The cold foil EAs come in the set.
Oh, this cold foil EAs?
Yes. I believe every hero got, maybe, I don't know how they delineated, but like Prism got one, right? Like the new Angelic Attendant card. RKO got one with outside interference. Generic Brew got one with Show of Strength. I would assume there's like a Pleades one maybe. And maybe a Lath one. I'm not like 100% sure. A lot of those cards got the EA treatment like in gem packs, but the cold foil ones are in the main set, not a treasure pack, nothing. You literally just open
so
a pack
nice
and it's there. Yeah, dude, looks sick. Love it.
Looks like
all right.
We are sending that Show of Strength.
Bro. All right. If this is the whole turn, like if that's not at least a pummel or something,
Yeah, it needs to be a
please
pummel,
at
I
least
think, at
be
this
like a
point.
sigil. Please be like at least a sigil. But this ain't gonna cut it to try to come back into this game. A 5-card 11.
With 2 cards in hand still? Oh.
Right. Oh yeah, sure. Like, yeah, there's the IP involved here. And the
Yep, and
life lead,
it's
like you
just
can just say
Arsenal
no blocks.
pass.
Life lead is still there. That's crazy. That's where you have to wonder on a turn like that, right? You played Mandible Claw and Show of Strength. There was no Snapdragon's target. So, dude, just take Scab Skins and click that freaking green button, dude.
Yeah, roll the
Like,
dice. Like, if we're
roll
not
the
gambling,
dice,
we're
man.
not playing brute.
If you got to get back in this game, you might as well roll a 6. Why not?
Yeah, if you roll a
Why
1,
not?
you're already losing. So we're chilling. Like,
True. And then you can blame it on the dice, and then you're a true brute player.
Not a skill issue. It's a
brute
dice
player.
issue. Completely
Yes.
unlucky.
All right, we see Tiara of Suspense here. Destroy this, put a suspense counter on aura of suspense you control. Activate this only if you've been cheered this turn. The cheer came from Superstar, and now we're just sticking what happens next even longer. What an insane sequence of events. The Act of Glory now on top of the Cries of Encore, threatening a hit effect, floating 1 with cards in hand. I mean, you can search another Act of Glory. You can bring that right back if you want.
We're just playing
Or
another
Hunger for
aura
More.
out there. We're just taking full advantage of this board state.
Okay. Wow. You know, I actually hadn't been a believer in Hungry for More. I wasn't sure, like, is that making Pleades list? Is it for like a specific fatigue guardian playstyle? I think it makes Pleades list. Like, it lets you catapult the value, doesn't it? Like, it's played for free. It's sticking suspense counters, and you gain 3. Like, you might as well.
And it still blocks too. If the weird case you need the block with it,
right. These instant auras block. Wild. So up on the pedestal, cast out, do the hit effect. It is free, of course. Going ahead and floating more suspense counters and loading up the next turn with healthy attacks. I mean, you are not winning this game by like fatiguing the Pleades anyway, but the recursion there is just so insane for the Cries of Encore again and again.
Linus Poe's getting out here. We saw a snatch with it last time. I'm curious if it's gonna be another snatch.
Yeah, this time it's much worse though, right? Because it was pitched into instead of used off of a vigor and a tunic. So same deal. True. I mean,
we don't even Snappy's up if this is the turn with the arsenal.
But yeah, but I was gonna say you don't even threaten that much on the snaps. Like, what's your best case 1 cost on Nova side? Is like a looking for scrap, like a 1 cost 5.
Maybe like a swing big withdraw, if it's an arsenal, but it's not.
Oh, right. I just mean like on a snaps alone. I guess if you factor in like saying no block snaps, then yeah, you can scale up to what's worst case then. And in that case, you would only go to 8. So, or yeah, you would only take 8 rather. You'd go to 6. So you'd still have life lead. You couldn't even draw like a big bully or mocking blow type of effect. So yeah, worst case is just drawing another way to throw 8 damage, and that's only if the 8 attack is already in Arsenal, which Arsenal's only been there for what, like
1 turn, I believe.
1 turn, so it's hard to track, to be fair.
I mean, blocking 8 here isn't the easiest thing, so I do believe this is gonna hit. But
yeah, I mean the armor is already not well. I guess the armor isn't completely spent. There's also the 3 life coming through, so you could just completely disrespect this. I'm not entirely sure. You need to block even the second attack unless it exactly is 8 damage, and then it will take a card from you.
Which I think is 1 left.
Yes, one CNC left. Fair.
But that is the worst case out of the 31 cards left in that deck, so more likely than not, it's probably gonna be a claw.
I hope it's something more impressive. Like I want to see Nova claw back this end game because it just felt ridiculous. And oh my god, yeah.
Oh, the blowout.
The
we still have
freaking blowout.
Okay, it is a 1 cost. No, it's a 0 cost.
Yeah, dude, but it comes in for no, you've been booed. Oh, villainous pose.
We're good.
Yeah, okay.
Still 5.
It's still 5. And floating a second vigor. Or no, you're not, because it doesn't boo itself. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, villainous pose though. So this turn.
Truth. All right, so maybe there's a world then. This still coming in for 5 is like kind of relevant damage. Having a vigor and a tunic means you could commit a lot of cards to the block still and get offense. So
but gaining 3 life next turn puts them back
The
up to
gain 3.
12 if they want to.
Yep. I mean, I imagine
Looks
even
like
if you
we're
don't crack
not
it now,
activating Pleades.
even if you don't crack it now, because Pleades is an instant, you could do that on your defending turn to just gain 3 immediately. So kind of keeping that in suspense as as the mechanic is literally named, kind of does make sense. Oh my god,
There's
and it
the
could be a pummel
Encore.
again. And it could be a pummel again. And I think we're
And this
actually
does
like
have
pretty
confidence
close.
too. Or is the
Does it
confidence
really?
just made?
Oh, because
I
the
see the
cheer, because the
confidence
cheer on the
token.
superstar. No, there is a confidence then because the superstar was played in last turn. It was cheered then. Suspense, or rather, it just left. So there should be another confidence for the next turn. So there's one.
Nice.
There is one now. There's one. Is there not one on?
Maybe there isn't one, or they might have missed getting the token, but I thought there should be one this turn.
There was not one this turn. Okay,
Okay.
interesting. I thought they played the superstar on the last turn. Perhaps not.
There's way too many auras going on right now to try to keep track of. We are trying our best.
Yeah. Either way, on the next turn here, there will be a confidence.
And that Cries of Encore is back on top of the deck again.
Yeah.
With that up on a pedestal. So we'll know there's a 7 confidence coming over.
Yeah, you got to start breaking that loop. Like, it's not infinite. Well, it actually could be infinite, but there's a life total. So, like, you can't always be taking damage because you would die at some point. but yeah, in
Here's
theory,
a CNC for 7.
Hits, you get up, you put cries back, you get up, on and on. CNC for 7, though.
Yeah, that's sure. A good way to start.
With an arsenal. And if that arsenal is not an instant aura, then it's relevant. But
might be a D-React. We've seen a lot of D-Reacts in those arsenals so far.
I mean, just the staunch, right? Just the staunch so far.
Yes.
If it's like another defensive card like Oasis, that one doesn't care here, of course.
Yeah, it's less good.
This What Happens Next has not even gotten close to leaving the arena.
No.
Not even close.
Not even
Pleades
a worry.
is edging all of us. The anticipation.
I think we're going to find out what happens next after the game, maybe.
Yeah, what happens next is we go to game 2, where we will see another RKO, this time piloted by Will Bradshaw, who's a little bit more wild. I think he will be rolling Scabskins. Tell you what, I need to see at least 2 Scabs rolls from Will, or this night in and Will.
We take the over-under on that, 1.5.
1.5 rolls? What does that mean?
Yeah, like over-under. Like, if you want the over, I'll say this would be less than.
Yeah, yes, over. I thought you meant like he hits one and then rolls a 1.
That happens every time. It's always a 1.
He'll roll a 6 and a 1. Easy. Okay.
Just blocking for 3 or taking 4.
The full, letting the arsenal go. Let's see what it was.
Oh, it was a sync
just
below.
normal
Okay.
sync. Yep, normal sync. Good call there, Mark. So some value there, but that was tracking the action point. That was the only thing possible. So life parity now. Never mind. Hungry for more.
Keeping that what happens next around for another full turn. I mean, we are confident this turn, though, so this next attack will hit unless there's a defense reaction.
Yep, RKOs do run defense reacts, but they tend to be the 0-cost one. So the most block, in theory, is probably 8. There isn't a pump on this, though, so if you've got one of the D-reacts now, you can break this loop.
Pummel is up with the tunic, so we are not safe.
This doesn't even block it anyway. There's no D-react.
It's only 6.
Oh boy. Oh boy. But you have not been cheered this turn, correct? That was just damage.
Correct. That was just damage because they are at higher life, so just a 1 damage. Take 2 cards. And his a swing big? Okay. That is the whole life total, so this must be blocked.
2 card 8, you're not even threatening the pummel, though. Like, you need to be threatening something when you're allowed to keep this extra card in hand, because the moment that all your plays are 100% face up, there's just that much less of the game to be played, right? So in this kind of position, there's still enough life to hold 1 extra card. Hopefully we can see at least 1 more attempt like this be made. Otherwise, the RKO doesn't have tricks left, right? You need to withhold cards. If you're in the must block state, especially if you go to 1, then your 1 card plays just kind of don't work.
The Oasis for free again. Luckily not getting the life this time, but it is still disgusting to see.
Life parity.
Oh, here we go. Cheater's Charm.
The Cheater's Charm.
Right, we do have tricks left.
Tricks are left. So who needs Pummel? Honestly, I thought this card was stone cold unplayable after they rules eroded it at the World Prem. Like legit, I think this card is absolute dog shit now. I'm just gonna say it. But if it worked the way it did at the World Prem, that card is like A plus to S tier card in like a B plus deck. Like I think it's one of the best things you can do.
Can you explain the rules errata for everybody in the chat?
At the world premiere, the way we saw it played on stream was where it can be used on defense. Blocking with a 6 meant you could use it. At the world prem, that is how it was allowed to proceed. For the calling itself, that was effectively announced day of that no, you need to be attacking with a 6. So you kind of saw both halves of it if you watched the coverage this weekend. It worked one day. By law, it worked on Friday. And then by law, it didn't work on Saturday or Sunday. And unfortunately, we have to live in the Saturday or Sunday universe where it doesn't work for even our CC decks, which I think is an absolute shame.
Yes.
Because that card is like, I think, the missing piece in making RKO not just a day 0 deck.
I also had no idea of that change, so thank you so much for enlightening me with that.
You're calling yourself out. You don't watch the coverage. Now I'm pissed. Now you're my least favorite co-caster. Get out of here.
There's a lot of good co-casters you've been with. I'll take the least. That's okay with me.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. It's still an esteemed list. You're right.
This is a Terra Sunder Boulder drop for 8. You can live through this, but it's not looking good for.
Nope, you can't. Well, unless he's doing it just for the boo. If he's doing it just for the boo, this is legal. If he's doing it for block, this does not work. And if he's doing it for the block, Nova, I see you, I hear you. I am crying at LSS every day to fix this.
It makes sense that it would work in my head.
Well, it's because it doesn't say attack action card. It says attack. Right. So attack action card would mean it works on defense, but it just says attack. So yeah, maybe he was just showing it to emphasize like
the kill was there
to do. Like maybe he brewed this deck with the intent before the rules have gone through on it.
We are taking back block, so I do believe.
So he did think it would work that way, I would assume.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is what they said in the chat as well. So very interesting.
Damn, dude. Oh my god, dude. You're all outing yourselves for not watching coverage, guys. Now Nova's my least favorite Blue Pitch member. What the hell? I'm pissed.
At least it's not
all
just
this
me.
Would have been explained if you just watch the World of Prem, dude. Come on.
Okay. Living at 1 here, so we're not dead on the RKO side, but there's no armor, 1 card left, 1 life.
Also, I want to call out someone in the chat is saying they didn't errata it. They played it incorrectly on stream. That's not true. It was ruled to work on Friday. This is not like they cheated on stream because people were screaming that. And that's just absolutely not true. It was ruled to work on Friday. Like by the rules, it was ruled to work on Friday. It was not cheating. It's just that literally by Saturday, the judges discussed it and said it did not work. So it's not like someone cheated on stream at the World Prem. Literally by the rules on Friday, it worked. So no, just correct your terminology there. People did not cheat or play it incorrectly. That's literally how it was meant to work on Friday. Anyway, I'm salty about this card because I think it should still work that way, to be fair.
What we did just see was an in the palm of your hand being played, leaving the arena into a Terra Sunder on the very next turn. So
yeah, over. Honestly, close game in the end. I think they got it balanced out. They got it pretty well settled in the end there to have these like close end games. The life lead in the end, not too bad.
I do love those cards that can kill your opponent on their turn. I think that's the fun. It's so much fun to be like, you thought I was dead, but you're dead. It's such a cool mechanic to have in a game.
It is. I mean, Reckless Swing is still there, right? For
yes.
the
Reckless Swing is there.
Enjoyers, right?
Unfortunately, RKO really can't play Reckless safely, but that is one of the ways you can kill on your opponent's turn. But let's get the players in here. Let's talk to them about this game and see what their thoughts are.
Absolutely. Welcome in, guys.
Howdy.
Andrew, I think you found your new deck stacked with permanents, eh?
It's an interesting thing being able to block with your instant auras. I'll say that.
So I do have one question. What happens next? Because we never saw what happens next?
What happens next is Pleades goes on to win Worlds. That's what happens next.
Whoa,
You
that's
heard it here
quite the
first.
shout.
Okay.
Win Worlds. Okay, I've heard a lot of other people. I believe it was Punkage who's still convinced it's Gravy. Gravy winning Worlds, right? People are making the claims out there already. You're the first to name Pleades. I like that quite a bit. What's like? What do you think it is that's like gonna take her to the top specifically?
So to be clear to all the listeners, I think Pleiades is very cool. She's very strong. I do not think that she is the top deck in the format by any means. That said, she has a lot of play that a lot of the Guardians in the past haven't had, which is the ability to extend their hands if they're left with the full thing. You know, in the past, it's been like kind of tear asunder or bust. It felt like, which was what ended, you know, this game here. But the ability to play kind of flexibly like that, because so many of these instant auras that, you know, also happen to block for 3. And then also just the power of what happens next. I mean, you saw I put it out early in that game, and it stuck around the entire time. It just enabled so many different plays.
Yeah, no, the Oasis for free, the staunch
Disgusting.
response off of Tunic. Hello, are you kidding me? I mean, yeah, the deck just lined up in a way where the numbers were oppressive, which is Nova. That's kind of like what your deck is supposed to do. In all honesty, is be oppressive with its rates. How did you feel about like RKO overall? Like, is he a solid contender going forward, or you just played him because he's new?
I just play Casino, but I think it's pretty fun since it's like have a new style for boot that turn the attachment into 6 space. So I build it like just build it to more blue 0 attack and try to punch it to the 6, do some value thing for the Kyle.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a question.
Oh, go for it.
We saw you brought snap scalers over the other, you know, scab skins leathers. What's the thoughts behind that?
Yeah, I think I brought the Snapdragon because of the 5% and the snatch. You don't need to have just roll to like you don't need to have to roll a sky scheme to hope for action point to play it for more for the card, because in my deck I just less go again, so I think the Snapdragon is stable to do my stuff like the 5+ for 1, like in the Arachne situation. Yeah, just like the Sleepy playing the PP going first attack.
Right, kind of like
that.
like a very budget bonds. It takes your whole leg slot, and you're only attacking with a Vipox. But some players freak out, and maybe you get like 2-card block on it. I can see it. I can see it. Interesting. I really love to see a lot of the day 0 experimentation with RKO. I think he's a really exciting deck, and hopefully a fun to play deck. Like, you know, he's fun. I mean, what do you feel about like his base mechanics?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fun because
Pretty fun.
when you got one hand left, like when you also got a tunic, your opponent just need to think you arsenal or just activate the Kyle thing, something like that.
Now, are you running any like sigils or pummels to kind of keep up this feigning of like what could be in the hand? Whether it's just like, because otherwise it's just like a blue or an arsenal card, right? But if you start to pepper in some of these other inclusions, then it really could be, you know, the worst case.
Yeah, no.
No? All right. Well, some builds are experimenting that. And we do have another match coming up with RKO again with William Bradshaw piloting it. I think he's probably pretty spicy. We'll see. Then Kaiser Wong on Dorinthia. So, guys, thanks for joining us. Thank you for that first game, that opening match. But I think we'll be moving a little bit into game 2 here.
All right, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right. What do you feel about this head-to-head there, Mo Bogsley? RKO versus Dory.
I'm interested to see what kind of Dory this is. Is this more of a defensive Dory, or is this a all attack reactions? We're gonna swing Dawnblade and hope for the best, right? Because that's really gonna change how RKO can play. If they get all the time in the world, all the tempo, we might see scabs rolled every turn. If they're getting swung on a Dawnblade, it's a completely different situation.
So there is. I've played a lot of RKO so far, and I've run into this matchup maybe like 3-ish times. So I'm not too well versed, but there is one thing that Brute has always had advantage into Dorinthia, and that is the ability to pivot with armor. You have Flesh Bag, you have all these like block 3 pieces in the legs, in the arms, probably not in the chest. I don't think you're taking Savage Sash, but you could. You're probably running Tunic though, knowing RKO. So this ability to pivot with armor is incredibly strong for denying Dawnblade. But the problem is RKO needs to use his armor in a different sense. RKO needs to use his armor to maintain life lead that is then passed into his own turn. So you don't quite get this control of, you know what, Dorinthia, like, I'm glad you took all this damage. You kept a 5-card hand. I'm going to give you this 5-card hand. Do everything you want for this singular Dawnblade counter. Okay, next turn I pivot with armor. Everything has kind of like flown out the window in terms of Dorinthia game plan. I'm not sure if RKO can really do that because they need to use armor early to maintain their life lead. And honestly, Warrior has a lot of armor as well to potentially equalize. So I think this is going to be a game of very precise use of armor, maybe a little bit down to like how the early hands are really worth protecting or not. I think the average RKO hand is never like that spectacular and scales pretty well. So it definitely won't be like this all-out race. It will be hopefully some smart blocking by both players.
There's the Scabskins. Here we go. We're going to roll some dice. We're going to have some fun. One interesting thing is a balance of justice on the other end.
Good eye. I was going to call that out because this is not a Blood Rush boot.
No, you can't play Blood Rush. I mean, you can play it, but it's not what you want to do. Like,
yeah, I don't think you do, but like maybe Will is on something here.
Maybe they know Will's a crazy guy, and they said, you know what? I'm bringing balance just to be safe.
Wow, interesting. So yeah, balance of justice. It's just going to block 2. I would assume Dorinthias are normally also running like at minimum Crown of Providence. So it feels like potentially just a little bit of a misunderstanding of the matchup. But you know, I actually don't know what Kaiser plays on the regular, if he is that much of a Dory player or not. Generally, Dories tend to be completely locked in. They are masters of their craft. More than you'd ever know. And we say that, and yet Josh Lau is going to play Bolton later, so making us all look like fools.
Oh, I love the Warrior Brute match so much because here we have an attack reaction and the defense reaction instantly coming down.
Yep, the turn 0 play gets a little bit of info about what is left in deck for the Dorinthia to consider on the RKO side. Eating a defense reaction turn 0 is actually quite important. You know, less of a likelihood now in theory that they are arsenaling one on this next turn. One's already gone. It's also more information in tracking the D-reacts as well. It's also more information about what is the tempo of this matchup. Are they running the D-reacts or not? So in terms of an information war, Dorinthia is quite a bit ahead. In terms of like effective turn cycles, it looks like honestly maybe a bit of a wash on this first side here. 3-card 8.
Really fast. That was a Razor Reflex that was just pitched there. So very fun to see that.
I mean, that's one of the things, right? It's like we tried to ask with Nova's deck building. Are you keeping any of these, you know, could it be this, could it be that available in the deck, or is it just always a blue or arsenal? Some RKOs are experimenting in that field, whether it be pummel to lean into the big bullies, show of strength, CNCs, swing bigs, you've got enough targets, or if you run the Razor Reflex instead, because, you know, basically all your blue base, all the Mocking Blows and Rainbow are on that 0 cost base. So it looks, I don't think you can run both. Like, I think you're insane if you try to put them, you know, 6 of in your list. So maybe this means no pummel, just Razor. Maybe a split.
I can also see like a 1 of Razor, 2 of pummel, just to really keep them guessing, right? Like, hey, I saw Razor earlier. He also has pummels. Like, what is truly going on over there?
Ooh, and a new card in the pitch zone. Sure enough, I mean, it's not a this beat of Iron Song is not something that is super relevant early before you have any Dawnblade counters. It's just like a bad glint, the Quicksilver. But of course, its fail state is still quite strong. Blue, block 3. So we're just seeing it as a blue pitch on this turn cycle. Funny enough, another very unimpressive card is leading the turn, though. Blue Hit and Run, which has made its way out of a lot of Dorinthia lists as well. I was pretty sure this got swapped for like Trot Along for a while. And then maybe even got replaced by the Beat of Ironsong to begin with. But all we've seen so far to the Dorinthia is a lot of blues, to be honest. And
here's a Fiddler's Green being blocked with. A cute little one block is going to gain that life, so the life lead will stay on RKO side.
Yes. Okay. So this is one of the few ways. There's like Sigil of Solace and there's Fiddler's Green as ways to and Reckless Swing, to be fair, as ways to on your defensive turn get passed into with a higher life lead. Otherwise, when you pass turn to your opponent, your life is your life. That does not adjust. But Fiddler's Green, Sigil of Solace, Reckless Swing, these are all ways for you to actually have more play in deciding what your life looks like when it passes back into you, which for then your small hands, like the Mocking Blows, or your bigger hands, like the Big Bully, has, this ceiling unlocked of the boo because you are ahead. So I don't know if Fiddler's Green is a comfortable 3 of. I was playing it as a 2 of and felt pretty good about that. But you're adding so many of these defensive cards to your list, you do need to be careful. And sure enough, this version looks to be a lot slower.
Yeah.
Sinks, Fates, Fiddlers, the whole kit and caboodle.
We have to assume there's Shelters probably in there as well at this point. So we're looking at a minimum of 9 defense reactions with the Fiddlers, a very defensive deck that is really trying to keep their life up.
I don't know about Shelters. There's kind of like a critical mass of like defense that you can get away with and still be drawing in a way where your turns like are threatening. Like you can get good rate on defense for a while, but are you returning with anything more impressive than just like a 1-card, 2-card play? So Shelters, I don't know. I do doubt the Shelters just a little bit. Looks like something reset in the TTS here.
A little bit of technical issues.
Okay, gotcha.
We're going to get this fixed up very quickly, chat. Give us 1 second to fix this technical issue, and then we'll get right back onto that game. It looks like they tried to rewind something, which is what caused this issue.
Cool.
I believe it was a sync or a fate that might have been a mistake on TTS. Which is why Flesh and Blood is the best being played in person, right? We don't have those misclicks. We don't have those, oops, that's supposed to be on the bottom. We can do everything ourselves, so.
Yep. Just a few hours, maybe it was only like 1 hour ago, I was tapping Tough Nut and pitching the top of my deck and making a toughness token, and it was also tactile. It felt so good. Dude, my pre-release deck had 2 Bluster buff. You know how like crazy that card is for just knowing that you're going into a Tough Nut turn, like throwing any kind of attack? I mean, there's a lot of versions of Tough Nut where like you pitch, and if it's not a yellow, you have nothing. If it's a red, you like actually have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bluster buff, pretty hot. So yeah, 2 of those. It's quite a good pool. All right, looks like we're still waiting on some resolution. In the meantime, the attack on the chain here is presenting 6, blocking 9,
and gaining 3. So not only are we blocking it, we're gaining life. We're overblocked by 3, so any more attack reactions should be safe.
I mean, it's like the Singing Steelblade that would pump by 4 here, but it's also so much out of deck. A Singing here would pull another Ironsong response just to go over by 1.
Right, and the on hit,
and
do you really want it now?
Fine blocking the second Chainlink swing as well. Like, I don't know. I think maybe you just say, all right, fine, you had the D-Reacts this turn, and it is what it is.
Yeah, this does have go again, so you can always try to commit to that second Dawn Blade and just knock at the counters.
You also have to consider with this pass back, if Dory just like Arsenal passes here, Will with 2 cards in hand, I believe it is. Okay, so what's being fixed here is the sync and the fate effects, I believe, is what is being fixed here. Something messed up there. So either way, with 2 cards on the pass back here, pretty much the damage ceiling of that without a Vigor or without a Tunic is just going to be 8. Because you can't like pitch into the Mocking Blow. You could at best damage wise throw Swing Big, throw Show of Strength, and throwing a Swing Big, actually armor sometimes is worth it on that one because then Quicken Token, not bad for Dory, but it is a Twinning Blade. All right.
Okay.
So that lets the go again effect kind of preserve. You swing with the Dawnblade around this fat block.
Yeah, there's not gonna be a counter or anything from this attack. However, it's still 3 damage, right? Like, KO's trying to keep his life higher. This 3 damage will still be higher life, but any damage is good damage if you're the Dory player.
I think it looks like the chain was closed intentionally, perhaps. I don't know what it like really changes, to be fair. You know, that second swing is not going to really interact with what was already blocked.
Maybe they just cleaned it up for the visual appearance for us.
Cool. Or maybe math is better done when the fiddlers have just gone ahead and healed up the KO and just take your 3 life.
That is a
That way I
blue
do my math
snatch,
better.
and I love seeing a blue snatch. That makes me so happy.
Yep. This is one of those hit effects on a tiny blue that you can pump up to 6 without the snapdragons kind of hold the action points over the head of something like the blue snatch. It's probably just for this 2-card or like this, 2-card 6. But what you're trying to do with it is make it a 1-card 6 effectively, because if the hit effect goes through, which you're doing at reaction speed, now you get to draw and you've just spent 2 cards on 6 damage, floating like a Vigor or a Tunic somewhere. I didn't love it when I tried it, truth be told. I think the red snatch does feel pretty good. But this as a 1-card play is quite strong. Life lead is there. Life lead is
5.
solid. 1-card 6, really. That Vigor carrying over. We'll see how it gets used specifically. But yeah, 1-card 6, dude. When you start to add like the NIMBYs into the deck, like the Mocking Blows, you can drown on small hand value really well. And what you're trying to do is then unlock your large hand value, which is where the Razor Reflexes and Pummels try to solve that half of the equation. But the deck can do cool things. It's about maintaining life, right? Like that's where it kind of falters.
And that took 2 cards. It did get the courage with that Chorus of Iron Song, but that's got to make you feel really good, right? You sent 1, you got 2, you got the Vigor for your next turn. This is looking really good for the KO.
Unsheathed, solid start as well, though. It's just go again on this Dawnblade here. Or rather, it's just the plus. No, if it's greater than. And since the Courage token was there, yes, okay. It straight up is greater than. Okay, wow, pretty solid return here thanks to the Courage token. And that's, oh my gosh, like that's from Unity. Holy smokes.
Yes,
like
that is from the Unity.
What an old mechanic. Yeah, Unity creating that Courage on defense, now unlocking an unsheathed 2-card play to threaten a Dawnblade that swings twice. That is also crazy small hand value, but whether or not it equates to damage landed to affect this life lead at all is the bigger question this turn. I think the KO can play out of it.
One of those turning points, right? You just say no blocks and then you get your 4-card hand, but looks like outside interference is being discarded here.
I don't know. It's hard for the KO to want to keep a 4-card hand generally. So I believe this outside interference might just be fishing for guaranteed 3 blocks that you can use on the turn. If you wanted to spend a 4-card hand, you probably are keeping the outside interference, using it on your turn, then turns on the Mandible Claw. So, I mean, we'll see. The big bully blocks 3. If he was just doing it to play out on his own turn, I don't see why you do it now. But mind games. The Dory player closed the chain, healed him on the fiddler screen. This could be the preemptive outside interference. Same deal.
And there's the big bully to block. With a CNC.
Coming down for block.
Nope, and a Razor. Okay.
Cards coming out for block.
Oh my god, and the Apex Bonebreaker. We are just putting all the cards in front of this.
Well, going over, kind of that magic 3 pump is what you're trying to play around. Doesn't work every time because Singing Steelblade does exist, as well as other options. Singing Steelblade, though, on this type of turn. Actually, it's blocking 10. It's blocking 10. Okay, so Singing Steelblade wouldn't work.
Oh, this is 10 on 7, right? So.
Oh, it's 10 on 7. Yeah, you're not 6.
Yes,
okay,
because the Courage token.
Yep,
the Courage buffed it by 1, so.
Yep, so really it's the 4 damage from
and
Singing.
There's the Singing Steelblade, as you called it.
Okay, this is how you want to use it, because now you've eaten cards on block. A lot of cards on block, actually. Like, this is where you might be able to stick momentum with the Dawnblade counter, truly.
With the Might and the Vigor created on the back end, you definitely want to keep that 1 card.
Yep. I mean, the floor of your turn is spending Tunic to basically 0 card 4. So you don't really need to keep that 1 card to still do something. But probably want it to be a NIMBY, probably want it to be like a Mocking Blow. There are better 1-card plays, but I mean, a 0-card 4 is still pretty face up, pretty free to take. It just depends. Yeah, that last card in hand. Maybe it's a weird one too. Maybe it's a 2-block, right? And then you
Yeah.
have to give
Oh
it
my god, that'd
scabs
be
as
even
well. And it's
worse.
like, is it worth it? Like if it is that NIMBY, is it
If it's
worth
the blue
giving up that
snatch
whole
we saw
NIMBY?
earlier, there's a lot of 2-blocks in this deck that we've seen.
Truth.
Now the Dawnblade's coming in for 3 more, and Will is debating to block or not.
I mean, so what we talked about with the amount of armor that you can just use all at once for a pivot turn, a lot of that has already been eaten through. And remember, there's no Savage Sash. It is a tunic, which is basically not blocking. So there's already been 4 armor eaten through. And pretty important because it's all up front. It's all these temper 2s on presentation that have been eaten up. So now the flesh bag, yes, still huge into a Dory. Still very annoying for a Dory to get through, but there's no way that this 1-card return makes the Dory give you a card unless their hand is like actually bricked. So I think the Dory fights for this Dawnblade counter with the full 4 next turn. This is great though. This is a 1-card 9.
Yes.
Not a 0-card 4. A little bit better than that. 1-card 9.
And even better that we know Dory's not going to be able to get it -1, right? Like Dory's not playing any 6 powers. They might play 1, they might play 2, but realistically, this is always going to be for 9.
Yeah. And this is how the deck cements a life lead. Like you don't really feel like you're taking that much damage into RKO because the turns aren't like a 30 damage like Katsu combo, right? But what you start to realize on the turn by turn is, Jesus, dude, like you dealt me 9 and then like I threw back and you just kind of like blocked it. And now I just didn't deal damage. And now like I'm drowning. Like that's how this deck stays ahead. I think we're seeing it kind of do its intended thing. But it is, remember, off the back of some more interesting inclusions like that Fiddler's Green and a lot more defense than we saw in the last build.
And it looks like Dory's going to give us some armor here, which is maybe not. All right. Blocking for 5 on this 9, so we will be taking 4 down to 28. But RKO has that 11 life lead right now. Exactly where he wants to be.
A massive life lead, honestly. When you consider that this deck is running all those D-Reacts, we're still questioning the Shelter include or not, but there's still at least 2 Fates, 1 Sync. That's a lot of defense on cards that also just kind of block 3 on average, more than they block 2. You can build this list to pretty much only block 2 on the reacts and like the NIMBY package, and everything else can block 3. And that's probably the version that Will's presenting here. That's a little bit more how my deck had ended up after a lot of testing. At first, you just want to slam in a lot of 2 costs, or rather a lot of 2 blocks, because you think that your hands will just always work on offense. That's not how this deck can realistically play its turn by turn. So maybe it's like looking for scraps still. That one's pretty good. But I don't know if 2 blocks are really making it beyond the like blue base and the razors.
We see the Unceased coming down again for the 7 go again on the Dory side.
Yep.
Which, that's the perfect number, right? 7 is exactly where we want to be with this Dawnblade. 1 card in hand, 2 float. So it could be an attack reaction. It could just be an arsenal. You really don't know. And do you want to commit 7 block on this? Do you want to try to take the risk? This is not an attack reaction. What are you really trying to do?
Yeah, there's that choice. There's also just the like, screw this, I'll give you flesh bag and like reset your counter.
And there it is, the flesh bag immediately. Look at you.
All right.
It's almost like you play Brute.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's kind of interesting that Kaiser gave cards, because I think you just like walk yourself into a corner of flesh bag doing both of the things you're trying to do with it. You're trying to like obviously block 2, and you're trying to like remove the Dawnblade counter. And it just did like both of those things.
Are you happy to get flesh bag that early, right? Like now you play the rest of the game and not play around flesh bag, and you're happy.
I don't think you come back from this. Like not gonna lie. This is, I don't want to like call it 100% yet, but like I've played enough of this KO deck. It's going to drown you from a position like this. I mean, maybe Will draws a bunch of clunkers, but like clunkers for his deck is defense, and defense is still gonna like kind of win the turn by turn. So we'll see. It's not like Dory is too happy to block kind of the overage you need to play around everything from the RKO side as well, right? Like blocking not only up to 6 on some of the hit effects, but like up to 9 because of Razor Reflex. Like Dory's not a deck that can give up those cards and feel too good about the small hand return without a Dawnblade counter. And it's going to be tough to get that second counter going.
Very well said. Here we have a snatch from KO. And as we saw earlier, there's those Razor Reflexes, right? So is this just for 5, or is this a Razor Reflex 8 damage, pretty face up without those Snapdragon Scalers over there?
Yeah, it's interesting because it could also just cycle the hand. Like maybe your hand is like a blue and a D-React. Okay, I'll just get 2 free damage out of this, draw a new card, Arsenal. It could be the Razor Reflex. If it's the Razor, what are you pitching though? Best case blue, then you follow with Claw. Or perhaps like what you draw is maybe the real ceiling there. If I had to guess, I would think the Razor is in the hand though, because otherwise I would have folded more of this hand. I've just been happy with like the singular card return on the snatch, because you didn't need to give fleshback if you just overblock from this position. But all right, block 6. I mean, if you KO it, it does go to 7 though. Okay, so it goes to 7.
Yep.
All right. If you Razor and KO, that is just not possible in this hand. So I don't think you need to block around that one.
You have to block around 8, but not.
Yeah, so 8 is like the ceiling if you want to play around everything.
So
but at the same time,
8.
like you gave up armor, you gave up cards,
and
the KO just arsenals. Yeah, and like or does this right? Has value somewhere else. This is like nuts.
That's the great part about the bluff, right? Like,
yeah,
is it a Razor? Is it this? Is it that? Oh, it's just a sigil. Yeah. Like it doesn't even matter. It is just 3 life.
Yeah, I think beating the KO deck more reliably is just knowing more about the deck, be a bit more comfortable into like how cheesy the deck is. I'm pretty sure that's the intent of how KO is built and played. He's gonna cheese. He's gonna be. What the hell, dude? Why are you so annoying? Just boo this guy. Oh, but don't get stronger from the boos, man. That's not okay.
He's a very fair assassin, which I love.
Yeah,
he's sneaky, but in a super fair way. Like he's gonna annoy you, but not like ruin your plan.
Good way to put it. Yeah, like the game doesn't just end because you played wrong. You still get to play the game, but you might just be behind forever. And
you're losing percentage points every mistake, but you get to play.
Yeah. In a game that still gets to be played instead of just like instantly blowing up and dying, you do put, the card game. Oh, wow, that's a hand that blocks 5.
Block for 5. Look at that. 3-card 5. I love it.
When the game actually gets to be played, then you can kind of put the card game curse on your opponent's side of the field, like just draw bricks. Like that might get you in. So I do appreciate that it being fair does mean that there just is more game to play, whether you're behind or not. But either way, Blade Flurry landing here, pretty nice. There's no D-React on top of it, so
drawing off that Steel Blade Supremacy as well. So making a Vigor token with that hit.
Refractions, nice. All right, this is the push. There isn't a resource sink on the arms in this case. No Braveforge bracers. So the draw here was pretty much any color, and it would have been fine. I guess specifically the blue hit means, or blue or yellow means grains of blood spill on this second hit is quite spicy. Oh, and no blocks has already been set. I didn't even see that. Wow, that was just.
I was a little confused about this short card. And I was like, where'd that card come from?
Why did he just draw a card? Well, he drew a card because the Dawnblade has a counter again. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke. 1 card 6 again though.
Yeah, Mocking Blow is still just insane.
Yeah.
Whenever you think Dory gets some tempo, Dory's looking good. It's just, I'm just gonna mock you. Like that card art really describes the situation perfectly. Just getting slapped in the face by KO.
It's a bit funny. I wish, because that's so core to KO. I think most builds are like 8 main board, 1 sideboard type of deal. Because that is so core to KO, I do wish the art was like a little bit more tied to KO. There's some interesting bits with this set where like all of Pleades' cards basically have Pleades on it. All of Lath's cards like have Lath on it. KO's cards don't really have KO at all. I mean, there's some that are like obviously grunty and like, like offensive behavior, right? steal victory. Like they've got little dudes on them that are like being sneaky, but it's not KO. I think Mocking Blow could have been a KO card. Come on.
I do love that guy's face. Though. I wish KO was in the background or something similar because that art is so good.
Imagine KO being the one slapped by the jester. I think
that'd be hilarious. That'd be so good.
And his arm just flies off, and that's the canonical reason why he's missing an arm. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of cool.
It looks like Dory took all that damage, and it is back to her turn with this Warrior's Valor.
Well, didn't take the damage. Actually, just sacked more equipment on that.
I looked away. I was too busy looking at the art.
Yep. I think there are still hit effects that you might need to respect. Some KO decks run Mischievous Meeps, for example. So being able to like front load a 2-block on equipment into the Meeps is just a way to say like, I bet you don't have it. I bet you won't pump this. And sometimes like, the KO just draws in ways where you're right. Like I just don't have the resources for this. So, well, now armor's gone though. So those kinds of cards start to look better and better.
Worst situation to be in my opinion, at least, playing against Adori. The 5-card hand. There's already a counter on the Dawn Blade.
Yeah.
What do you do? If you overblock, you might get blown out. If you don't block, you might get blown out. It is such a tricky situation.
Yeah, it's tricky if Will's hand doesn't have the D-Reacts drawn here. So we know he runs them.
We've only seen, I think, 3, so there's a lot left in the deck.
A lot left in the deck. At a certain point, like the 1-card hands do feel really good. They're not going to actually get your opponent to 0 very quickly, though. You do need to find the other moments to land higher damage. The big bully 3-card plays are quite nice. But, the damage you don't really win off of the 1-card plays. They look great, but what they do is slow down your own offensive output enough that Dorinthia gets to say, okay, 5-card hand. So maybe that kind of like crafting of the right 5-card play into a fleshbackless RKO will make Will just kind of like fritz out here. It's possible. Like Dorinthia does some crazy things to people. Like I don't think Will should lose from this position, but you never know.
One wrong block could turn this into Dory's favor, right? Like it's not hard to block wrong on a Dawn Blade, and then now she has 2 counters. Now she has 3 counters. Not like that snowballing effect can happen if Will doesn't sniff out how to block here.
Right. 4 cards on the Dorinthia side. You have to imagine the only thing you can really start to count out is that 2 Iron Song response have been used. That doesn't mean 3 though. So really in terms of the reactions, everything is still there.
And this does have going if it hits, so you really have to respect it. That's 1/2 block. So looks like we're blocking for 8, blocking for over 3. So really it's just saying, please don't have the +4 and we're good.
Yep, don't have the +4. I mean, even a 1 D-React though kind of saves this entire 5-card return, which is crazy to think about that. Like 1 D-React here means that the KO gets to throw back with like another 1-card hand, which as we know from his deck should be strong. Maybe he misses one of the 1-card hands and it's just like a claw swing or something. But
Tunic will be up, so that claw is a very possible attack.
Kaiser thinking over options.
Yeah, now they're in the hot seat, right? Do you commit to attack reactions here to get it over, or do you think they have a defense reaction?
Yeah, you imagine there's at least pitch for whatever the plans were. Didn't need it to start the turn because the vigors were there, but choosing to lead with that blue Warrior's Valor would make you believe that there is pitch somewhere else in the hand. I mean, obviously Dawn Blade needs it too, so at least for Kaiser's sake, like I hope it's there. Maybe the reason it was a 5-card keep is because it was a bit forced. This is my only way to play Go again, and then I'm gonna have to like pitch 2 reds to do this. Like you want to hope that's not why it was a 5-card keep, but it actually is possible. It's a card game after all. You don't draw perfectly every turn cycle, and as a Levi player, I know how much that hurts when you just don't draw well for one turn cycle, and then the game.
You just die. You just explode. It's a ton of fun. I've been there.
Yeah, bro. What the hell? Come back to Levi. I'm putting out a deck tech tomorrow, just by the way. I did that gameplay video, popped off. I was like, you know what? I'll drop the deck tech a little bit early because it's a blast to play.
I test Levi for every main event, and I was on KO last main event. I couldn't bring Levi. It hurt.
Yeah, well, think about it this way. Do you want to last hurrah with claws? Because if you want to last hurrah with claws, you actually don't have much time. Like you actually need to play her in like the next couple months.
That is very
She's not
true.
gonna LL, but she's gonna be a different deck. That's for sure. A much more thematic. We're not gonna trash talk Hex score. I've grown to love it just a little bit, but you know, theming wise, she will be there. Power wise, I don't know. Ooh,
And we
okay, a
finally
route.
decided to commit the route here. They also had the slinging steel blade as
Oh.
well, so there was choices, which is very
Choices,
interesting.
but look at
And
the pitch, right? This is what we talked
we
about.
put
Maybe
back
the
the 2
perfect blue
block. Is that
curve.
correct?
The razor.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay, so wants to eat these cards on the combat chain just in case it is a D-react still. The razor is more of the ineffective card to put back in hand, perhaps. Maybe it's not about landing the true damage. It's about like winning the card exchange. Look at the
that
pitch.
wouldn't block the next.
Oh my God. What? Yes. Also that in terms of blocking the next. Good call there.
Yeah.
But the pitch is a little nasty. This is what I thought we would count on Kaiser just a little bit better to have on this turn cycle, just because of the way that he spent that Warrior's Valor. But no, the 5-card keep is quite literally because the pitch just isn't quite there. And Will gives a second Dawnblade counter instead of giving up the card in hand. Ain't no way, dude.
Wow.
Ain't no way. Yeah, this better be the best 2-card return I've ever seen.
Or is it a no block? Is there any cards that like? Is it a
it's
sigil?
Is it
It
another
could be a
sigil?
sigil. Like, that'd
Let's
be
find
very
out.
unfortunate. Now it's a CNC.
No,
okay.
he takes the 1-card CNC. I don't. Okay, so I can kind of see both sides. Like, if you play the CNC, then what you're saying is I'm either taking your arsenal and advancing the game 6 damage, or you're giving me 2 cards. On this next volley of either a 3-card play with 6 more life or a 4-card play and 6 less life, then I will be able to control your Dawnblade. This last turn cycle, it was more reliable to throw the CNC and not just block. The block would have been more life, but it would have still left that first Dawnblade counter on and just not gain the second. So in terms of a full reset, I actually think Will's like macro strategy here makes more sense, because now 3-card return with a deck that runs D-reacts, maybe you drew some on this turn cycle, you have a lot more control over the reset here.
Yeah, I also wonder if that arsenal might be a sigil, right? Like, maybe they block there, they just don't do anything. Maybe they block there, they just say pass, and that also doesn't look good. Oh, there's the new gem.
Oh, okay.
Which
This
is terrible if that's a defense reaction you just drew.
Yes. Authority of Ataya. I ranted about this at my pre-release a little bit because some people were questioning like, oh, grown, Fable's like the new best thing ever. I don't think it's the best thing ever. I also rant about it in the deck that I have coming out tomorrow. But in this kind of deck, in a warrior, I think I specifically called out like warriors and brutes. In these decks that still offensively present above block damage, 12 plus is what you're looking for. If you're a deck that does that off of a blue pitch, off of a singular blue pitch, which like generally warriors and brutes can do, then Authority of Ataya is almost like a true damage like card. You're gaining this like effective extra 3 damage on the turn cycle or so, because if they want to play the D-react, they have to pitch a card for it. So in a way, if it lines up with them having D-reacts and you're a deck that is presenting 12 or more, just because, that's how they would want to give you the full hand to begin with, then it's almost the highest impact Fabled, because it is dealing 3 damage-ish on pitch. But not every deck can play it that way. Like if you're just a Guardian or something and you're just going to pitch Authority, swing Anathos, that sucks. Like you're not demanding the full hand at all. You're not putting on any kind of pressure. But these kinds of decks like Warriors and Brutes, I think actually are going to quite like this, maybe as like a sideboard piece into Earth, into these things where you can kind of guarantee that at least some part of the opponent's strategy is to just soak up your above rate damage turns.
I will say I do love a gem that is a cute little sideboard piece, right? When you play against those Earth heroes, when you play against those Guardians, you can be like, you know what? I'm going to bring this in. I'm going to make your life a little bit harder. Might not be perfect, might not always work, but I like those corner cases.
Yeah, it feels like, I love running Eye of Ophidia in Levia because it's more of a proactive way to make sure your deck works. Not many decks run Eye of Ophidia that way. Levia is a case and such where you just need your deck to not shit the bed. And so like Eye of Ophidia can help in that kind of instance. Not many other decks need to run Eye for that use case, but Authority is almost the inverse of what Eye is doing.
Yes.
Eye is making your deck a little bit better. Authority is making your opponent's deck a little bit worse. Is it always going to have an impact? Not always. Sometimes you're opting with Eye and you put those cards right back on top in the same order. Sometimes the Authority of Ataya is just the blue pitch, but it's about raising the consistency of your own deck or lowering the consistency of your opponent's deck between those two choices.
Perfectly said here. And with Will taking so long on this turn, I do wonder if he drew those D-Reacts. If that was his whole plan, like you mentioned, to take damage and the next turn stabilize.
He doesn't have a Tunic up, right? He used it for that CNC play. That's you're out. I don't think you're really planning about what if I draw a D-React with Authority on the board. Never mind.
8 block. That is 8. But again, if that last card is a D-React. Oh,
those went to the wrong graveyard. Okay, so was that 8 block all good?
That was 8 block, yes.
And so, Kaiser's already
blocked
passed?
by 1. I don't believe so.
Okay. The picking it up threw me. I would hope that there's something here. If you give up 2 counters on this, that's wild. I mean, not much you can do about it, to be fair.
Yeah.
This is where the new Iron Song card
react in hand, and they just couldn't block with it last turn, so they're forced to arsenal it. That would make a lot of sense with that CNC last turn.
True. Decent read there.
Wow.
Yeah, I think what Kaiser was really hoping for is that the D-Reacts were in that exact hand. That hand did not look like it could go over blocks at all, so you just kind of have to hope and pray it lines up.
There's a sigil in hand.
All right, dude, these are not... these two players are not taking this matchup as aggressive as
we are gaming.
I think we initially called it. Like, there was some early damage. It's really slowed down in this mid game. Really slowed down.
Yeah, take a look at deck size. Both players about halfway through their deck, and it's 35-27. I did not expect this to go that grindy.
I don't think anyone knows what the hell happens into RKO, and that's still the beauty of him as a day 0 deck. I really think he's such a blast to build and play right now. If anyone's looking for a deck to take to Shizuoka, I'm not saying you'll win if you play KO. I'm saying you'll have some of the most fun possible with a day 0 deck. I think if you take Lath, Pleades, Tough Nut, it's very obvious what those decks do. Lath builds the pump, tries to nab you with the 0-cost crushes. Pleades juggles around suspense auras, carries value turn by turn, loads upper hit effects. Tough Nut blocks a lot, swings rock. But KO, it's like, what does this little animal do? What's this little Rottweiler doing nipping at my heels,
And not to change the subject when you're going on about that, but Will just took all that damage. No block.
Yes.
Have that counter. I want my 5 cards. And normally in Brutes, it's a Blood Rush, right? That's the easy, it's a Blood Rush turn. KO's not playing Blood Rush. So what are you trying to keep these 5 cards for, and what insane start do we have here?
Villainous Pose, this is a way to more confidently say no blocks on a 5-card hand because the boos still go through. Because sure enough, if you look at the life total, KO is behind, but Pose says you boo. So now the Mocking Blows, now the big bullies will still line up quite well. So this could be the ceiling of a 5-card hand, which is like Villainous Pose plus Pummel, something like that. Or with Big Bully, rather.
But no float. So it can't be a Pummel. It's just 12. I'm not saying 12 is bad, but
this is a little bit awkward. Wait, think about this. One of the pitch cards here is Outside Interference, which you can scale to be a 1-card hand. You can scale that incredibly easily. Right? Just search out a Mocking Blow that you have in your sideboard, because all he searched out so far was 1 Big Bully. So in theory, he has probably 2 or 3 other cards he can still search with Outside Interference. I would assume one of them is Mocking Blow. That's kind of like what you do with it. You get to run, 2 extra copies effectively when you run 8 in the main, 3 of these Outside Interference, 1 in the sideboard. That's like running 11 copies in the main board. But he chooses to instead spend the hand on 12 damage and a boo on a turn that had no boo synergy, pitching off curve. It is questionable because Show Strength and Swing Big do block. The Outside Interference wouldn't. but you would think that card swaps out and is a 1-card play, and then your card in hand could have done something to like, make the blocks work for you. I mean,
I wonder if that last
We'll
card
find
is
out.
a defense reaction that Will said, give him the counter, take it away next turn, right? That
Yep.
turn cycle that you described perfectly a few turns ago. I wonder if we're just getting back into that mindset of,
could be.
I'm going to send 12, take the life lead back, or take your whole hand, and then I'll have tempo.
It's interesting
the life lead.
because Will Bradshaw is in a privileged position to play into, I would assume, Josh Lau a lot more regularly on Dorinthia than your average Joe. And having confidence in a Dorinthia matchup lets you make macro decisions based around when you remove their counter so much differently than someone who's playing reactively into Dorinthia. Oh my God, they got a counter. Now what do I do? I think Will has demonstrated on a couple turns now that he can spot exactly where the Dorinthia is in a tougher spot due to not what he does on this turn, but because of what he did on the last turn around the Dawnblade.
And Dory truly is one of those decks that the longer the game goes on, the weaker she gets because you have all the information. You know what's exactly in her hand. So I do like the strategy of on turn, off turn, I'm going to make you weaker and keep my life high.
The glint comes through here. So far, we need a way around it. It is a twinning blade around the 6-card or 6 block presented on the chain. So Dawnblade counter still maybe sticking. It's going to be tough to get a second counter on this turn, though. But more blocks to manage.
Especially with Tunic at 2 and the Vigor token, so you can just String Claw next turn if needed.
Yep.
I really like trying to get this counter off.
I do think it might be... I think it might be the D-React in Arsenal. Yeah, because we're so far through the deck and we haven't seen those other 3 D-Reacts yet. Now we see the 4th. We see the tipping point in how these are lining up in the deck, and we still don't know about maybe like a 1 or 2 of Shelter, to be fair. So yeah, this is Will making the call last turn cycle, like you said, to better position himself into damage that Dorinthia takes for free because she needs to keep cards in hand when you have the answer all along.
And now going over to Will's side, there's that Tunic, there's that Vigor. Is it a
hell
claw
yeah.
or is it 8 damage?
Show me the 8 damage again. Like these types of plays are
Bam. Not 8
bro.
damage.
Roll Scabs. No cojones, dude. I would have rolled Scabs here 1000%.
I like the Scabs roll here because that's a perfect arsenal, right? Like if you arsenal that,
what do you care?
You're fine.
You're arsenaling Mocking Blow. And if anything, that means you just have your Tunic floating for next turn. You get to keep 1 blue in hand. Now your Mocking Blow blue Tunic is still there. I think you roll Scabs.
I also think you roll Scabs.
I'm gonna roll a die right in front of
18.
myself, dude. Let me tell this man what he would have rolled. Let me get a die.
I'm watching your camera to see what you roll if I can see it.
Yeah, hold up. All right, I've got a nice World's Pokemon die. Trans clear and yellow. Let's see. Oh, bro, I rolled a 6.
Oh, easy. We win the game.
Dude, easy.
Oh.
My man should have rolled, man. He's not
Always
a brute
roll.
gamer.
If you bring the
He's not
Scabs
a
in,
brute
you
gamer.
have to roll. That is the brute life.
Yeah.
We don't make the rules, we just follow them.
Well, life continues to slowly tick down then. 17 plays 25.
And this is just a Dawnblade, so it's a pretty face up. And I don't think you even block this here, right?
Nah.
You have to assume it's a glint, so you really don't want to give them any cards. Let them get the go again, and then just block the next swing.
Yep. I would not fear the first swing pretty much at all here.
If there's a counter, I agree with the first block, but with no counter, just let them have it.
Yeah, I mean, you also want to be in a position where, like, if the Dorinthia's turn really is a dud, then try to spend your full hand. Like, 17 is getting low enough. No armor, 1 armor block left, to be fair, on the Dorinthia side, that, like, maybe it's another off pitch. Well, it'd be hard for that to be the case because there is a Vigor and a Tunic, to be fair. But perhaps it is another, like, off curve play that you're making. But damage at this point in the game is like 2 turn cycles away from must blocks on the Dorinthia side, just because of how low she's getting.
So that Blade Fury with the glint is a little bit upsetting, but it's still fine. Like, you're still at 20, you still have the life lead.
Yep. Yeah, you still got around the glint drawing, right?
Yes.
Another attack comes in. This one, there's no resource flooding, so you can once again narrow down now what exactly is happening. It's just that third Iron Song response, which I do believe we still haven't seen, to be fair. And that last Iron Song response is going to feel so bad into the 2 D-reacts that are still sitting in Will's deck. I mean, it's like one of your last gotchas, and yet there's 2 answers. All right. I like this.
Blow coming in here. Oh my god, for 9, basically? Oh, maybe not.
Oh, wait. Thinking. Oh, is it a snag?
Oh,
Oh,
it's sigil.
Okay. I was gonna say, dude, if you can snag, and oh my god, does it hurt?
Wow.
This deck. Sometimes, like, snag on a Mocking Blow that you 100% intended to pump with KO is ridiculous. I do believe it stops the KO. It at least stops the Mocking Blow.
I don't believe
pump.
It stops the.
Does it not stop the KO part? Attack action cards can't gain attack from their own effects or the attacks of. Okay, so it doesn't gain its own pump. So snag on like a 1 card, red Mocking Blow effectively blocks 4. That's still true, but not into the KO ability. Still, sometimes people have been running snag into KO, and I mean a block 4 is a block 4.
Hey, and it blocks pummel, right? So like you can get that as well.
Yep, or the razors, to be fair too.
Oh, there goes an E-Pot to the pitch. Not a card you really need for this matchup, but is always interesting to see.
Red Warrior's Valor. I mean, this is a decent attempt. This is a 4 cards that still withholds quite a bit. The pitch is looking good for it to be more than just the Iron Song. The Warrior's Valor demands the blocks up front. There's still no armor on Will's side. This game might still hover around like 1 poor blocking turn from Will, to be fair.
I will say I think Will's in a great situation, but he is down to 19 cards left in his deck, which I don't think it's going to go to fatigue, but
I haven't even been
he is
checking
losing
that.
cards
Oh
fast.
my god, it's 26 to 19.
Yeah, yes. So I'm a little bit scared.
Kaiser might have to pivot his late game to just win on fatigue, because that is terrifyingly low, and I have not seen him pitch Overload. He's pitched Razor, but in terms of like dominate damage, like true damage in his deck, there's
I haven't seen any.
Not much left. Now you can get ahead on like a fatigue if the opponent just always gives 2 cards to every like blue attack that you present. But the KO doesn't only run like blue attacks. There's that can be used in that way. Like some of your blues are booze, which is not an attack. Some copies of like Smashback as well. I'm not sure if we've seen Will pitch those, to be fair. But it's not like your whole deck is blue 1 costs at the end of the game. There are still these like do nothing cards.
And on Will's side, you have to block because those Dawnblade counters are just going to build up. So it's not like you can play around the fatigue by just not blocking.
Wow,
that's a 4 block. Oh, disgusting.
I mean, it does block though, to be fair. Although the one, Beat of Iron Song, does it count a +1 counter from Iron Song Pride? It does, right? Like it's just a +1 counter. It doesn't care about.
It should, yeah. It says +1 counters. Yeah.
Okay, that is sick. So we're getting 2 modes out of Beat of the Iron Song. I haven't even thought about that as a synergy piece there. So it goes over
by 1.
Counters sticking with Iron Song for another turn cycle as well. And Will's down to 12. He's passing his turn. Okay.
Oh,
with
not
a
a
life lead, to be fair. With a life lead, to be fair. This better be a Mocking Blow or we're in trouble. We are in trouble.
No, it's just an arsenal.
We are in trouble. This is a 4-card Dory double counter. It's got to be the D-Rex in this turn perfectly.
It's been just a sigil pass. I love the sigils in this deck, but
there was one time where it looked like it was a pump and it was a sigil instead.
That's what it was.
There were 2 times where it was just sigil pass though.
Those 2 times were really looking bad now with this Steel Blade Supremacy coming down.
Oh my goodness.
With 2 counters on it. So this is coming in for 7 currently.
At least it means the sigils are gone though, right? Like the non-blocks are not there anymore.
That is true.
In theory, your deck is concentrated with plenty of blocks. It's got the 2 D-Reacts left. But man, a 4-card hand that you just have no information about in terms of like what Dory wants to keep or not. Because
and a puncture to get piercing.
And a puncture to get piercing on the final Spring Tunic.
Oh my god.
Jeez. This is going up to 11 now, if I'm doing that correctly. Right.
Do you even give a defense reaction? Oh, he has a double defense reaction too, but 11
counting
is
this right.
too big.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. It's 9. What am I? Am I counting something wrong?
7,
5,
8,
6,
9,
7,
10,
8, 9,
11.
10, 11. Oh, 11. Oh, it is 11. What am I doing? What am I doing? I didn't count the
Over for
supremacy.
10 currently.
Yes,
There
yes,
is a
yes.
shelter. And there's a thing. So it's
And there
box for
is
12.
he does
It's
run
not
shelter.
hitting.
We hadn't seen shelter this
Whoa.
entire game. You said he's running it. I said maybe 1 or 2. You don't just full load in 9 D reacts, okay? But maybe he does, man. I mean, that's the first shelter we've seen. But you would think with the cards left in deck, there's maybe like 1 or 2 more hands before we've actually seen it all. That's crazy.
It looked like that game was over. It looked like Dory was just going to
Yeah.
take it, and then Will just triple D reacts, swing big. Like that's more
perfect D
than half your
reacts deck. Wow. We still need Will to get to that position where his hands are threatening enough that Dory must block. Because I think the Dory 5-card hands are still in a position to be scary for at least like 1 more go at it.
I do think we're in the scab skins roll every turn situation pretty soon. Looking at what's being pitched, there's not many great cards left in the deck.
Well, so these outside interference, when you concentrate your deck with blues on the second cycle, they turn on Mandible Claw, which is quite nice. So if you do draw up these hands, you don't really need to sack your endgame just on a scabs roll. You just discard the outside interference. Now your claw is active anyway. Probably pretty rare that you want to do too much more beyond just like claw, attack, pump type of deal. So there are still 2 in the deck. They're pretty close to the bottom though. He used the first one he saw on the big bully for block. He pitched 1 on maybe like 2 turns ago, and then 1 here. So they might even be in like the same hand on that later draw. We might not even get there, to be fair.
Taking a little bit with the blocks here. This is a big turn too, right? Because like you want to keep all 5 cards. You want to keep the life as close as possible. But at that same time, can you...
If you say no blocks on this, you have to block maybe even 2 cards on the next attack because of Pump 6 and Razor.
Yes.
If you say no blocks on this, I think so much of your end game is given up. I don't think you can say no blocks because then you're just in the life threshold to die to Razor Pump. And you know that he pitched a Razor in that first hand of the game. So it's probably like 2 hands away.
You're up around 6 or 7 cards right now, so you don't need to win through damage right now. You can win through this slow grind.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of I know how Josh Lau really loves to play Dory, is that opponents give a lot of cards on Dawnblade. All of a sudden, you are up on fatigue. So this is very heads up. I love that Kaiser's doing this. He's respecting how he can maybe win this game through other conditions and how he can maybe not lose this game to the upfront and like over the top evasive damage that KO might present, folding incredibly strong cards, red overpower, the last Iron Song response, and the run through. Run through actually kind of interesting in Dory right now. I know it's strong into Gravy Bones. I wasn't sure if it's still in the main overall though. Maybe he fat decked a little bit. I'm not entirely sure.
I think it was 60, 37 plus 20 plus. No, it looks like it's 60 exactly.
Wow. Interesting. What a fascinating game. I've really enjoyed this one.
Now the question is, do you have a Quicken? Do you
this
want
can
to
still
save
demand
that for
cards.
next turn cycle, or do you just send it? Looks like we're just sending it.
If Will wants to be 1000% safe, he gives 2 cards here. If Kaiser's a god, then he gets around like the 1 card block anyway and just has like, okay, Rowdy Locals. I don't think we'd seen that in the deck. Interesting.
I saw it pitched very early on. I think it was turn 0 they pitched it. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say Will's deck might be like a lot of 2-ofs. I feel like but maybe these are the 3-of counts. Yes. Because if that's the case, maybe he is on some copy of
block with 1 card. Is it the blowout?
1 card pass.
No blowout. Okay.
Wow, still in the deck in the fatigue.
And I do wonder, with 12 cards left, you just have to give him 1 card and say, if you have it, I'm dead, but I need to play to my outs here.
14 is so high for the KO to start demanding 2 card blocks. You just don't yet. You just absolutely don't yet. But it's about getting low enough that he does. So I think you like still block, not because it's lethal, you block because the next bout of damage is that lethal trade. And I think Kaiser's onto that because of how he blocked on the last turn cycle. So I think, man, the end game does favor him.
The villainous
especially what is this
here?
Pitching a villainous pose and a booze. Booze, one of those cards I pointed out. It's one of those blues that at the end of the day, like just pitches into Mandible Claw. It is not flush with nothing but attacks at the end of the game. You also have to remember that he no longer has Tunic. So absolutely cheesing a turn cycle.
No Gogan or anything. Okay, we're just...
No, that was it. Wow, I don't know about that. So at minimum, from what's presented there, you can play Villainous Pose into a Claw Swing. That comes in for 7 and floats a Vigor on the next turn. So the arsenal has to be something that he believes is more advantageous than an extra 4% 5 value. It could be a D-React. It could be the last
Sink.
Or sorry, it could be the last Fate. I believe Sinks are out. Last Fate, it could be a second Shelter. And if that's the case, then I do wholeheartedly agree with how Will is playing this.
Here's the third Steel Blade Supremacy with an unstealthed, unsheathed.
Unsheathed.
Thank you. English. I can read, but I cannot talk.
Sometimes unsheathed just like doesn't line up. This game, every single unsheathed has looked crazy.
It looked like the best card of the game.
Yeah, dude, every time. It was a counter one time, it was a Courage token the other, and now it's a Steel Blade in the dregs of the deck on this like last natural draw of it. That's wild. We also know, by the way, there was a Singing Steel Blade pitched on the Blue Warriors Valor turn. So in terms of like running out the deck, yes, it's a lot of blues at this point in the game. This might be one of the last bouts of reds, but Singing can still tutor, especially in the end game, for something lethal like Overpower, whatever you really need. Provoke when you're trying to keep a card. Like just having one left in the deck is quite threatening, even if all the rest are blues.
And if you're Will here, knowing that pitch deck, knowing what was pitched, how much do you want to commit to this, knowing the deck size is also an issue, right? Like, if that's a D-Rack in Arsenal.
Fiddlers. Jesus Christ.
Fiddlers.
This man might be on...
so good so early, but now it's looking painful.
Yeah, it's pain here. This man might be on 9 Shelter of the Storm, and I'm sorry. If he's running that, how much you test this deck, Will? How are you actually winning, man? Like, the damage is actually so low. It's like, I think he might be like one playset too high on proactivity here. It's the value is there on defense, but you gotta return with something more impressive than just like the Tunic turn, 1 card plays.
This is a very face-up defense reaction here, right? To cover the full 8.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Okay, oh my God, the second Shelter.
Yeah.
Okay, if this man runs
read it like a book.
A third Shelter, if he runs a third, I said he might be on 1 to 2. If he runs a third Shelter, this is a day 0 cook for sure.
I didn't cry, so I'm cried.
This man just clicked every D-React. He's like, D-React seem good. Click, 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 click. Okay, that's 9 slots. Life gain seems good. Okay, click, click, click. 3 Fiddlers, 3 Sigils. The 0 cost seem good. Click, click. Oh, my deck's done.
We hit 80 cards. That's great. Okay, easy.
80 cards. That's good enough. And any extras, I'll just search with outside interference. Okay. I don't even know if he's got one in the sideboard. Honestly, I think it would have been played differently if there was one in the sideboard. I don't know. Will, you cooking? Either way, it goes over with Iron Song Pride here now. Actually getting through in this late game stage, dude, with now a puncture over the top as well. Not to threaten. Oh, rather, yes, to threaten the counter, because the Unsheathed Go Again was on that second swing there. Yeah. Oh my God. I thought it was just the Steel Blade turn. No, the Unsheathed was like totally there this turn. Holy crap, dude. This endgame is insane from Kaiser.
Yeah, like I said earlier, normally when you get Dory out of cards, she's weak. She's easy to read, but not this time.
No, there's something to the threat density and how late this game has gone. There was one shuffle relatively early with the Singing. I don't even know if we saw a second Singing played, but it definitely feels like there's a lot of reds preserved for how late we are in the deck on Kaiser's side. And to be fair, he drew so many blues early. It was like 2 turns back to back of like all blue draws. So perhaps it's just a bit of card gaming going on here. But man, the threat is high still on the Dory side here. More reds still spewing from the deck. Spoils of War, no lapse of Go Again just yet. Feels so confident in Go Again in deck that blocks away the trot along, still pitching and hit and run. Like there's more here. I don't know if Will can close. I'm on a roller coaster this one.
More Shelters at this point. I know you laughed at it earlier, but it must just need the defense reactions.
He needs unmovables or he's decking. Like you need something a little bit stronger than just 0 for 4 blocks. Like you will deck. Like 11 is wild that Kaiser has danced with such a life total back and forth these last like 4 turns or so, where it seems like Will just land 1 turn of damage. Will just do it, and then the late game is unlocked. Late game just isn't unlocked. It's just not. The lead is hasn't been there for a while, honestly, and the end game is slipping away.
Taking 5 off of this
Oh,
Dawnblade
that's
here.
insane.
Gets another counter, correct, from the Ironsong Pride? Oh, no, that's only
No,
one.
that wasn't the second swing yet, I don't believe. But
No, you're right,
either
correct.
way, like if you're not full blocking, then the Ironsong Pride sticks as well. So now the turn is threatening not only the pervasive singular counter from its last turn, but the second counter from Ironsong Pride, and still threatening even that third as well. So saying no blocks on the first is saying 2 are at least sticking. Maybe I can block the third. I don't know if that's enough, dude.
Wow, this game is crazy. We thought we saw the lion, but
Yeah, and let's look at the life total specifically here. Will is now at 4, and we know there's no Ironsong responses left in the deck, but there's still cards like Overpower, right? There's still Route, maybe one copy of Route. So there's still this possibility to actually just deal 4 out of nowhere. Like that is in the cards still. 3 is where like you're dead to pretty much any pump, but 4, there are still some cards that can get you there. Oh, is he running Tear Down the Idols? He is. Okay, nice.
yes.
This one, we didn't called it out for Nova. I don't think he was on it. But I like Will has gone that route. Dude, maybe he took some inspo from one of my early brews, to be fair. I did run a lot of D-Reacts, one of the lists I posted. All right, passing back, one
It's another
card.
claw gamer. That's all we can do
3.
right now. It's just claw.
One card 3. And look at
What is that arsenal then? Is that a 2 cost, you think? Is that another swing big down there, maybe?
it's not a D-Reactor. He would have been forced to use it. Like if he's holding a D-React for something, that man is insane.
I
Like
just
you would have used it
taking
on the
the
last turn.
5-card hand. Like, how do you come back from this?
Oh God, how do you come back?
Catalog.
Oh my God,
Ironsong.
Ironsong
Oh, that's a
Determination as
dominate.
well. And it's probably just over right here right now.
Let's dominate for 6, correct? 6
Unless it is the D-React in Arsenal and he was holding it for exactly the last copy of Ironsong left in deck. I'm
believe
pretty sure
Ironsong
Dory's
was
run
pitched
like.
very early. So you could pitch read.
Do they
it
run 3 or do
technically.
they run 2?
Shelter.
Okay, so that's 3 shelters. This man really did just click every. Yeah, oh my God. He just clicked every D-React in this list. I think we haven't seen the third fate yet, but like it's there for sure.
Maybe we missed the third fate on that big
maybe we did.
D-React turn when they played
Maybe
3
we
of them
did.
at once.
Okay, so far, this Dawnblade coming in for 6. It's only
Now
3
7
for sure
of the
going through
singing?
right now because of the singing. Any pump over
Is
the
there any
top.
pumps left in the deck? They're
I
looking
mean, he
for it.
pitched the overpower. He pitched the overpower. So maybe there isn't. Like maybe that is the pump that's left. That'd be kind of hilarious.
Just misunderstood the board state and didn't realize they had the kill.
I see one of the players' mice just like freaking out. So that might actually be the situation where the overpower is in the pitch. It's not in the deck. Because any pump should kill. It's another singing. Okay, so this one doesn't kill though. This one doesn't kill.
Okay.
He's still at 1 from taking this damage. He needs 1 more. Oh my God, it's the nip at the heels.
Nip at the heels.
Oh my God. Into the Ironsong Pride. Oh my God, dude. What a finish. What a finish. It's not the D-React in Arsenal, is it? It's not the D-React in Arsenal.
Please,
that is hilarious. I think it literally was the overpower is in pitch, not in deck. How else do you craft 2 damage out of this attack react sequence? Another singing into nip at the heels. That is amazing.
Wow.
That is amazing. Into the overkill anyway with the Ironsong.
That is game. Wow. What is
that
an Arsenal?
Game.
Show us the Arsenal, please.
Yo, show us the Arsenal. Flip that thing.
Is it a 2 cost?
Flip that
attack?
thing, Will. Oh man, look at the quality left in his deck was like never gonna.
Oh,
it was the
it's
Razor. Oh, it was the
of
Razor.
course.
Okay, so he's on what, like 2 Razor then? I think on
I
block
think it
one.
was 2 Razor, 9 D-Reacts.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Man just typed in React, clicked everything. Ain't that right, Will? Now that you're in the call, ain't that right?
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Guys, what a fantastic game. Kaiser, huge props to how you played so much of that endgame sequence. We were on the edge of our seats of, oh my God, if he takes one
so
more
much
bout
fun.
of damage, this is where KO like gets to control the game with like attack react. Locky keeps you in, but you just wouldn't let that kind of penultimate damage through. You kept the endgame where you wanted it until you had the advantage there. That was so well played in the mid to late. Obviously, props to you as well. Well, it's not easy with a day 0 deck like this to take it that long, right? It's impressive what you guys have done. So thank you for the game.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, T. It's a very fun game.
Yeah. I think the viewers enjoy that one a lot too. Mark, any questions for him? You kind of had all the questions last round. My brain's empty.
Oh God, I'm kind of starstruck right now with that game. Like I can't even think right now. I'm just amazed at how it ended. Um,
Well, okay,
my
so
brain is
Will,
empty.
Will, the way you took this deck was so much more defensive than what we saw out of Nova Chan. Have you tried like both halves? Have you tried a more aggressive shell? Was this how you immediately saw the deck playing and just kind of went that route? Is it where you landed after some testing? Like, what's been your journey with building the deck?
Well, it's funny. I started off with the preliminarily like ideas that you put out. I was playing with the
Ah,
looking for the
what I
scrap.
say,
I was
Mark?
You
playing
called
with
it. You called it.
certain numbers of your cards, but I found myself just like hitting a wall with a lot of that
Yep.
stuff, and I just unfortunately, I didn't get to show off the silly things that this deck can do. Like a blue snatch coming in for 2 that suddenly is 9, go again off of a Razor Reflex and a KO activation is really funny. But
Kaiser.
Kaiser just kept hitting me with like things I had to respect. And I was just like, well, Kaiser, I don't get to do the silly things. I'm just going to attack for 5 or have a 1 card 6 or 9 whenever I can. And unfortunately, I got my butt kicked, but it was a very fun game up until that
Mhm.
tide turn.
I wouldn't say you got your butt kicked. You had a lot of early game turns that looked exactly within like what an RKO is. Like that's your game plan, right? Like win the turn cycle when it passes to you. You have the life lead. Some cards like Fiddlers help you get there. You look so above rate. I think the issue with how much you've slowed down the deck in deck construction is closing, because like the early games favored you, but then Kaiser built a position where, you know, at the end of the day, what is a 2-card 8 really advancing when like I've got counters, right? So maybe it's just like a matchup axis that made it kind of swing in that mid game. But either way, Kaiser, I wanted to say I think you played the. Are you a Dory player much? I actually have no idea.
Actually, I started really play this game seriously with Dory, and actually I have a story with Josh too, because
Oh,
I remember that's what like the first month or the second month when I'm playing the game. Around that time, I'm still running LGS, and one day Josh come to our store and play in our armory. I remember it should be in the last one. I was playing Dory and Josh also playing Dory. Then we have a really good game. Uh, I lost the game, which were really close, and then I started the relationship with Josh because of the game. He thought that I played very well since I just played for just a short time, and then we kept after that we kept try to communicate or try to ask for each other opinion. Then finally, when he left Hong Kong, I still own his 1000 XP Dawn Ray in my Dory deck right now.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So yes, I actually play quite a lot of Dory, and every set when they release, I try to test Dory first. But unfortunately, she's not very good in the previous time. So yeah.
Well, what this new card, right? Beat of Iron Song. I hadn't even thought about how it works with Iron Song. What's the aura? Iron Song Pride. I completely like skipped my mind that +1 counters don't innately come from the Dawnblade. They come from the aura. And like, God, when you pulled that off, my mind was absolutely blown. So it's cool to see that this new support isn't just, like I'll slot it in over like Trot Along. No, I'll slot it in and unlock some other cards that have been waiting in the wings. So how do you feel overall? Like, has this card has the ability to run Iron Song Pride? Is the deck like that much better?
To be very honest, I don't think this interaction between these two cards is that really explosive, but it's a good interaction. Sometimes you can catch people off guard because most of the time, like especially when your Dawnbreak do not have any counters, you swing like for 3 or maybe 6, then your opponent, when they have a direct, they will overblock you for 4. But after you have these interactions, you can suddenly you can go up for like 1 direct, and then you play this kind of interaction is go to 5, which will break the 4 defense from the generic defense reactions. So we always said that, like from Dory player, like Mujos also always said that 1 is already enough. If you can hit your opponent for 1 damage, then it's already what you want. And,
That's enough.
it's very good. Yeah. Also, I think this matchup did not show the interaction between the strongest part of this interaction. When it's always come from like when your opponent like have, if there is still Enigma, or maybe when you're playing against a Prism, this interaction is going to be very good because you can simply give it +1, and then sometimes you can give it go again. Because you have a counter, you can choose 2 more from the new card. You can give it go again and give the downbreak cannot be prevent. It will get people off guard sometimes.
Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. I mean, there's some prevention stuff floating in the meta, not a lot, but like, Pleades is running Oasis, for example. Even some Laths have been opting for that card. So yeah, okay. Wow. Cool stuff. And I will shout out. Oh, go for it, Will.
I was just gonna say, if I can say real quick, there used to be a rule of thumb with Dory that if it was a naked Dawnblade, you can just ignore it and say no blocks. But I feel like she has enough reaction style go again now that you can't really do that anymore. You have to think twice. You have to consider that new reaction. It's pretty spicy.
Yes. I want to respond this part too. And that's why I am wanting
may.
like 1 to 2, 1 through in my deck right now. Because sometimes people, or most of the time, when you have only like 2 cards, you pitch 1 and then you swing for 3, people will start to don't respect you. But now you have the new card and you have Glens and you have like run through, you can have like maybe 6 to 9 copy of reactions go again. So it still create trouble for people. And
Absolutely.
yes, like you said, you need to think
Very well
twice.
played, Kaiser, by the way. That was a very super fun game. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, if you think about it, Kaiser, you played into a deck that ran almost every D-React under the sun. And you still got like multiple counters going in that game. So that's it was a pretty impressive feat. I know the chat loved watching that. I loved watching RKO. I think it was cool that we saw 2 flavors of it as well. But guys, I'm going to let you all go. We do have game 3 almost underway. Thank you for the game. Thank you for joining us.
Have a great.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right, there is another game for us here, and you know what?
I'm so excited.
This one could explode, or it could be really slow. It's another. It's another 2 heroes that can play both sides, and I do wonder which builds we're going to see. It is Nathan Crawford on Tough Nut, and it is David Yao on Lath. Now, I've seen some slow Lath builds, so methodical, running like Peace of Mind, Oasis Respite, these cards that don't really get scaled down due to Lath's effect, right? And then you just put all of your damage into these singular turns. You do it like 3 times, you win. I've seen Tough Nuts that are either like blocking and swinging rock, or actually have like a decent amount of not only like true go again, but some of these like 0 cost ways to just burn through their hands and be more proactive. Like these decks have differences in style. We'll see how they line up. I want to say baseline Lath is favored, but what do you think?
I agree with that baseline. I'm excited to see the Tough Nut, to see which weapon they bring. We're all assuming a rock, right? But it doesn't have to be a rock, technically. It doesn't have to be.
I think the better versions, that this is fair, but I do think the like better, more intricate versions of the deck actually do still run rock. The like pure fatigue version that I've seen actually does favor club, because you can't swing rock if you're out of cards in deck. So like the pure fatigue version goes for club. And that's the main difference I've seen between the two. I haven't seen like a more aggro version on club yet. And as we see the players look like they're ready right in front of us here, it is the rock revealed
is.
on the table. Maybe spoilers if you can't see it yet. Sorry, but also a little TTS bug. That's funny. The draw button normally draws you up to your intellect. Well, it's only going to draw you 4. It's not your intellect. It's just 4. So Nathan has to put a card back.
Yeah.
And
We have both players that
David
can't
has to
really
draw an
use the
extra
draw
card.
button.
Yeah.
Like neither one of them can really fully draw each turn.
That's funny. All right, so it looks like Nathan then on Tough Nut is going first. The bumbling Hulkster making his way to the arena through the turn 0 here, starting
Such a
with the
cute
ability,
face. Love that man.
taking up Tunic. Oh, dude, the Numbskull charm is amazing. Like at first the charms were kind of off-putting. I thought their art was like maybe just like it kind of felt like a poster, right? Like you know, oh, this is like go see Tough Nut down in the arena, and it's just like his face on a poster, and I was like, that's kind of weird. But now it makes more sense that there is art of them like that in the set, because ultimately that is what's happening. Like they are performing in the arena.
Yes.
The fact that they've got these charms, like that's, you know, art existing in that form actually does it does make sense, like in the universe. It's not just like kind of funky for the sake of it. And I think his is pretty cute. If you were able to get those at the world premiere. All right.
That was a pretty
Sadistic-
simple make agility Arsenal pass turn with the yellow off the top. Maybe that's not what they're looking for. Maybe they wanted the blue off the top, but
it was a yellow Clash of Agility, right? And even discarding a blue Agile windup. So I think this is the more aggressive Tough Nut that I was alluding to. There are versions of the deck that actually can burn out their hands on offense, not just on defense. Perhaps there's a way to kind of keep it modal on both sides, but I think once you lean more aggressive with Tough Nut, the deck just goes that way, right? Like now you've got blue 2 blocks in the deck. Now you've got these like yellow non-6s in the deck. So cool. I think that means Nathan will be rocking it up, you know, maybe 2 wides in a turn. That's kind of cool. Meanwhile, on David's side, an Intimidate comes through. The Mocking Blow, not active yet, but this is a difference between RKO and Lath. Lath just on demand can boo, right? Just spend a card. You'll honestly, cost curve wise on this turn, you're floating a resource basically, but you didn't IP a card in full. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the boo is likely to come out here. It pumps on the Mocking Blow. It gets a Might for next turn. Still leaves you with a card for Arsenal, but first a Clash.
And such a funny clash, knowing what both these decks are trying to do. We know exactly who should be winning all these clashes, but still is a clash, so anything could happen.
You say that, but Overturn the Results is a card in the Lath decks. I don't know which count they've really settled on, but at least one of is pretty normal for the Fix the Match. That can generally be kind of stacked up. Once you're presenting lethal with like this attack for 19 or whatever, you throw a Fix the Match with all the pumps, your opponent has to block it. Okay, I'll put Overturn the Results on top. Now for every card you blocked with, which yes counts equipment, you win no matter what. Overturn the Results. You win or you lose and you still win. So maybe that might naturally come up. I've never seen it naturally come up, but that would be kind of cool.
And as you said, Lath was activated there to pump it up to 10. So double agility here.
Honestly, strong rate. If you think about it, right? Like Lath is supposed to be halved in terms of his effectiveness, but that turn was a bunch of pumps. The Mocking Blow didn't get halved. The Sadistic Scowl, the Mocking Blow pump itself, like none of that got halved. So strong start.
Well, I believe Lath needs to draw an extra card as well. Looks like they only have 4. Unless I'm missing.
Let's remind
such a weird thing they get used to of drawing an extra card every turn. But that is a very big deal.
Sure. So now coming through on Nathan's side, it is an escalate order. When this attacks, if you control a toughness, create 3 more. However, look at the way the Tough Nut deck is built. It's another 5 attack. That's no toughness. That's a loss of 4 value on this turn cycle. And I'm not even sure if the agility can get used in this kind of position. You know, the deck doesn't really run 1 costs, and Tough Nut's already been used. So swinging rock like is just not possible unless it could be a numbskull.
0 cost?
It could be a numbskull. Oh my god, numbskull charm in Arsenal, because that effectively lets you pitch from the top. However, if it was, I would think he would have used it already for an extra ability to guarantee the escalate order, because it would have made a toughness from the cheer as well. So I don't think it is that. However, that is the only out in being able to swing rock this turn. Actually, not true. It could be an E-pot, you roll scabs. get 2 action points. You play E-Pot, you crack it.
Oh, value.
rock.
That's
Value.
pure value.
We're true brute gamers thinking of these lens. Thinking.
Honestly, if that's the line, I'm bringing Tough Nut the Worlds. If that's what happens right here, I'm locking it in.
All right,
I'm
good.
done.
You said you're bringing Tough Nut the Worlds. You didn't say Tough Nut will win Worlds like Andrew's.
No,
claim that
I'm not
Pleades will win
crazy.
Worlds.
Okay,
Yeah, hold up. All right, blocks are tough, and actually, this is the axis in which I think Laths use the most amount of time is on the block. Now, luckily, Tough Nut is pretty face up in terms of like what you will need to block on the turn, so I don't think much is lost in deciding, where in the chain do I need to block, yada yada. But just deciding that actually does tax a lot of Lath's time because there's so many options.
All right, we have a judge question. So
judge
Nathan is
question.
activating Tough Nut. David has a card that in response could cause Tough Nut to lose his hero ability.
Okay.
So if that resolves, does Tough Nut's instant tap ability resolve?
Can the stream hear your question, or do we have to repeat it?
They can hear me as long as Michael didn't
All right.
mute me.
Stream, can you let us know? I'm an old L1. I have not.
Yeah, I'm an old L1 as well.
Inserted.
I'm also an old L1.
Modern.
So just to be very clear, Tough Nut activated his ability. David, in response, wants to somehow cause Tough Nut to lose his hero ability.
So, if it's on the stack, my assumption would be that he's tapped, but there's no ability to resolve. But I don't know.
Chat, let us know, chat. I think you're like 30 seconds behind, chat. It should allow the effect to activate. Boom. I trust that guy. Crimson Knight. That's my go.
That's what my initial thought was. Like, you already put it on the stack, it'll resolve.
Mm-hmm.
So that I believe that is he still pitches, but he will not get the cheer. Okay, all right. I will go tell him.
But no cheer. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
All right, Vero in the chat, and Vero always is up to date on the rules and policies because his favorite pastime is yelling at judges. So he needs to know his shit. Otherwise, he looks like a fool. And I think he looks like a fool anyway, to be fair. It's Vero at the end of the day. We love him. All right. So that is going to get relayed to the players. So the only card that has that effect is Ladder's Charm.
Off their ability to deny the cheer, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well, the cheer wouldn't happen anyway because it was not a 6 pitch.
That's
oh wait, oh no. Oh, we hadn't pitched that from the top yet.
We were just going high. Okay,
that was
more sense.
Okay. I completely mistracked what had happened in this case. So the card had not been pitched yet because we were waiting on this ruling. I assumed it was the agile windup. All right, my bad.
We both missed it with the 3-card hand. It gets a lot more confusing, you know, where we are.
Truth. And the Tough Note was already tapped, so I just assumed things. Okay, so it looks like they are now relaying. We can't hear them, but I see their hands moving. The toughness is not created because the cheer doesn't go through. The pitch does. So the escalate order
was stolen.
Oh, is it stolen?
It looks like they stole the toughness with the Liar's Charm.
Okay, I thought we just decided though that the cheer doesn't happen. Am I crazy?
Well, maybe they didn't choose that one. Maybe they didn't choose the target hero loses and can't gain abilities.
Oh,
they just wanted to steal the toughness to not let escalate order make 3 more, which gets the same thing. You just get a toughness.
Okay, that's fair. All right, yeah, this one's a bit tough, not being able to hear the players and exactly what's going on. I think everything's legal here.
Yes, I think that makes more sense of steal it before escalate order resolves.
But so the toughness doesn't work. Yeah, okay. All right.
Yes.
Definitely a day 0 set, guys. At the end of
the
day.
We worked through it. We're getting through it. We're all good. But now we can
escalate order then
follow up, which is huge.
Yeah, the rock follow up is the difference here. However, the escalate order is not getting its extra 3 value on the turn there,
which is huge. Just 4 value, swing, right? That just got stolen.
4 value stolen for sure. Well, 1 value stolen, 3 denied. To be fair, but the rock swing is absolutely critical because that's how you are chasing enough pressure to ever reach some kind of end game with Tough Nut. And he can be really tough to crack on those small hands late. Like it's almost impossible actually. You get behind enough, he does smother you. He just keeps bonking you, dude. You can't stop the 7. It's crazy. Like 7 is a lot. Dude, one card
This
7
matchup
is
makes
a
me so
lot.
happy with the different hand sizes and how each hero is trying to manipulate the 3-card and the 5-card hand.
All right, life is favoring Lath's side just by 1. But that's enough for Mockingblow to look quite good. And let me just say, AgroBlaze put out a YouTube short just the other day saying that Mockingblow is a trap in Lath. But what does he know? Because that's 2 Mockingblows that have looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, 0 for 7. That also gets tokens on the back end. Looks great to me.
Yep.
And that, we saw that toughness that's going to pop next turn as well. A might that's going to pop. Oh my god, there's so much value here.
Yeah, a lot of value on this turn cycle. I do wonder about the 2 cards in hand, though. Is one just getting sacked to the cheer? If so, pretty low value because the cheer, or the boo rather, already went through. So you're just spending 1 card for 1 might. Not the best. A lot of Laths do run Sigil, for example, just because it's always 3 value. So I think we'd prefer to see that as one of the 2 cards. It could also be like a Concealed Blade, which isn't the most, but it's at least 2 value instead of just 1. All right, the Clash here does favor Tough Nut. Makes sense.
Love the art on that card too. Good Natured Brutality is such good art.
This does tell us more and more about the deck, though, because now this is a blue non-6, another agility maker, though. So really leaning into swinging rock twice.
You want to go fast and send a lot of damage.
Going as fast as a 3-int hero can. I mean, making it work. A lot of clashes. Oh, okay. It's dropping
Edge of their
aura.
seats.
I like this. I like this. Now, Lath doesn't have great control over when these pop, especially by not taking the Guardian Arms, the ones that come from the Armory deck Pleades. That one does let you remove a counter. We're running Stonewall instead. So that means there's no control over the edge of their seats. It just will pop in 2 turns. Doesn't look like it was that important to stack it with this singular might on the next turn, so that makes sense. Just like buy yourself a little bit more time on finding more damage to line up.
Flash of Agility being played here for 6 go again. Of course, Tough Nut can swing that rock more likely than not. So,
100% from this position though, right? Pitching a blue,
the top card.
even well, not only do we know the top card, but Tunic is up and 1 is floating. So even if it was a red, you would be able to follow up with the rock here. Pretty nice. I actually love seeing the agility creation. It must be Rainbow Clash of Agility. We've already seen the red, we saw the yellow, we saw the blue. The agile windups, we only saw the blue of those so far.
Blue and
but,
yellow.
If it was us,
right?
I don't know, was it? Maybe no. I only saw the blue, I think. But either way, if it was us, we'd just be rolling scabs. Why put these bad
100%.
cards that make agility, dude? Come on, just roll
Live or
scabs.
die to roll scabs. That's what I'm playing Brute for.
Come on, dude. Yep, so we knew about the yellow on top anyway, so the cheer was guaranteed here, and then the rock follow-up is juicy.
Get that toughness, swing that rock. And we're gaming.
I totally forgot I have one, but I do own a Marvel rock signed by Enrique Lindner.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm pretty sure it's like a 1 of 1 because no one else flew to Brazil like a madman to get signatures like I did. But man, maybe I need to be a Tough Nut player, like
maybe
complete min rarity deck with just like the best rock known to man. That'd be kind of sick.
Unsleeved deck, but nice rock.
Yes,
that's all
dude.
you need.
Unsleeved. I'm like penny sleeving my deck, but then I've got like a slab 10 Marvel signed by Lindner rock. That's kind of sick.
That'd be so
True
nice.
3-int. All right, turn passes into the Lath. No longer has a life lead for effects like the Mocking Blows we've seen 2 turns previous, overturn the results in the pitch. This is what we talked about in perhaps winning clashes ever. But slow turn by the looks of it. An entire card spent now. On Lath, but synergy comes through.
Good.
This is good. Now the pitch curve works out. You've spent all your resources cleanly. The might that you generated has now escalated in value, as well as violence on the next turn. Not impressive now, but it's about stacking the damage. And sure enough, with edge of their seats and now the mites coming through on the next one, that is a guaranteed +8. Guaranteed. It's pretty good.
There should be one more might token here, right? Or am I missing one? We got 1 from Lath's ability. And then we should get 3 more from Escalate Violence.
Yeah, right. You're right. There should be 4.
Yes. Yeah, because the +9 is big for next turn.
Yeah. Let's let the players know on that. I believe there's something else that chat caught here. The Balance of Justice should just have 1 counter. I don't know if he actually blocked 2 with it, or just the 1. Now it is odd. I've seen a lot of Lath players not understand that Arknight Skullcap is like probably his best headpiece because it blocks 2 then 1, even with the base reduction. But just like everyone forgot about that card. No one's running it. Even Punkage didn't run it in the feature match we did, and he didn't know about Skullcap. I was like, bro, you got to run this. He goes, why is it block 3? Like, because its base is always 1. He goes, no, it's not. Like, yes, it is. It's getting the +1.
Yeah, it's
And then
confusing.
it gets
but
the +1. Like you get it. It still blocks 3. Anyway, not a lot of Lias have caught on for whatever reason. Even I believe it was even Guyz did a whole like best cards in Lias video, and he like talked about their heads and just like never mentioned Skullcap. I left a comment, dude. I was like, bro, do your
Skullcap,
research.
free value.
Skullcap, bro.
I love this. To wind up
Yes.
the crowds, they just set up the next turn. Activate Tough Nut. Always a blue on top.
It's a blue on top as well. Holy, dude.
And then we get a
Holy.
rock. So next turn's gonna be huge. This turn is still value.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
Arsenal's been there for like since the start of the game, right? That's a turn 0 Arsenal, I believe.
I believe so, right? You know, it can be hard for slower Tough Nut decks to like play out these go wides. I would assume it is like one of these attacks that's waiting for it. He might have just had the attacks in hand anyway because he hasn't missed when he had an agility to play that way. So it could just be an attack that's sitting specifically for the next agility. Not that it needs like any other cue to be played out. This is, oh my god, Wind Up the Crowd is actually just such a nuts card, period. And using it on this kind of setup turn to counter the setup, also nuts. Maybe some redundancy in having 2 Vigors and Tunic and also Tough Nut up, like you are guaranteed that
lot
Rock
of
always works even if
resources.
it's a red, but you don't need to like use the Tunic as soon as it's ready. That's something that all 3 heroes are doing kind of interestingly, or all 4 of the new heroes. They're using Tunic not like on curve every time, but because it fits with their deck like when they need it, which is kind of interesting. A lot of decks previous use Tunic because every time it's 3, use it. Whereas all 3 of these heroes kind of just like sitting on Tunic.
This is showing the great cost curve with the Lath ability and the Rampart of the Ram's Head right there. Getting the Boo. Getting the Might token.
Yeah, so I do think it should be 5 mites at this point.
Yes, it should be 5 now because another one was just made.
Yeah, because it was 1 and then made 3 more. And then there'd be a 5th one here. So there should be 5 total. Looks like they're fixing that. Good. Okay, so that is 10 pump on this next attack, but 2 toughness plus all the armor suite is crazy to get through. Like, it takes a lot for Lath to set up these like tower turns or whatever he's going for. Actually, you know what?
Oh my god, bully tactics here?
When you got no cards. Hold up.
Oh my god, bully tactics. This is what, 12 damage, intimidate 3?
12 damage, those toughness blow up, dude. That's actually crazy. Unless it's like an ambush card in Arsenal. There is an ambush card in Arsenal. Or rather, there is the possibility that is an ambush card. There's the -3/-3 card, which name escapes me. But that card has ambush. I forget if there's a stipulation on it. Let me look it up real quick. No hero stands alone.
Literally is bully tactics this turn. That card name is perfect for the situation.
Okay, when this is in any zone, if you've controlled a toughness token, this gets +3 in ambush. No hero stands alone, like you said. So yes, if that is the card in Arsenal, huge. Because if it's not, then those toughness were useless.
They were useless. Taking the damage.
And they were useless.
Snapdragons.
Holy. Okay, we talked about Lath only needs to do this a couple times. This is one of the premier ways to land the damage. And now, oh my god, the life lead was now guaranteed. For the Mocking Blow follow-up, you get the Boo. Dang, dude.
Another Might token. It's only 3 damage, but it's still 3 damage.
That's free. Yeah, it's free damage. Floating Vigors into next turn. Floating, what is it? Did he make mites for next turn?
I think it's just 1 might he's made.
Just 1 might for next turn?
It's still 1 might.
Still 1 might. I mean, dude, do that one more time.
Yeah, take 10. Keep your whole hand, like...
You can run 3 bully tactics. Like, there's 2 more in the deck here.
Here comes Scab. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. God bless, Nathan. God bless.
6.
Roll a 1.
6.
Roll a 1. Roll a 1 for the camera. JK.
6.
I believe in you. Roll a 4. 4 is my favorite on scabs because it's just like it doesn't feel like you got close to a 6. It's not a 5. Feels like right on the money. Roll a 4. Roll a 4.
2.
Oh, just a 2. All right,
Not
sad.
exciting.
Sad. Well, he tried. He gave it quite the roll. He was really jerking that mouse. Okay, 2 vigors pop here. I mean,
Really?
he just probably can't use his hand though. That's the
-1
problem, right?
right? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, scab should have a -1. Correct. Yeah, tough because sinking resources on defense isn't, or rather on offense isn't the easiest thing. You can sink a lot of resources on defense due to cards like Dig In. But spending the full hand on offense, if it's not the agile windups, if it's not like the Buck Wilds, which, I mean, he's running those 2 blocks with agile windups. Are you running the Buck Wilds too? Man's crazy though. Maybe. Just doesn't seem like it this turn.
Oh,
No.
such a sad hand to see.
Just attacking for 7. Although, at least it is still 7, right? Like,
That is true.
there's a world where the damage cap was just 6 this turn because you can't swing rock with cards in hand. So at least it is still matching what the turn cycle would have been offense-wise, period. It just is the defense that really got kneecapped here.
And that card is still in Arsenal, so they didn't want to trade it out at all. They wanted to keep it down there.
Oh.
So
That's a
very
good spot
interesting.
too. Yeah, it's not just cycling out an attack for something better. I really think that maybe you have to be arseling that ambush card in this matchup. You don't run D-Reacts in Tough Nut, but to get around the next bully tactics, you may have to do everything in your power to put the ambush card. What is it called again? You remember? No hero stands alone.
There we go.
You may just have to be playing for that as you're out to beat this next stack of damage.
And the palm of your hand was just played to cycle that blue, which will more likely than not be used for Rampart. So showing how good a Rampart can be in this deck.
Yeah, Lath is great at sinking cost curves into. I don't think you can call it like the most efficient thing every turn. They did strike a beauty with Lath on this whole like halving of the attacks and defense. The only way you get full value, okay, is
Leave them hanging.
I was going to say pumps and on defense. And guess what this turn is doing? It's pumping. Well, not yet. I mean, it's casting them, but it's coming pretty soon. Let me tell you.
Oh, I thought it was blocks. I thought he's blocking with leave them
Wait,
hanging,
that's
right?
blocks?
Yes, yes.
No way. Oh my God, no way.
Leave them hangings.
That's losing 10 damage in your deck.
Doesn't that just kill him at 15 almost? If you play both
Oh my
of those,
God.
2, 1 card. Okay.
There ain't no way, dude. That was a blue pitched into Lath's
25.
ability, and now a blue pitched in Titan's Fist. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
At 25, I feel like you can just take the damage and kill him. Interesting. All right.
Interesting move. I mean, the thing about it now, though, is you have to take time to find more auras. Like they don't just like spawn on the same turn cycle. You have to find them, you have to play them. And that was a turn cycle where you could have played 2 leave no hanging. Yeah, I guess just didn't want to take the damage. That's wild. That's wild. But we know there were 2 blues in hand because he used one on Lath. Or rather, he used one on the
in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, in the palm of your hand, and then pitched
he
one to
drew the
Titan's
second
Fist.
one, which is I didn't want to commit to just one.
No, but you could still pitch your reds into the second one and then just be off of Arsenal here. But you know that you wouldn't be spending them like on this effective turn cycle, or rather the next one. You'd have a whole turn to Arsenal and then be able to play out like a 6 card with double aura. It's kind of interesting. 4 on scabs.
It feels like it's giving Tough Nut the window that he needs to try to get back into this game. So let's see what.
I mean, I don't think you necessarily like pivot to a fatigue angle in Tough Nut. Like that's kind of where he's baseline at. But I think you should track just how much damage was lost. Granted, if you do it right, it's going to be off of a bully tactics, and you just don't need that much else going for you. So maybe that's what we're waiting for. We're quite literally parking, one half of it, an aura or bully, and then just waiting until we find the other half, dump it, go. Because one thing Lath can do when you have deterministic damage with this like evasive effects with Intimidate is just IP. You actually can. Depending on like the pace of the matchup, this is a pretty slow matchup unless Nathan keeps hitting on scab skins, which is hype, of course. You can just like hold the combo because you generally aren't comboing with like 2 cards. You're comboing with like 3, and it's like across a couple of turn cycles. So I wonder if that's how David will play it. Oh, and heads up use here. Just go ahead and get the Stonewall value in along with the Rampart. This is a great combo. They're going to break the chain. You get an effective like extra one block out of this combo as well. Because Tough Nut won't always have a might, right? So this is like very heads up. Just use it now. Don't wait for some opportune thing. It's more rare that Tough Nut has a might.
Ooh, a red off the top. All right, let's see what that arsenal is. Hopefully it's a 2
Is
cost.
the arsenal 2 cost?
It better be at this point.
I think it better have been for some kind of redundancy in this position. I also think you have to clear the arsenal because of the ambush card. But if he doesn't,
all right, there goes
okay. Here we go. All right. Oh,
and you get the toughness. Oh, perfect. Okay.
It is. Yep, going to create more toughness. I don't think this is a turn where Lath was really punching that hard, though. To be fair, it's hard for that to happen with nothing in play. So the toughness might be not preventing the ceiling of the damage that Lath could deal on like a more macro level, but on this turn cycle specifically, it definitely will prevent the damage because there's just nothing else fitting into it. All right, I believe they're just discussing that, choosing to close the chain or not. It's effectively the exact same. If you close the chain, then the attack is -1. If you break the chain, then you get to block with Rampart again. The only difference is maybe they pitch another card into Rampart, so you might give them an extra, like, 1 card blocks, like an extra resource blocks of damage. And Lath hasn't been used yet. So that might actually benefit the Lath curve if he does break the chain. Very slight, very slight.
Lots of small things going on here. Tiny decisions, but looks like the damage was taken.
Right. Either way, it didn't pitch in a Lath, so damage was the same no matter what, to be honest. And we move on.
And this is a card head now from Lath, which is normal, but
yeah. Well, 7. A suspense pops here. Oh no! Wait, 6. Yeah, because a card was used. Yes. I see. Yeah, he did use.
You can call it 7 because the card was blocked with and got some value off of it. But
yeah.
What does a 6 card hand look like now?
This hand has to drop like double aura, and I think you're in a decent spot. If it's just damage up front, you're staring at 4 toughness.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if it does it for you.
Unless you can take the whole hand again like you did last time, it's not going to do much.
Like your entire card and 2 resources is staring at block value already on the board here. So maybe it's a bully tactics. Perhaps this is a couple front pups into bully. That's possible. You play another sadistic and then a bully.
Yeah, bully's really good here.
Yeah, or just a bully, right? Like, yeah, it's only a 3 int hero. Fair.
Yeah, all you need is a bully, and you're again ignoring that toughness. Making toughness look like a bad mechanic if you do that again. There's bully tactics, okay?
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, pitching in double reds instead of choosing to set up Arsenal. Or rather, not Arsenal, but auras. I mean, sure, it's true damage. I think you're just wasting the toughness. I think it's heads up. It's not like the most damage, but you still have 1 bully in deck.
Yep.
And it was guaranteed to wash the value on the toughness here. Pretty heads up.
I love that. Tough Nut still has all that armor, though. I don't think you want to give it here, but...
No, I don't think you would. Maybe if you care about kind of the turn pass with life, if you think that you can go 2 wide again on that 3-card hand with Rock, then perhaps you do give armor so that when you pass back into them, he's not higher for like a Mocking Blow type of play.
Looks like Scabby's was given there for 1 block.
Cool. Because Apex as well like has temper. So if you're trying to just raise your like life in a matchup to avoid getting 1 shot, you should probably block with Apex like at least once first, right? So maybe we're using it just till it blocks with a 6 anyway. That's fair, but you might just die to like the next bully tactic. So
that's a 6.
Okay, that's a 6.
All right,
so a 1 is next, Nathan. Do you hear me? Don't roll again.
Nathan, yeah, we're done.
Stop. You hit like a 2. You hit a 4. You hit a 6. A 1 is next, buddy. Stop.
The casino is closed.
Yeah. You let it be. You let it lie.
Let's be honest, though. We're brute players. We're gonna roll it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll again. Yeah, 1 be damned.
Really upset when the 1 happens.
I know it's a 1, but damn it, I want to roll a 1 and complain.
I want to see the 1. I want to cry about it.
Mm-hmm.
I want a bad beat story to go tell somebody.
Yep. One of my favorite things that I don't do anymore because it's just like a little too salty is whenever you play like Brute, Leviathan, whatever, and you end your turn with an action point. Like let's say you went like, Dread Screamer didn't have a follow up, or you like hit a Screamer after a horror, you weren't expecting it, and you just like end up with a double go again turn, or Blood Rush, Claw Screamer, whatever it is. When you end with an action point, I used to just roll scabs, just because.
I still do it. I still do it.
I don't
every
do
time.
it anymore. I don't do it anymore. It's just like dice rolling, picking cards, all that just gets too annoying anyway. And it can be a little tilting because I would roll and then I would like talk about the result. It was like, oh hell yeah, dude, I'm so lucky I got a 6. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like you can't.
I still do it, but I think
Or
that's
like, I rolled a 1,
right?
dude. This game is cursed. I rolled a 1. Screw
I have a
this.
card that lets me roll a dice. I'm gonna roll the dice.
I'm gonna roll the
chance
dice.
I get.
Yeah. No, I'm hooves spilled right now. You'll see in the deck tech tomorrow. I'm a hooves gamer. I think you just like need it. You just like need to know that you deal 8 damage on like a Blood Rush. And
That's fair. I had hooves my last build, but it made me sad every time because
you can't block 3. Yeah, I know. We're all just as good as you. Then we'd block 3 and get the action point we wanted. But if you can convince yourself that the graveyard fill is worth it, then like objectively, hooves just does something scabs doesn't, and that's where I'm at right now. I've convinced myself. Anyway, we've got the action points being used, not all 3, but 2, and that's a lot of pressure, dude.
Yeah,
no, the 7 is so real, dude. That 7 on rock is so real for a sip.
And that toughness was made too, so we can't forget about that. Toughness coming out of the back end, 7 damage coming through. When you're at 11, like you need to be at a higher life. You don't want to take any of this, but your cards. Do you want to block? Do you want to keep a 7-card hand for next turn with that suspense counter getting taken off?
Oof. I mean, I think there's 2 routes to
Liar's Charm,
ending this game. Oh, steal the toughness. That's pretty hype.
Yeah.
I think there's 2
routes. A bit better
routes.
last turn, but it's still good here.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so he's choosing how exactly is Liar's Charm working here? Choose any number, steal toughness. Okay, obviously that happened. The crowd boos you. Okay, that happened. Target hero loses and can't gain abilities. Okay, so that actually works well in response to the blocks here as well, because now you effectively are using Liar's hero ability. You got a might anyway off the Liar's Charm, and stole a toughness and block. So you're up on just pitching into Liar's ability because you stole a toughness on top of it. Otherwise, like everything was the same in that turn cycle. So just like small value. It also gets it out of deck though. I don't think it's super relevant, but I'd be happy about that. Got a yellow non-block out of the deck where it was like actually all 3 modes. Kind of cool. All right, now we get the Villainous Pose. This is the 3rd one. First one was played, second one was pitched. Now we see the 3rd here.
That's the 3rd Liar's Charm as well, which is important at the track for those toughness tokens.
Yeah. Wow, down to 7. I mean, that's literally a rock swing away. Where the life is right now, it's like you have to be demanding like that. That's what's crazy. It's not that you demand the whole hand from Tough Nut though, because the whole hand from Tough Nut is still going to swing rock.
Yep.
Not every turn, but on a lot of turns. So it's not that you demand every card from Tough Nut. It's that you actually kill the dude, man. And like that's just not where we're quite at. This card itself is coming in now for
7, I believe. 7 not hit to try that card. That was just
1,
intimidated.
2, 3. Okay, yeah, of course there's enough tokens here. So it's 4, 5, 6. It's 10, is it not? Because the Villainous Pose, the mites, and its own effect.
Oh, I forgot about it.
10.
Yep.
Yes.
I didn't read the card. Reading the card explains the card.
Wow. I mean, unless it's both pieces of armor and 2 6 blocks, this is going to hit. And this deck is not only 3 blocks.
I wonder if you almost want it to hit so you can swing rock, which is an interesting spot to be in.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, a 1-card hand is pretty unusable.
Yeah, that 1 card's just going to be Arsenal Pass, which you don't want.
Yeah. All right, so it is a 1 up the crowd on top. Oh my god. Dude, that would have been the 0-card rock play because it was blue wind up the crowd. So that is 0 cards, 8 value. Because it would have been pitch blue, make toughness, swing rock. That's crazy. That's not how we got to this turn cycle. So I mean it can still be kind of scarier than that because the agility made here plus the card back in hand. Or no, this isn't like crush or anything, it's just destroy.
Yeah, it's just destroy.
Oh
which,
shoot! Did Nathan mess this up?
which
There's
I
no
don't.
way.
I think you either have to full block it or.
I think he thought it was like a crush effect or something from
Oh
the way he
god.
blocked, because this is like unusable now.
Yeah,
the way
now
the
you're
turn's
just
been left.
IPing yourself. You're an Arsenal pass at 6.
Because we know the card in hand can't be a wind up the crowd. I guess it could be another agile, to be fair. So like, how does he get rid of that card in hand? I guess he could attack with it because he can get the pitch off the top with Tough Nut.
That is true.
But
yes.
that's just wasted block.
Value.
So I do
Yeah.
think he should have blocked with that card. He maybe just didn't understand.
It looks like a mistake here with watching how the hands
Yep.
are hovering over stuff.
Yeah, watching the players' hands fly around, always interesting.
Normally we can see a face palm or a facial reaction, but the hands do
Yeah.
a pretty good job here.
Yep. Okay, yeah, absolutely should have just blocked the 3.
Okay.
Another clash, doesn't matter.
I think
I
they're
mean, it's
rewinding.
like-
Okay, perfect.
It's
Cool.
best case clash that you've ever seen. However, that intimidated card still goes back to hand. So
Yep. But he can still swing
Interesting.
it and he still saved life, which makes the most sense. No reason to take damage when you can do the same
wow,
thing.
wait,
with
actually
card.
that was so interesting. As long as there's redundancy in actually attacking with that card in hand, it's like you were kind of stuck with one card no matter what. So how do you
Yes.
make sure it's used? Well, honestly, the blue on top makes sure that it can be used, doesn't it? That's pretty nice. Just a blue attack though, so doesn't present lethal all of a sudden. The
No, it's
rock
got
swing
Kogan,
alone
which
would have
doesn't
presented
matter,
lethal.
but-
This would not. This is only 5. There is a toughness on the board.
Yeah, so we're gonna play that out, draw card. Just let us block with the ram's head.
Yep, at least one block floating. You could also consider using Tunic for Lath because you do want to block with a card from hand just because the toughness buff is there.
That is true. So take 1 and then Lath as well to get the might token.
Yep. Wow, we could be 1 pump and a bully tactics away from winning still. Like that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
there's only 2 armor block as well, so it's not like the armor can really even save you at this point.
Yeah, Nathan being off of Arsenal is just so telling that a bully tactics wins. Armor's been chewed through. Life is as such, where like 1 pump will do it basically. If there was even 1 Arsenal card, you can feign the ambush, and that would be pretty hype. But yeah, we just haven't seen an Arsenal at all from Nathan. He's been throwing the 3 wide, right? Like he's been sending the cards aggressively.
Mhm.
Obviously, that damage mattered up until like this turn cycle because lethal is not presented. But had it been a rock this turn cycle, then of course we could say all those choices were correct. But now it looks a bit odd.
We get a little time with the blocks, which is telling us that the hand probably doesn't do much with multiple cards.
Yeah,
Hands
it's a
those
shame
4
though because
mites,
there's
though.
4 mites, right? Like
You can make it
you
5
want
as well with
those
your
to do
ability.
something.
Tension in the air. Okay, so not
Ooh.
wanting to play these out, just saving the life. I get it. That blocks.
Those don't get a +1 from Lath either. Because they are not action cards.
They're not action. I can't even read them anymore because
No,
it's over.
they're instant
Oh,
auras.
they're auras. Okay.
Yeah. Wait,
So
so
he only blocked for 4 there, so he should have took.
no, because they're
1?
base 3 block.
Okay,
So 1
okay.
went to 3, 1 went to 2.
Perfect.
Ooh, man, what a slow turn here. I mean, at least you're pitching the overturn the results to get the pump back on Titan's Fist. So like that's at least nice. So it's 7. Not gonna demand a card, but I think Nathan kind of wants to give you those cards. But then when you want to give cards, you want to give 3 cards.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation to be in.
Yeah, a little bit.
An escalated order is also when
awkward.
you really don't want to block with, but I assume those other 2 cards work better together.
I mean, this is why I've seen a lot of tough nut builds actually opt to run some of those 0 cost. I mean, they're non-6s obviously, but there's like the create 3 toughness or like the grit where like you get damage
A way to
equal to all your
filter.
toughness. Blah blah. It's just a way to burn cards in hand, and it's not something you can control in draw sequence for these to be, like totally usable turn by turn. But it's just like options, right? This is
Oh,
amazing though.
That's so nice. Wait,
Holy crap!
6 go again into rock guaranteed with the tunic counter. That's
Yep.
6 into 7.
The only thing not guaranteed is a second toughness on this turn, but what is guaranteed is 13 damage with Lath at 7. Lath also with no damage on board.
Nothing. But
Yeah.
you do have the in the palm of your hand. So like if you full block this turn, you're at least gonna swing Titan's Fist almost guaranteed, which is something.
Sure.
You gotta think the bright sides, right? Like
yeah, bright sides. It's just David just needs a position to be able to hold a pump and bully tactics. That is 3 for bully tactics. Bully tactics itself, 2 cards, a pump, and then resources for the pump. So he needs to be able to hold 4 cards. You absolutely can't get away with that this turn cycle. I wonder if you just like, I mean, you already have the bully tactics and it's not an arsenal. That's a bit sad. But I wonder if you just have to like full fold and just wait until Nathan only throws 6. I mean, or like rolls a 1 on scabs, like something.
I guess you have to wait for the scabs to be a 1 then, which is kind of scary as well because a 4
Well,
might
I mean,
just
there's a lot of passes into Tough Nut where you have to roll scabs or your damage ceiling is a 6 though. Like, you know, a lot of the agility comes from clashes, right? So if you just like full pass, then yeah, you're kind of putting the game on a scabs roll. But I don't know if you win otherwise. Jaws of Victory, crazy card.
And we already said the next scabs roll is a 1, so that feels pretty good.
Next scabs roll is 1, true. Yeah. So David, you gotta think about what we're telling you here. Ooh, and he's running. Oh, I thought that was
robbery.
Cheap Shot. I was about to say cheap shot would be wild. Gang robbery makes a little bit more sense. Stealing an aura token baseline is kind of weird into Tough Nut though, because the toughness pop.
His toughness, are gone.
Yep. Okay, so no toughness on the Tough Nut flip.
Is he going to 1
so it
here?
wasn't the stealing on the turn. Oh my god, there's no way.
Does he
How do you get away with that?
Kill? There's no way, right?
It's impossible.
What? Is he still thinking about blocks? Maybe the blocks are still being thought about?
Oh, you know what? It's not impossible if the in the palm of your hand draws you what you need, because like I said, it's 4 cards to kill. You need 4 cards. You need pump, pitch for the pump, bully, pitch for the bully. So it's possible those 3 cards are in some combination what you need. We know it can't be villainous because all 3 villainouses have been tracked. It could be sadistic scowl. So you could literally put it
on the top of the deck?
palm of your hand. put it on top deck. See if
I know we're blocking more.
Nope. Okay, a second gang robbery means this hand definitely wasn't it. Not 100% true. It could have been gang robbery as the pitch card because with
the tunic on 3,
yellow would be a blue. Ooh, man, I don't know.
He's thinking about it. He's not committing, which is also interesting.
What you can't do is block with the bully tactics at all.
No.
And the sadistic would only block for 2 as well. So like, I think if you were like close to the win, you just hold it. Like you just put it on the aura. Okay, down to 4. I mean, that's basically for Lath giving 2 cards because you have to pitch and block and can give tunic. So
Might pops. We're gonna draw a card.
No, man. I just
on
don't
the
know.
top rope.
I don't think attacking in actually like gets you anywhere. Not in this position. It just like lets Nathan swing rock.
It feels so weird.
You have to. Yeah, but you have to put Nathan on like punting the go again and just throwing 6 instead. Because throwing 6 is, well, at this point it's still like giving 2 cards to be fair. Well, it's giving 1 card because you can give tunic, I guess. You can give a card in tunic. So if the damage ceiling is 6, then yeah, I think you actually pass. Otherwise, you're like giving him 7.
Which is such an interesting place with these new heroes, where it's just like, yeah, they're at 6. I should not attack here. Such a fun like little mini game we're in. Okay, I like that. Making 3 my tokens. Is this just activate Lath pass?
Wait, someone in chat is saying that David forgot his flesh bag card. Is that actually true? Because if so, this game is like so punted.
Oh, is that what's in the graveyard over there?
Is that true? He just forgot about the flesh bag card.
Oh my god, that could be it because there's a card over there.
If that's true, then this game is like so thrown. That's insane. That's so funny. Wow. Okay, because I think he probably wins.
Wait, we're playing bully tactics for 4.
For 4, that's it.
Either.
Oh, bro, you have no win count anymore. All right, man. If this is the play he's making, then maybe he never was going to win. I don't know. There's no way. If you spend your bully, like you never win this game.
Well, we're not even intimidating on at least one card. With
I've made a
our
lot of
tunic.
calls on this broadcast. I was wrong about the last one, but I'm right about this one.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. You could have a Razor Reflex. Some Liaths
Oh,
have.
that could be a Razor
run it.
Reflex. It'd be kind of cute.
The Gang Robbery isn't necessarily like a tell of the Razor Reflex, but more of that style of card does lean Razor instead of the Guardian zero cost. Because the Guardian zero cost, like going wide on those doesn't really do anything because they need the pump. But if you go wide on those 0 for 1s that become 0 for 4s, they actually do matter all of a sudden, right? Because now you can like come in for 1 for 10, you Razor it, and then like the next one's still 4, stuff like that. So since we haven't seen those Guardian cards like the Tower, Crush, like We Wrecking Ball type stuff, maybe it's Razor. Either way, it was a block 7 on it. And now I'm terrified for David's existence because this is about to be 1 card plus Tough Nut for 11 damage, basically. Oh, not always 11 because this deck is a lot of non-6s. All right, 9.
9? Which is still good. However,
that's still pretty good. Uh-oh.
And you get a Clash of Agility for next turn to block with and a Jaws of Victory? Oh my.
Yeah. Oh my, indeed. Yeah, kind of interesting. You look at 4, so that means the one you pitch off Tough Nut, you ship to the bottom, but the other 3 is your hand.
Yeah, perfect information for both players.
Yeah, so you make that call. He wants that to be his 3-card hand. Mm-hmm. And then he's going to use Tunic.
Yellow is okay because you have Tunic. You might block with Tunic anyways. So there's no big deal there.
Yep.
Get the value while you can.
And then if he doesn't have to block from hand for whatever reason, keeping those 3, it's not like you can change those 3 though. They are always going to be your next 3. You can't bottom them. Those 3 can be a little bit more awkward because you can't like overpitch. You don't have Tunic left. But the Clash, if you do get to block with the card, I mean you do. What am I saying? You block with the Clash, and then having the blue and Jaws to hopefully find the yellow on top. Yeah, that is pretty good. That is pretty good. Yep. All right, David. You either win this next turn or you're definitely drowned. Yeah, they might be talking out loud here. It could be a choice. I think it makes a lot of sense how he initially had it, though.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe he's thinking about worst case damage from David this turn. Does he need to have Good-Natured Brutality in hand? Like, is that raising the block ceiling to just never die? I think if he goes that route, going that route could mean he just like never dies because he knows the Intimidates are gone. Like, there's no more bully tactics. So you should have a lot more agency over the block here.
I guess you don't either way. Either, do you? Like, it's nice, but
I mean, it plus the blue and Jaws is how you almost guarantee that you do go 3 wide, but you do have to, or 2 wide rather, but you would have to keep your whole hand, which I don't think is necessarily happening. That said, you are swinging for 9. So, like, what is Lath really going to do to take your cards? Like, he might not even take 1, to be fair.
It looks like we're going back to the original pitch stack, though.
Yeah.
And we are going to be swinging this rock for 9.
Yeah, 9 is just terrifying. You're basically taking 3 cards from the Lath.
Oh, it's 10 because there was a might last turn, wasn't there?
Oh, was there might?
Yeah, there was a might. Yeah, with the Clash.
Oh, there's a Clash. Oh, sick. Okay, so it is 10. Sheesh, dude. Well, you're still taking 3 cards from the Lath, basically. Somewhere. And that's if the Lath like wants to go even lower. They could block more, but it's at least 3 cards. Yep. 1 goes here. Fixes the blocks, lets you pay into Ram's Head. Rock has that second line of text as well, which I don't think it really comes up. But you know, some Laths have been running Peace of Mind and Oasis Respite. You can't really run those cards into Rock. I don't know if David was on them, but some Laths have. And funny enough, you just like can't do that. Just cannot.
I honestly never even knew that second line of text existed. I've never read that far down Rock. I've only saw the first part.
You looked at it and you said, "Oh, attacks for 7. That's
Yeah.
good enough for my 3."
7
And I'm
big
like,
number. Smash with
Yeah,
Rock. Move on.
7, big number. No card in hand. Good swing. All right, third Cruel Ambition, another all-star card. This actually will unlock a lot of small hands as well.
Stars will pass. Okay.
Oh my god, Art.
Draw one more card,
Okay,
please.
draw one more card, please.
Please draw that last card. No, draw the card first.
Draw a card and then roll a 1 on Scabs, and maybe there's a world.
We called it. We called the
All
one.
right,
Here we go.
We did say it's a 1 next here.
Let's see if we're real brute players or just
Sheesh,
bad
dude.
brute players.
And David's heads up on this. Like, he knows what Nathan pitched there, so he didn't want to swing
Right.
because the clash of agility, as well as Nathan's ability to take more damage and turn on Jaws of Victory, period. So heads up pass from David there. This is what we talked about a couple turn cycles ago.
It's a little upsetting,
Right.
but
No, but it definitely would have put you in the blender
right.
to swing at all. Yeah, so good understanding of the game state by David.
I
Poor
love
understanding
this
of
one has
the
those
scab
states.
state of Nathan, though. This is a 1, dude. Don't roll it here. It's a 1 right now, dude.
Just swing anything. It's better than rolling scabs.
Yeah, literally swing 6, and you are taking like 2 cards from Lath. Not true. He can block with 1 card and Tunic the Rampart. It's 1 card. Oh man, maybe 1 card isn't enough. Maybe you could still die. I just think without the bully tactics, you probably don't. Like, it would have to be double sadistic or something, and I haven't tracked the sadistics, but I think there's only 1 left. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm also not
Lath
entirely
goes
sure.
through his deck very fast.
Yeah, they
So
only
if we
have 16 cards
16,
left.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, so if we haven't seen even the second, then maybe you can double stack them pretty easily on the draw here. But that's a lot of resources as well. So maybe taking 1 card isn't enough though, because blocking with 1 card, block with Tunic, Rampart, like you don't even need to block with the Tunic itself. You'd go to 1 if it was a 6. If it was a 7, you block with Tunic, you can go to 1. And then your hand can be 0 cost somewhere plus 2 sadistics, and I think you do win. So, I mean, it has to be like a pretty perfect draw to be fair. But yeah, I don't have privileges to spec the graveyard, but I do think at least 1 sadistic, definitely at least 1, possibly 2 sadistics are left.
I wonder what the delay here is. It looks like Scabs was activated, but then there might be a response. I don't know what response could.
There's 1 Liar's Charm left in the deck. I don't think we're at it yet, though. 2 were spent. 1 was pitched a while back. I would assume it's like, yeah. I mean, that's
you can
the
just
only one, I
activate
think.
in response, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. It's a 1,
Okay.
Nathan. Come on, buddy.
Don't do it. Put the dice down.
Come on, buddy.
It's
Put the
not worth
dice
it,
down,
man.
dude. It's
Not
a 1.
worth
It's
it.
not worth it. You don't understand. It's a 1 right now, dude.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
So
it was close. It was close.
It hit the
It was
Rampart.
close.
It was going to
It was
roll,
close.
but the Rampart stopped it.
Yeah. The Rampart stopped it. You know, Tabletop Simulator has physics. So yeah, if that like 5
If you rolled it
pixels wasn't
differently,
taller, it was a 1.
1 every time. Oh, better lucky.
I mean, the 1 action point actually can, once again, that's like a pretty calming understanding of where the game's at from David, because he knows those 3 cards in hand. The only thing that can change here is a toughness or not from Tough Nut's pitch. But yeah, it should.
Are we not activating Tough Nut here? Oh, is he
Tough
scared
Nut's
of the
an
Liar's
instant.
Charm taking the toughness? That's the only thing I see, right? Like,
Yeah, because you would
you get a
want a
plus
Liar's
6.
Charm before blocks, because that would remove your own downside. So actually, yes, that is quite heads up. If you are trying to play around the Liar's Charm, then you don't do it until after blocks. Because, yeah. All right, so he's going for the 6 damage route, which, as we already tracked, though, would only take 1 card. Throwing 5 would also only take... Actually, throwing 5 wouldn't take a card, because you could just Tunic, Rampart, and block with Tunic, go to 1. So there is a difference between throwing 5 and 6. So yeah, I'm glad that he changed that.
Though, which is a little upsetting to see.
Yeah, but I don't think you need the Jaws of Victory to win on the next turn. Like, you literally just need to smack with Rock and not die next turn. And, like, you will win this game. So, yeah, actually, good understanding. You can't throw 5 here. You have to throw 6.
Don't activate Tough Nut yet either. Really tight game.
Yeah, don't activate Tough Nut yet. He did roll Scabs, though, and we told him it was a 1, so...
Yep.
I don't know if that makes you smarter or dumber, but... He was right, I guess. In the end, it wasn't a 1.
Because of physics, but like we don't know physics. We play brute.
Damn, I really don't know physics. I was trying to think of something. Wow. Yeah, dude. I don't know physics. I'm a brute. True to the core. Holy. I know how heavy my luggage is. That's physics, I think.
Is it below the 70
Weight.
pounds or whatever the
Yeah.
extra fee is?
It's
Perfect.
mass times weight times ratio is less than baggage fees cost.
Perfect math. Love it.
Perfect math.
Swing rock. Move to end.
Swing rock. Me swing rock. It's been so fun. I've been watching Boosting Spendog. He's posted some Tough Nut gameplay, and the kid's already like the most like chirpy zoomer you've ever met. He can be a lot, but his Tough Nut gameplay specifically is just him saying Tough Nut rock, Tough Nut rock. Like, yeah, it can. And then the comments are all other people saying Tough Nut rock. Like it's
of course,
it's
of
a whole
course.
thing going on that side of YouTube. I'd avoid. All right, so the card we saw was a yellow Mocking Blow. I believe he pulled forward. So that's kind of the chaff card in this equation. The other cards need to be perfect to win here.
Yeah, with this long delay though, it's very unlikely to be perfect.
Yeah, I don't think it's perfect, but what could be is that it's like halfway there. So then the decision is being made like, do I over respect this then and just not leak any damage so that I can have this choice again later? Because 4 is the important part here. 4 is what like a Tunic, what Rampart, and like what one card says no blocks to. Okay, well, we're spending Tunic on this.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so this is the and we're blocking with the Tunic. So this is the go to 2 strat. Two kind of changes things as well. It wouldn't have changed the fact that like the Tunic was still up or not, to be fair, but like, you know, if you want to block 6, that's still 3 cards on the live.
The toughness as well.
And he whiffed on the toughness?
Yes.
Oh boy. All right. Dude, I just can't I can't not mention this again. It reminds me of Majin Bay when he didn't sync blow the CNC.
Yep.
Okay, one sadistic. Oh my god. Not adding back your flesh bagged card. That's gotta be something. All right, last time I'm gonna say. Okay, so there was at least one sadistic here.
Okay, I love that art so much.
He showed a yellow Mocking Blow in hand. So perhaps the yellow Mocking Blow is the 0 cost he's hoping to play. So if these next 2 cards are like a villainous pose, because we know he pitched one back in. I don't know if he's at it yet, though, to be fair. That's still the equation we were looking for. 2 pumps and a 0 cost. 2 pumps.
I'm pretty sure one of those cards is the charm, though, right?
No, I think the charm is still like a handoff. It's hard to say. Like, Lath draws his deck so fast, right? I think it's still 1 hand off or so. And Lath is also pitching at awkward times because it's like on opponent's turn and on your turn.
True.
So it's hard to like count back turn cycles exactly, and then you draw the 5. But I do think the charm is like 1 hand away.
Mocking Blow. Okay.
Mocking Blow blue? Is that a blue?
That is a blue, yes.
A blue.
So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
Okay, so he kept the yellow Mocking Blow in hand for a reason, unless I didn't see it correctly and it was just the blue Mocking Blow.
Only 9 right now because Lath hasn't been activated, but it will be
right. Oh, but the yellow Mocking Blow in hand can cheese the boo.
Yes.
Ah, okay, so you can kind of like force the overblock. And with Tunic not being on 3 yet, there is some safety in being smacked with rock guaranteed, but you do know the arsenal is 5 attack.
Mm-hmm.
The arsenal is the Clash of Agility yellow. So like at minimum, well, I guess it could be like a red pitch off the top is the worst case. But at minimum, it should be like a yellow pitch off the top. Even without Tunic, you throw back the Clash of Agility, and Lath still has to give 2 cards. Oh, three cards basically.
Oh.
Well, no, 2 cards. He can give 2 cards to block 4. That's true because you block with Rampart pitching a blue. Okay, so the 5 is not really enough. Like it's got to be the 6. So can you even like? Oh, but 1 card was intimidated. So like you're never stuck just on the.
You also have Bonebreaker here as well to make it Yeah, a 6.
Oh my god, good natured brutality,
huge.
dude. Look at this. No cards in hand, it gets 6. You cheer.
Oh my
Wow.
god, the value. Those stocks.
Yes, there was a 2-block, but now good natured is here. Honestly, we haven't seen a lot of like these bonus on defense cards. Nathan's been playing pretty aggressive. But yeah.
The
Good
downside
natured
is like,
brutality.
do we have to roll scabs next turn to kill him?
No, well, yeah, to kill him, I think yes, because you get the Intim card back.
Yes.
And then you can't throw 5. You can't throw
Right.
5 to win. It
Maybe
has to be to
6.
throw
I
7.
think 6 is good enough.
Oh well, 6 takes 3 cards. 5 takes 2. 6
So
would
it'll be
take
6, right? With
3.
the might.
Yeah, you're right about the might. Yes, I forgot about that.
See, I'm a greedy brute player. I'd be rolling scabs every time here. I just want to end the game, but maybe it's not the right play.
I'm still wondering where the third leave them hanging is as well, because we saw him block with 2. The third is missing. I would have
Are
assumed
we
like yes, it's not
rewinding?
damaged now, but like, yeah, what's happening here?
It's only 4 block now, so I'm confused. Of why
Oh,
the other
okay.
card-
I just straight up didn't see. Wait, what?
What? Why did that card get discarded?
What's happening?
I don't.
Was it deterministically over anyway? Why doesn't he just block with the good natured? Am I stupid? Oh,
I'm very
oh.
confused.
Wait, what?
What are we missing?
What am I missing here, team? What am I missing
Wait, I'm
here?
really confused right now.
Why did the good natured brutality get discarded? There's only one Intim.
I'm so confused. Chat, help.
Is yeah, hold up. Is he
Um,
deciding that the leave note hanging was worth more than the cheer effect? I have no idea. Like,
I
because the leave note hanging takes like 1 card, but how are you guaranteed that you took the good natured?
I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm confused as well.
Okay.
What's up, guys? What
Yeah,
happened?
what
How
happened?
did you lose? We literally
yellow
can't
card
follow.
Doesn't block.
Why
I
not?
Yeah, what?
that
Oh, when this
he
defends,
has a
if you have no
zero
cards
card.
in hand.
Oh my god, it blocks 6. I'm an
Wait,
idiot.
wait, yeah, hold
Oh,
up. What are you
what?
talking about?
Yeah, we're so confused. Like, what do you?
Wait, is there any way we can recreate it?
No.
Yeah,
Okay, wait, guys, hold
I
up.
think so.
Before you go back to the game, just FYI, David, you never added back your flesh bag card. Just FYI, you never did. So this game is
okay.
botched in a few ways. That's wild, though. I have no idea what was going on with the good natured. That is crazy.
All right. Try to recreate it. Try to recreate it if you can.
Oh
Okay,
god.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
I'll go back now.
All right, we're going. I'm sending you back to the feature match.
All right,
At least we're not
being-
crazy. That's the good news.
Yeah,
Ethan,
we're not
is
cra-
that
Yeah,
I
we're not
maybe-
crazy here.
I thought maybe
Huh.
they were saying that he wasn't like at 0 cards on the time of defending because like maybe like you had the Song of Sinew, like, but like no, you block with them both, like no cards in hand. Boom. What is going on? All right, well we're back. They're gonna
we're
figure it out.
rewinding. Give us a few minutes, and we'll figure this out.
People in chat are also confused, but perhaps about other things. We also gave +1 to all of our instants. Did we? I don't think we did. The turn that he blocked with the double tension in the air, it was off of toughness token to block 5.
Yes.
Did he block with instance otherwise?
Yeah, but I remember that turn. I was
Because he
confused at
blocked with
first.
2 leave no hanging. Maybe that's where he gave them +1s. He definitely didn't give him +1 on the double tension in the air. Then he missed that it could get buffed. He missed the +1 from the buff. I don't know. Honestly, this game, not perfect. And that's what happens when
it's
you
still
get
fun.
three int versus 5, man. The game's just wacky. Things are not
Nice.
in balance.
200.
All right, here we go.
Follow.
All right, roll a 1,
All
buddy.
right, so we're back.
Roll a 1.
All right, so we are rolling the scabs. Okay, so we are taking the greedy line,
Yep,
not
yep,
the safe 6 damage line,
Back to Nathan.
which I do love.
Oh, and on activation. Yep, on activation. Don't even let him. Well, actually, he still will have to roll. To be fair,
Yep.
so we
Oh,
still
that's so
got to see.
cute. Oh, I hate that so much, but oh, that is so cute.
Yeah, give us the roll.
Oh, that's a 5.
All right. Does Tough Nut still hit a blue off the top? Do we even know? Have we like?
No, we do not know. It's random. I
Oh
believe.
my fucking god, dude! All right, this game's over.
Wait, why are we not?
Wait, why not
Why not rock?
rock for 8? Am I missing
Rock
something?
is better.
Can you not rock for 8?
We
I'm
can't
over
rock
this
for
game,
8.
man. I'm over this game, dude. I'm over it.
I don't like this.
I started eating my soup. I was like, oh, dude, I'm done. My casting gig is over. Now we're back. Confused
that
again.
soup sounds so good right now too.
Dude, my soup is
Oh.
cold for sure now. Holy, it's been long. It surely throw rock for 8, man. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know why we don't throw rock for 8 here.
No matter, dude. Nathan's got his ways. Oh, nah, yeah, there we go.
There we figured it out. Okay,
there we go. It is the rock for 8. That's how they do it down in Bama.
Gamer.
They see 6, they think about it for 2 minutes. They say, 8's a little better.
You know, as a
little
group
bit more
player,
than
6 is
6.
a nice number. I get it.
Would I be happier eating 6 donuts or 8? Yeah, I think 8. 8 must be higher. And then boom, we got it.
I'm glad we figured it out. I'm the brain thought was very
All right,
helpful.
good. Please. This game's over, right? Nope, he's at 1. All right, game's still going. No. I mean, yay.
All right, pick up the Intim card. Don't forget that card down there.
Don't forget the Intim card, please.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right, he got it. Also, if you notice, David's Intim card is now missing.
Oh, he picked it up.
It
Yeah,
went.
it went to the
Did he pick
graveyard.
it up?
It went to the
Well,
graveyard.
it went to graveyard now. He didn't just
It
like,
was
add it to hand at some
the
point.
+4 Intim one or whatever it was.
All right, roll a 1. If he rolls a 1 here, he loses the game. Like, just
He's
FYI.
due for a 1, right? Like he hasn't rolled a 1 yet.
Oh, did my thing crash? No, it didn't. Dude, if he rolls a 1 here, I think he actually loses. That's
Not rolling a
insane.
1 yet is the luckiest.
I wouldn't even do this.
player.
Don't even do this, dude. Don't even do this, dude.
Oh no!
God, Nathan.
The 1.
What did you learn about throwing 8, dude? Stick with 8, dude. Stick with high numbers, not freaking 1s, man. Holy. Oh my God. All right, if he doesn't lose this game,
we got there.
if he doesn't lose this game, okay, at least tough nut, dude. At least tough nut. Make it toughness.
Nah, we don't want it. We're triggered. We're
We don't
salty.
want it. No more. I ain't rolling these dang boots no more, dude.
This is +9.
This is
already lethal, right?
Sadistic. Is this the third sadistic as well? This is
I think
+9 base.
Yeah.
He also
+9.
didn't tough nut. He absolutely could have tough
Oh,
nutted.
he triggered. He's triggered over there.
No, he's not. There's no toughness. He literally just like rolled scabs past. He should have tough nutted. And then power play from Arsenal. Dude, this is nuts.
Oh my God. 10.
Wait, if this is off by a little
11?
bit, then should you not
I
have
think it's
Lath for
11.
a +1 might as well? I'm losing it, man. I'm losing the plot. Fucking 9.
10. Taking 3.
Is that 14? What the
Is
fuck?
that 14? Did I miscount?
That's blocking 10. So if it's 14, you die.
10.
That is 5, 9 plus 6.
Oh my God.
That's 15. Oh wait, +2 mites. Oh shit, dude. That's hella lethal. All right, we got it.
Right.
We did it.
Whatever. The game's over. We're done.
Nathan
Great
really
job.
wanted that L, dude. That L. Didn't want the dub. Wanted the L. You got it, buddy. You got it. You got it.
Oh God. I earned both of those, by the way. Both L's. I earned both of them.
Both L's, dude. So okay, so now the card guys are down. How many losses is that?
2-1, right?
My
I
God,
think
that's
it's 2-1.
That's two.
At
That's
least
2
2.5.
losses that game. At least 2.5.
2.5.
Oof. All right.
Oh my God.
Good God, you guys. I mean, what a banger. We went from intense high skill octane gameplay on the last one, and then we just had some fun, dude. But that's okay. That's what happens. You got 3 int, you got 5 int, you got a bunch of new cards, you got wacky stuff going on, and you got us kind of at the end of our ropes, man. I'm low on calories right here. But yo, that was fun. That was fun. Chat like that one as well. So. Oh yeah.
Those bully tactics, though, like absolutely insane. And then not only that, but on both of my escalates, where I make the extra 3 toughness tokens, he stole both of them.
Oh my God, yes, that looked sick.
Insane value, just in that kind of situational spot. But it's fun. A lot of highs and lows, roller coaster, but it is what it is.
No, it's all good. You put on an entertaining game, and when the games go along like that, we get to see more of the deck, and I appreciated that as well. I think watching David, your build in action, I was waiting for those like Guardian Crushes, the towers. Like But no, dude, your deck is just like not them. It's the goons. The goons and the gangs. So, and I guess it worked, right? How do you feel about like the direction you've taken the deck?
I've actually not tested the other side, like the tower stuff, because I think it's like quite hard to work out, and you need all your cards in your hand to do that. But I think this is an overall pretty fun deck, and then like you play your buffs, you have a lot of resources in hand. And then the bully tactics just destroy your opponents if
Lordy.
like you just do true damage. So like
well, Intim 3 says Intim the entire intellect of Tough Nut, and like that type of like that angle of attack is crazy with toughness tokens. Like if there's not even one card left, the toughness is moot. And Nathan, we didn't see you with the ambush card at all. I know not everyone is like super high on it. The no hero stands alone, but I kept trying to frame it around. You cited it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I kept trying to frame it like this is the card to beat that strategy. Does he set it up? Does he set it up? And we just didn't see it. But it is cool to know that like Tough Nut as a hero isn't without options in his kit to like try to attack that. But man, it did look good when he didn't have it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But Nathan, thank you for the scabs rolls. Mark and I are both brute players.
Oh, you gotta do it.
So
you have to.
No one rolled scabs all night. Nobody.
Yeah, we called like almost every roll, just FYI.
Yeah, I didn't have to think about it. You just reach for the dice.
Just reach for the click that green button, dude. On our end, we could just read the feature a little bit, dude. We were screaming, "It's a 1, dude! It's a 1!" And
besides what hit the card, and it rolled to a 3.
Yep. But it's interesting. Did you go for it just because the memes, or like, do you think in that state you have to?
So I mean, of course, like if Lath is down to 1 life and I can the max, I had 3 shit blues in my hand. So the max damage I can present is 5, which does get more than likely 3 cards.
3 cards. Yep.
And so he did have an arsenal, so that means he basically has access to now 3 cards, and I think he can present a decent kind of crackback that basically gets most of my hand. And then at that point, because I don't have tunic counter anymore, we're basically gambling on whether the top card is a blue, so I can swing rock. Like I can try to set that up. But if I miss the first one and I flip over a yellow, I just lose the game on the spot. So I'm kind of risking it on both ends, kind of either way.
That's a fair analysis, yeah. Because if you don't take enough for him to not threaten lethal, then you don't, in a way, like guarantee that you can even swing back the next turn, and then you lose. So yeah, okay, some foresight there from our weatherman forecasting it right in front of us does make some sense. I think this matchup is probably one of the matches where you roll scabs the most, though. Like the Intimidate, well, maybe Reinar. Like the Intimidates made things look so awkward. There's this one turn where David, you threw the battered, beaten, and broken, and it was like, wow, that's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
Holy, it's like, do I like keep 1 card in hand, or do I keep 1 card in hand? like, yeah, dude, that was kind of wild. And then I think it kind of informs why some people are taking Tough Nut to this, like, not like aggro build or anything, but like a build that can burn its cards a bit easier. Like the grit, like the toughness thing, the renounce event, like the cards that just let you play out so you can swing rock a little bit more. I think your build kind of, there were flaws in that strategy specifically, Nathan. But honestly,
definitely didn't go for the toughness. I go for the clash package. Specifically focusing on the agility to go wide. The reason I don't like investing in toughness too much is it looks great when you're against KO, but then you go against a Syndra and you're like, why am I blocking for 6 on a 3? Like I want to protect myself from that situation, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a meta call. So if there's a lot more KOs in the format, then obviously you're going to go more toughness. And
come on, dude, what you talking about? We're open CCQ players. They ain't no Syndras, man. What you talking about?
That's true. That is true.
There's no Syndras in my online meta. None. They can't hurt me. All right. Any questions for him, Mark?
No, after what just happened at the end of the game, I can't comprehend any questions.
I mean,
Cool.
you got a game and a half for free because it like ended and then didn't end
Yep.
and then it
Came
ended.
back.
That, so you're welcome.
Yeah. Well, better
Oh,
than that. Now I get
the
to
one
kick back
question.
and just like, oh, go for it.
When you rolled a 1 on scabs, if you activated Tough Nut and got a toughness, I think you lived through that turn.
Yes.
No, because he came in for like 16 or whatever it was.
Was
and you
it
went
one
block
over?
11.
14. It's exactly.
Oh, was it 14?
Yeah, so I
Exactly
think the
14?
one block
Oh,
would
so
have
then if you had a
turned to one.
toughness,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
would have gone a 1.
Yes, I would have lived a turn, but lost the game, right? Because I would have already activated the hero ability, so I couldn't have.
Oh, that's true. It untaps end of turn.
So now he's got 5 cards, full tempo, and I'm at.
Oh
1.
no!
No.
On the
You
turn
would
you
have
roll
activated
scabs.
rock on your turn. Like after missing the scabs, you'd rock, and then you'd still untap.
Well, not
at the end
rock,
of your
just
turn.
Tough Nut, but yes.
Yeah. Tough Nut.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right, now that that's settled, and we know that Nathan doesn't know how to play the game, let's
That's
move
right.
on. We got Damian Riggins. This guy is a madman. Like if you thought Nathan had a bit of that gene, Damian has them all. And he is versus Wen Law, and it's actually not us casting. We're done. We did our 3. We're gonna toss it. Producer, are we good? We're gonna toss it to the other 2 in the building. It is Cass and Ellie to hold it down. So thank you for having us.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun.
See you. I'll be in the chat. I'll see you in those next games.
Welcome back to the Blue Pitch Card Guys show match. Going into the second set of 3 games. We have 2 CC, 1 LL for y'all. I'm Ellie Bird. This is my amazing and lovely compatriot, Cass Mulder, Casanova Casts.
What's up? I'm so excited to be here. I love casting Fab. I rarely get to do it. Now I get to jump on the mic with Ellie. We've never jumped on the mic together. This is very exciting. I'm very, very excited to get in.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. We were gonna I believe, get the opportunity to cast together last set show match, but I got kind of sick like day of. And speaking of sickness and games, I believe we're coming hot off the heels of perhaps the first show match game in history where both players deserved to lose. And going into another Lath game, we have a Damian Riggins versus I don't remember. Against a Verdance, it's Wenlaw against Wenlaw on Verdance. We just like got to chat with Damian a little bit, and he seemed like pretty confident about the matchup. I feel like at least
so
in
surprising.
theory. Yeah, I feel like at least in theory, Lath versus Verdance does not inspire confidence in me.
No.
But he seemed confident.
No, it feels like there's no way that this matchup is good for Lath, but Damien was like, nah, yeah, you just do this, you just do X, Y, Z, and it works, right? It's just easy enough. You can just counter pitch stack any combos, it's whatever. He seemed way more confident, even after immediately saying that he didn't even think the deck was that good. So I'm very confused, but I'm sure, Damien at least doesn't seem confused about what his hero does. So I think that will probably help out in this game.
We're gonna keep a counter this game. We're gonna increment it up every single time somebody blocks with an instant and applies the +1 to it.
Yeah, we especially because Damien was so confident that he's not going to make any mistakes, and he was, saying that both Nathan and David were making so many mistakes that we have to hold Damien to a higher standard for this matchup. He's not allowed to mess up at all.
Not even a little. I really do look forward to like. It's Lath Verdance, so it's gonna be a long game. I'm pretty sure we're here for a long time, not a good time. I just look forward to like 16 turns in or whatever, Damien makes some like completely heinous, like illegal play because like we're -7 days from any of these cards being released or legal, and then we just get to like hold that over him forever.
For the whole entire set, we get to make fun of him for it. It's gonna be perfect. He's gonna what's gonna happen, Ellie? He's gonna get comboed by Verdance. It's what I want to happen. Damien was saying he can't get comboed by Verdance. He can just counter stack it. I want him to get comboed. I want him to get exploded by this Verdance to happen in this game.
Yeah, he said, to be clear, he said, YF draws through his deck about 7 times faster than Verdance, so I'll just set up, leave them hanging to respond to the first potion being activated, which I thought sounded really bold. But again, like, he seemed to really believe in himself.
When is he not, though? Let's be clear.
True. It's definitely true. Hey, I mean, fucking, the saying, act like you've been there before.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way it is. That's the way you gotta play. That's the confidence to play Lath. You just have to believe you're gonna win at all times. You have to have the aura of Lath Goldmane yourself, or else what's the point? Why are you even playing this character? You always have to bring the aura of your character, right? Like that's why we play Flesh and Blood to RP. Right?
Yeah, to roll.
That's what everybody's playing Fab so that they can RP their character, right? That's not just me.
Have you been playing in CC recently?
I played a little of everything. I'm lost. I'm a lost sheep right now. I have a lot of voices in my head currently, it seems like, because I'm role playing as every single character.
Cop out answer.
Okay. I've been playing KO, Gravy, and recently some Mario, and that's it. Those 3.
Dedicate to the bit. We're cutting your left arm off.
I'm down. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. I'm interested.
All right. Heal 3 and Scour to start this game, just to get the Scour out of hand. Very fun. Does this need targets to be a legal play? Do you know, Ellie? I actually don't know.
I actually thought you were razzing me for a second there. I was under the impression that Scour did require targets to be a legal play, and I made a comment to that effect covering U.S. Nationals this year, Las Vegas. But it's not. I was incorrect. You can just you can Scour 4-0 with 0 targets.
Yeah, no, sounds sick. Okay, so that just get it out of hand and be able to move to Arsenal.
Yeah, it also depends on Waning Moon if it's relevant, but
yeah, this spot probably not, but in general, yeah, it could absolutely become relevant.
Yeah, big fat stack at AB5 presently on Damien's side of the board. Now AB2, since that fluctuating amount of Arcane Barrier provided by Arcanite Skullcap, depending on the present comparative life totals in the match.
AB5 actually relevant in this matchup, and Lath has the cards that you can actually pay AB5 and feel happy about it into things like Burn Bear.
Sadistic Scowl, Damien's second game action, having played a Sigil turn 0, pitching away a Bully Tactics and a Full of Bravado, so perhaps leaning on that counter pitch stack plan we talked about before the match started, following it with a Fix the Match. The vast majority of cards we see from Lath are going to be from Super Saiyan, but this is one of my favorite new cards in the set, where it's just go get anything from your deck, put it on top, and then clash. I think this card does a really cool thing, because you can either go get a card that you just want and is powerful but doesn't clash well, and the downside is, I got to go get whatever I wanted and I give them a might for their troubles. But then there's also what if I went and got Pulverize, and then my opponent clash with me and gives me 1,000,000 billion might tokens.
Or even better, if you've got, the blues that actually give you a vigor or a might for winning the clash, you can just slap that on top.
Wallop. Good cards.
Yeah.
And then this.
So I haven't seen them as frequently in the Lath deck, so I don't expect that to be the pull.
Yeah, I can't imagine. a blue 5-cost 3 is the most attractive thing on the planet to Lath?
No, not really.
I know some people were looking at playing Rouse the Ancients in this hero because your cards are not yet halved while they are still in your hand.
Yeah.
But I think it kind of creates this problem where none of those cards are very profitable to play or block with, and then when Rouse is bad, it's a 1-block. So it puts you in this really... Like, it creates a different problem with your deck, where you just end up having a whole bunch of really unusable blues that block poorly and don't, like, cast well.
Yeah. That makes sense. You do have the blocks come out, just a little bit of damage traded, and now what can Verdance send back? I'm wondering, generally, is it the arcane or the physical in this matchup that's actually more impressive? Because we talked about the AB5 being potentially real, and often it's one or the other depending on who you're playing against that actually causes a problem. In this matchup, I'm actually not even sure if it's the arcane or the physical that you want to be doing more to Lath.
Little nasty. We see a Summer's Fall at the table actually decomposing to take Damien's Might token off the board from the previous turn.
Block with Bully Tactics, which has been frequently the big win condition for a lot of these Lath decks.
We did see him pitch one last turn, so if he's conscious of his stack, then maybe it's not such a big deal to him.
Yeah, possible that you don't need multiple copies. Just chip down and then the one big Bully Tactics to finish the game at the end.
Would make a lot of sense to me. Oasis. Gonna cover up 6 with the 2-block from Bully Tactics. Then I imagine the remaining 2 resources are gonna get dumped into Lath's hero ability. Actually overblocking this by 1, since he is increasing the defense value of that Bully Tactics, but he does get a Might out of the Ordeal, which I imagine was the goal to begin with.
Yep, Might for your trouble, and now we see a Minnowism.
Minnowism hitting the table is pretty crazy, but makes a lot of sense if you are on these short shrift cards. Ethan mentioned in the previous game that, a lot of these Lath decks that are playing cards like Razor Reflex, the yellow attack actions that care about how many auras you have, those sorts of things are a little less you don't find those in the same deck often as short shrift. So Damien's deck definitely immediately different here, having short shrift in it.
It's so funny. You see Minnowism and you're like, is that even a legal card? But it's like, yeah, just belittles banned. Like, you can play Minnowism. It's just, usually you don't.
Yeah, you're not allowed to go get it. Nimby is fixed.
Yeah.
Belittle, but I guess if you just only have a bunch of 3 bases.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Well.
Minnowism actually buffs a really wide range of stuff in Lath because his hero ability halves the base value. So even Command and Conquer will come in for 6 if you play a Minnowism, since its base will be 3.
Yeah, okay. That's very neat. Yeah, I guess this Minnowism finally finding its way back into a deck after its partner was banned years ago now. Many a moons ago, we lost Belittle. We'll get to see more Belittles later, though, in the LL match, of course. Surely.
Yeah, there is a chain in that game. I can't fathom... Well, I guess some chain decks don't really play Belittle, but the Rune Gate chain deck is looking a little less attractive these days, so I imagine the Boomer Belittle chain might be more on the table. The first Felling hitting the table, going to come in for 8 and uninteractively take a card out of Damien's hand. A little bit less painful of an effect when you have 5 Intellect.
Yeah, and that's halfway to Verdance having the ability online. However, that was the last 2 Earth cards in the grave, so gonna have to find more to add to the bin before that can continue. And certainly those little pings can help try and get above the arcane barrier capabilities of this Lath deck. Also, it seems a little bit more aggressive leaning with the things like the Minnowism, wanting to keep hands to try and send out a lot more attacks. So it may not want to be as defensive and might actually have more reds than blues.
Short Shrift is a really funny card from Super Slam because in Pleades, what I think that card often represents is that you want to be able to fold the vast majority of your hand and then leverage something like Iron Fist Revelation, the new legendary gloves, or buff that you've sat on the board for a couple turns and fold either your whole hand or the vast majority of your hand and then send something disruptive on a small hand. But in Lath, it kind of represents the opposite, where it's like, I don't really care what you're doing. I want to keep a million cards and send this at you for 12. Kind of funny.
Yeah, quick setup turn. We've seen this a lot. The Cruel Ambition, just 3 might tokens. It's just you need ways to still deal damage, even though your hero ability is having that base. So might tokens, any kind of buffs. That's why we've seen a lot of auras in Lath being tried as well. Just trying to get ways to buff up your things after they're cut in half and still have these massive attacks. I've seen some Lath throwing like 17 dominates out, just crazy high damage. At single attacks on turns that you didn't expect from this little man.
Yeah, I have definitely been contributing in my own part to Pleades' presently tragic win rate. If you check if you check the Fab race stats, her current win rate is something like sub 30. She has the worst win rate in all of Flesh and Blood. I have been contributing to that in large part by playing the Lath matchup and getting absolutely freaking walloped by like cut a long story short for 13, and I'm like not holding any auras, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm going to hell.
Well, this is a great timing for the Leave Them Hanging. The Heartbeat potentially wanting to set up that extra card in turn, have another attack swing in. It will still allow for just this to be a moon, or if the Arsenal was actually the attack target that wanted to come through, but it's possible that this can juice that last card, and it looks like it did, because it is just going to be a moon getting cast.
I can't help but notice that this Leave Them Hanging isn't in Damien's pitch stack.
Yeah, what's going to happen with those potions that we haven't seen yet and are unsure if it's the game plan?
It's back over to Damien's turn. 3 mights trigger and are replaced by another Cruel Ambition from the Arsenal. So at the start of Damien's next turn, he's actually lined up 7 bonus power, and this is a pretty sick small hand. He's got Battered, Beaten, and Broken. When this attacks a hero, he will intimidate them, and then its base power is 1, so half of 1 is 1, and then it'll get +3 from its own ability if you control 3 or more auras, which Cruel Ambition solves for you immediately after being played, as it makes 3 separate mights. So this is coming in for 4 from its own power, and then the 3 mights that triggered at the start of the turn, so 7, and on hit it will destroy the card that was intimidated. But far be it from Verdance to not be able to block 7, even with only 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the way this is constructed on the Lath side, right? Like this is yet another card that just feels really unfun to play against when it's buffed by Minnowism, right? Like when this gets stacked up really high, you're like, how am I protecting this intimidated card when you get this thing up to something like 10? At 7, you can cover it, but you may not be happy about your hand afterwards. It's the Rhinar problem, except for it actually has an on hit, It's like, oh, you've intimidated away the card that I want to block with, and now I'm left with all these things that I want to keep. And if I don't block, then I still just lose my card and I get absolutely destroyed. So it's like, this deck is just playing like Rhinar if he had on hits.
Well, it's like Rhinar if he had like 12 copies of Splatter Skull.
Yeah, true.
It's I think the reviled revered heroes are such a slam dunk flavor-wise. I really like that the revered heroes are kind of supposed to walk the life totals down because they want to be below you. So they want to like take the damage you throw, make it look like a real fight, like a fair fight with some back and forth, and then like close the game as like the underdog. And then Lath and the other reviled heroes just want to beat your ass by as much as possible and make fun of you the whole time.
All right, so gonna get covered up, having to shove the fridge in front of that to protect this intimidated card.
Perhaps there are a couple potions in this hand. I actually said, far be it from Verdance to not be able to block 7, but either she really wants to keep this hand, or we've got a couple non-blocks in the form of like Rampant Growths or potions in the hand.
Yeah, and it's really like, what 4-card hands are we trying to keep? And I mean, as you said, right, there's a way that it could be because of that, but this is this is a felling that's going to make you bottom your own card, so
A card was intimidated, which is interesting. Maybe setting up an invisible pitch stack. Nope, just
Is it
fruits.
red
Fruits of the
fruits?
forest. Very interesting why he didn't just choose to discard that here.
Yeah. I'm also confused, but that's okay.
Blocked to protect it and then played a felling for negative value. Well, not negative, but takes
pitch
a card
stacking
of
the
its
red
own.
fruits, you know?
Yeah, perhaps pitch stacking the red fruits for Damien's pitch hypothetical leave them hanging pitch stack.
Need more threats in deck to not get fatigued, right? You actually don't want the +2 if you think you're getting fatigued. You want 7 damage, so it actually reasonably could be, if this is not a potions Verdance deck trying to combo off, and you want to not get fatigued by the Lath, you might need that 7 damage down the line.
That is pretty true. We definitely went into this match expecting to see kind of a combo game plan, but if Wen does not have any potions in his deck, this could definitely go that way, especially with 2 fellings played, and Damien's still at a healthy 42. I believe he's taking some amount of damage here. This 2 steps ahead is blocking for 3, 4 with Rampart, and then 2 from Skullcap. So taking 2 on 8, down to 40, but only 1 felling left in the deck. Definitely not enough to get there on its own.
Yeah, down to 40, not something we've said much since the CYB meta. So it's definitely,
God, can you imagine if Lath had access to count your blessings?
Well, he does in LL.
Oh no. Don't make me want to play that format any less.
Don't wish that curse upon my family.
Yeah, don't speak that into existence. What's wrong with you? Hammer for 11. I still think I need somebody to mass produce an altar that's like a Fisher Price of the Titan's Fist. You know, because it's like Titan's Fist for Lath. It looks like a little squeaky hammer, and it's called Tyke's Fist.
Oh my
That's
god.
what I would really like. I would really like that.
Oh.
Speaking of Titan's Fist, cool thing about Lath is that even though it gets reduced to a base power of 2, you can still swing it for 4 very often if you activated Lath in that turn cycle on the previous turn, which is super duper common since you usually use it to block.
Big
just
hammer coming
11 damage.
It's just 11. No, only 11. Don't worry about it.
Well, there's no meaningful on hit. It just depends if Wen's hand converts without doing some blocking, I think is the question.
Okay, well, I talked about trying to keep threats in deck, and now we've got a tilling blocking on the combat chain. So I don't know what to tell you, Ellie. The rest of this hand must be heat.
If you just can't use your cards, it's certainly not worth not blocking and IPing.
Yeah. If this is a bunch of reds stacked up, plow under, and then that's another red in hand. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So this is gonna put Wen online. Going to 9 Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
Far from the optimal sequencing on Decompose. I think he went 2, 2, 2, 3. You're usually looking for 2, 3, 3.
Yep.
So an entire extra Decompose had to happen.
I wonder if there's argument to actually just send the tilling instead of the plow under. You just want more damage. Block for 3 and do more damage. It's just better math. Kind of. Yeah, it's like because you did bottom a card in the arsenal, so it's like kind of 9 versus 8, but then the +1 block, so it's about even. It's just like funny to think about. Like, is that the kind of game that we are playing here? Is that where we are? Is that where we live right now?
Yes.
I don't know this neighborhood. This is not really my neighborhood. I don't live in this kind of game.
Plowunder does, on the topic of fatigue, have a bit of an interesting problem in that it takes the option away from your opponent in the immediate, but it does put whatever was in their arsenal back in their deck, So if you're putting like Command and Conquer, or probably not in Lath's deck, but a powerful red to the bottom of Lath's deck, you actually just kind of created problems for yourself in the future.
I don't don't even know if this is the neighborhood we're living in though, because these minnoisms, these pumps, like this Lath deck is definitely not looking to fatigue people. This is looking to hit people hard. So I think we're back in my neighborhood, Ellie, of hit people hard in the face. That's how I like to play Flesh and Blood.
Speaking, I believe this is 10 +3 from Revolting Gesture, +3 from Minnoism, base power of 2, 1 might, +1 from its own ability. Yeah, 10.
Yeah, 10.
Threatening the arsenal. And a third of one's life total.
I'm bringing an abacus to the next tournament for dealing with Lath. Gotta keep crunching the numbers every attack.
I think normal people just use dice.
Nah, I need a full abacus.
the full abacus.
Next hero is going to require calculus to figure out how much damage they're doing on the turn.
We're getting into the laws of natural numbers.
You're gonna need a TI-84 calculator, a graphing calculator to figure out.
There is already a Flesh and Blood card that says if X then Y. That's up the ante.
There you go.
An Olympia card. So maybe we'll get Zed. Gaining 3. This is actually going to generate 3 Verdance pings. I believe this is the third Heartbeat a Candlehold played. Maybe the second.
I'm so used to playing against Caleb's Verdance, I was like, where are the feet?
I think that people should be, if you want to use multiple art cards to represent your Verdance triggers, it should be the head art. If you use the feet, I'm calling a judge, and I'm saying please find a different way to represent your triggers.
It's like, excuse me, Judge, this guy's a freak. What's going on?
Judge, this guy sucks toes. DQ him immediately. Just an ask of 6, another plow under. We're through 2 fellings, 2 plows, right? 3 fellings?
I think it's 2 fellings.
I think it's 2 fellings, 2 plows.
Yes. 2/2, then the tilling was the other like big attack card that we saw go to the grave.
What a gas out of Wen's deck. 41 cards left in deck to Damien's 46. Lath does kind of have a tendency to start falling behind because his individual cards end up being worth so little, even if the average value of his hand is pretty high because of his hero ability.
This is the little card that has Tower. So if you get it to 13 or more, I don't know if we're getting it there. In fact, it's just blocking here, but
yeah, just covering up the plow under. There's 2 block non-attacks. That is the trade-off when you're trying to play this proactive style of Lath deck. Those 2 block non-attacks are so punishing because they're just straight up 1 blocks. They get buffed to 2 by Lath's ability, but your 3 blocks become 2 blocks, then become 3 blocks. So having the 1 blocks in your deck, especially on turns where you don't want to use Lath's hero ability, is really, really punishing.
Yeah, it feels terrible. And we mentioned that fatigue is like a possible play style that Lath decks can have, but this doesn't really feel like a fatigue deck. But at least we know that 35 HP remaining, and it was a lot of gas out of the Verdance deck already, at least on the physical side. And we haven't seen a lot of the big spells starting to be cast yet. But we also know AB5 exists here, and that can be really brutal. And hey, there's a red fruits. We're keeping these in deck. You gotta have the heavy hitters to come through, as now we're at the point where Damien's just blocking down a lot of these turns and potentially even leaning towards that much slower style of play, trying to force the Verdance to finally find a brick hand before actually turning things around.
Definitely losing cards out of deck at a quicker rate than Verdance now, though. Having given 4 cards out of deck for just 2 out of Wen's deck on that previous turn. If they keep at this pace, Damien will definitely run out of cards pretty quickly.
Yeah,
It
he
actually
is
looks like
up
Damien
5
has
currently.
presented yes, but Damien has presented significantly more
Yeah.
than 60 cards. I believe the count is 69. There's 24 in the bin, 40 in the deck, and 5 in hand with no arsenal. Wen only presented 60 and is 5 cards down, so has chewed away about 4 cards of that deck advantage.
Certainly feels like on a pace where Wen should be able to potentially catch up on that. The only exception being if there is a lot of arcane damage in this deck to go alongside the physical, as that's going to be 3rd felling, already hitting the table, so not going to have to worry about any more of those on the side of Lath.
Yeah, tough to have those out of the deck so early, and with Plume banned by the recent change to the ban list. A common play route for these Verdance decks that don't have combo in them when they presented Plume was to just Plume for a 4th copy of Felling. You can't do that anymore. Helm of Hindsight from Super Slam does give you the opportunity to do a similar thing by putting Felling back on top of your deck, but definitely nowhere near as powerful as Plume of Evergrowth. Looks like Damien is just going to get to cover this Felling up. We're 24 cards into Wen's deck, and we haven't seen any combo pieces. I'm starting to wonder if they're even in the deck.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking they're not, right? I'm thinking this is just like the good old mid-range Verdance, slam a bunch of physical attacks, the Bullander of Verdance decks, and
what
not
card
actually
we
having the
also
combos.
haven't seen?
The new one?
Yeah, we haven't
Light
seen
up the
Burn Bear
leaves?
or Light Up the Leaves.
Yeah. So I figured you play the tall arcane spells in this version of the deck, right? You use the physical to just chip down your opponent, and then you get towards the end. But we've seen instead of this is 3rd Scar for a Scar coming out of this Verdance list. So very heavy on the physical damage.
Also very heavy on the threats played versus the threats remaining in deck. Also, something that got blocked with last turn, and again this turn, I want to point out, Red Fiddler's Green. This card is a house in Lath. Super duper efficient. Just you don't really get so much value out of all of your individual cards because their base power and defense is halved to the static part of Lath's hero ability, but Fiddler's Green is just always a 4-point card in this hero, making it easily one of the most premium reds you can have in your deck for defense. When following
any
the
card
Scar
that
up
you
with
can just
Everbloom Life.
just more damage added back to the deck is the game plan here is just continue to have threats because there's the Light Up the Leaves. Yeah, there we go. The Lath has just healed so much, right? That's the scary thing is this Lath just keeps healing and is 36 life. You're out of fellings. You've got 1 plow left. You've played all 3 of the Scar for a Scar, so you just put 1 back in the deck. But like, as much as it doesn't feel like fatigue is the biggest option here, it certainly is heading in that direction as Lath is able to just continue to run Verdance low on threats.
Yeah, Lath does still have to have a way to win the game, and the cards in deck count is definitely narrowing. 29 cards used up for Damien now to Wen's 25. Another Everbloom Life gonna recur. I imagine an Everbloom Life if fatigue is the concern. As Everbloom Life getting back Everbloom Life is an infinite loop, albeit just a very, very slow one.
It never kill your opponent because they can always pitch for the AB, but it will just keep cards in deck, which is the important thing.
It also gains you 1 life every turn.
Of course.
Waning Moon, sending 2 damage into the 2 Damien already had floating. Probably just trying to clear the hand efficiently and sending an Evergreen afterwards for 7 damage. And this is the answer to the fatigue plan, right?
Yep.
If you don't have the combo in your deck and you don't know how you're going to close the game out, the answer has to be red Evergreen. Just 1 copy of this card in your deck gives you some inevitability, even if it's pretty slow. 2 is usually kind of optimal since you'll, in the really late game, be able to play 1 every turn. But if you attack with this from Arsenal, it goes to the bottom of your deck when the chain closes. Like Wednesday.
Because of this, I don't think that Lath has the option to try and fatigue anymore. Just because of the we already talked about how the gap is closing on the number of cards in deck, and even though it felt like Verdance was going to be starting to run out of those big attacks, well, there's a 7 that comes back around every time. That's the weapon for the game.
Yep.
There's a rock at the bottom of the deck.
There's a rock at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah,
you can cast every other turn once you get towards the end game, and that'll be enough. Especially if you can keep your health total high, which you can with the infinite Everbloom loop. Right, so there's plenty of ways to kind of make this happen. So it is going to be kind of the onus on Damien to actually find a way to kill the Verdance.
I was gonna say, if you're in Damien's seat, you've been, I think, maybe even considering pivoting to fatigue here after Verdance has been spewing cards at a deck so aggressively to preserve life total into your game plan. And then you see with 30 cards already out of your deck, nearly halfway through the pile you presented, and your opponent shows you their first copy of Evergreen. I imagine there's got to be some alarm bells going off for Damien, who has got to be thinking now, how do I actually win this game of Flesh and Blood?
And I tell you what, Ellie, I don't know.
I don't know.
You got to deal 34 more damage. That's all I got to say.
So this 2 steps ahead is, interestingly, one of the ways you can set this up. It'll generate a confidence, which gives you a source of some evasion, something Lath doesn't get easy access to compared to Verdance, compared to Pleades, though Verdance does have more evasive damage with the Arcane. Confidence will let you stack up damage that your opponent has a hard time interacting with, because it makes it harder to block, as you can only give 2 cards. But 34 with 2 Everblooms in the deck is a pretty tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, and I mean, setting up a huge turn, right? This is 6 mites that are going to be waiting to pop on the following turn with a confidence. So this is certainly a way to start pushing some damage over the top. However, as you said, 34 life, it's a bit high. I don't know that we're getting Lath one-shotting someone from 34. I can't claim to say that's not possible. I haven't seen it. But this is exactly what you're going to have to try and do to make this happen now, because the shoe's on the other foot. Now Verdance can actually look to fatigue the Lath, right? It no longer feels like Lath is the one in the position to actually do the fatiguing.
Yeah, I think Damien now has to reconsider his routes to win this game and try to start capitalizing really heavily on those 2 steps ahead. I don't know how many he has left. I think that was the first one we saw. So in the ideal world where he has 2 remaining in the deck, it's possible he can capitalize. He has a big ol' stack of 7 mites on the board right now, with enough pumps, especially following this relatively small turn from Wen here, just Ring of Roses into Waning Moon. It's possible the last card in hand is a Fruits of the Forest. It's also possible that 3 damage was just not a tantalizing enough block for Verdance.
Yeah, now it's just the question of, do you need all 6 of these cards to do something big on this turn with the confidence? Or do you just pay the tax of not letting Ring of Roses trigger? And I'm really curious if this Lath deck can use the 6 cards. I think if a Lath deck can, I mean, it's got to be like the Minnowism versions of Lath that can just spew a bunch of pumps on the table and then send a big attack. And maybe this is how, Ellie, we get the kill from 34. Okay, he's just taking it.
Take the ring. Yeah. So Ring's gonna trigger, generate a Verdance trigger, generate 1 more Arcane.
Show me how you're using all...
Which Damien is now covering with Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
I guess makes sense if he only wants to commit the 1 card.
Never
He
mind.
said, wait, no, that's dumb. I will not be doing this. And following it with Snapback, not a card I have seen in Verdance very much.
Yeah, that one's a bit surprising.
3 Arcane at instant speed, since Arcane damage has been dealt this turn. Or since a Wizard non-attack action has been played this turn.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it, Damien. What do you got? 6 cards, 7 might.
We know one's a
Confidence
Fiddler's
token.
Green. I hope he's not planning on arsenaling that.
No, he's sending that one. He's swinging it.
Okay. Maybe he's playing a Wild Ride and he's hoping to discard it.
Okay,
Nimblism 1. Minnowism.
Minnowism. Sadistic Scowl.
Pitching a yellow in the Fiddler's Green, maybe. Yeah, in the Fiddler's Green. So this is +7, +10, +13, +18, and an Intimidate with a Confidence on it.
Yeah.
Into Short Shrift for 3.
So,
3 + 18. Correct? 3 + 18, so 21 with a Confidence on Crush Discard.
Yep.
Big.
All right. Well. Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted. This is exactly what we were thinking we needed to see. I said show me using 6 cards, and he did, so I can't be mad at that at all. That's a 6-card hand.
Bigger than we thought it was? He's presenting 6, 12, 18, 24, 27. Why would this be 27? I see 7 mites.
I don't think that's correct. 7 might, 10, 13, 18,
7
21.
mites.
21.
Yeah, 21. Certainly not 27. 6, 12, 18, 24, 27. How are we at 21? This should be 3 6s and a 5, correct?
Yeah, it should be 21. 3 6s and a 3. He's just got an extra 6 in there. 18 is 3 6s and then a 3. 21.
Yeah. Damien's first mistake. Put it on the counter.
Yeah.
Chop, chop.
There we go. Can't do math. He probably said 21 and put these dice on the table. That's what's probably happening.
That's 21. Put the dice on the table.
So
big old attack threatening a discard.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he might be adjusting. Okay.
I mean, it's getting the discard because of the confidence as well, right? Like, unless there's just a bunch of mental blocks in hand.
He's using the digital life display.
I told you need an abacus for this guy.
I'm just gonna start bringing like coins, very like objects, paper clips. Put 3 paper clips and some pocket lint on the table and say this is for 32.
You Damien was just being a silly goose and accidentally put an extra dice there, but he got it.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Extra dice from Damien. Says 21, slams 27 on the table.
Talk about bully tactics. But
Rimshotting your own joke is wild.
I'm sorry, I thought this was a free country. Looks like the 2 cards allowed to block here is going to be Barkskin for 1 and then a Pulsing Ether Life for a functional 4, thanks to the embodiment generated by Barkskin. So that's going to be 17 damage taken by Wen, triggering the crush effect of Short Shrift.
Yeah. Take 17, discard a card.
Pretty nasty stuff.
Now do it again. Show me that again.
Yeah, there is kind of like a question, right? Of can you do that twice? Can you do that 3 times to actually close this game, especially with a bunch of life gain in Wen's deck?
Yeah. Because that's a big turn. That's an impressive turn. If your deck does that
It's
a
huge.
lot, like this is a deck that could be in the meta if it's doing this frequently. But because this had an Intimidate on it had a confidence tied it, like this is just disgusting. Like for your opponent to have to deal with that much damage with these like outside factors. Even if you were just doing that damage without the other factors, that already feels like a lot of damage. Though when you really get down to the nitty gritty of a 6-card 21, it's actually sounds a little bit more pathetic. But with the additional having the Intimidate, having the crush effect, it gets really crazy.
A 6-card 21 is yeah. On its face, a 6-card 21 is only 3 points above 8 if you're assuming each card is worth 3. But yeah, there is kind of that implied value generated by the crush effect, presuming that the card your opponent discards is worth 3. The evasion is meaningful, but not necessarily worth value on its own, especially when Verdance is so high on life that it doesn't necessarily affect the game state by so much. Ooh. Looks like in
Okay.
response to the embodiment trigger, Damien is going to leave Wen hanging.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get aggressive now.
Nasty timing window on Embodiment of Earth. I remember playing a
yeah.
whole bunch of Briar Icelander responding to your Embodiment of Earth with Channel Lake Frigid, getting just full maximum disruption value because it triggers on your action phase, not your start of turn phase. Brutal stuff.
You just have to cry a little bit. It just is what it is.
Don't let anyone convince you there isn't crying in baseball.
Exactly. There's so much crying in baseball.
Looks like a full skip of Wen's turn. Maybe there was a 2-card play there. I believe we saw a Cadaverous Tilling about to hit the table, and Damien said, wait, hold up. Back over to Damien. Curious.
Yeah, and that's all he says because you have to leave him hanging, right? So you just say,
you have to
hold
leave
up.
them hanging.
Hold up.
You do have to leave them hanging. Hold up.
Hold
Give me 2 turns.
Hold up.
Okay. Escalate Violence. Lath ability
Respond.
activated in response. So we're going to end up with 4 tokens on the table here. And another 2 steps ahead in the pitch zone.
Okay.
Curious if we'll actually get to that in a second cycle. Or maybe it was just the only resource card Damien had available to make this turn happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is still +8 on the next turn. I assume this is something meaningful getting shipped to the arsenal.
For sure. You're definitely still looking for those confidences if you want to close.
Yeah, 21 would still be able to push above blocks if you can match that power, but the question of how often can this deck actually get there? You know, this is +8 this time out the gates, which is close to what we were seeing last time. It looks like he skipped
said
Arsenal,
something
right?
meaningful, yeah, but I think Damien just skipped Arsenal there. And now Wen is playing a Summer's Fall and putting that aura that leave them hanging on the bottom of Damien's deck.
Right next to 2 steps ahead, just pitch stacking it for Damien.
Yeah, he said, all right, man. I understand that you're struggling with this pitch stacking business, so I'll go ahead and do it for you. I'm a nice guy. Everyone on Team Blue Pinch is so kind. Snapping off take 6.
All right, so I guess the hand's still functional with just the +4 here. Terrace Under. This card also just feels so illegal in Lath sometimes, right? With all of the buffs that you're being able to put onto the target of this.
For sure. Revolting gesture. So this is +1, +4, 5, +3, 8, and then short shrift for functionally base 3. So 11 on hit, discard 2. On crush, discard 3. Not quite as massive and evasive as the confidence.
It's Dominate,
21,
though.
but it does have Dominate. Dominate is weird. I guess when all the armor is off the board, Dominate is very different. Dominate is like in some ways less premium against the Earth decks.
Yeah, but I think in this position, it is now nightmarish.
Yeah,
to have to deal with
it's
Dominate.
Definitely way better for sure.
Yeah. But I agree with you, right? When you've got things like Barkskin, Dominate starts to feel a little worse. Especially, you just tuck a D-React in Arsenal. You got 1 block with your Barkskin and a non-attack, and slam that D-React, and you might be able to reach some great heights. But 11 is also a big number to try and cover up when it's dominated, regardless of the fridge. Well, not regardless of the fridge. I play Levia. I put my Carrion Husk. I say, haha.
My get out of jail free card. My Monopoly get out of jail free card.
Yep.
At all times. Yeah, I suspect this won't crush if Wen has anything to say about it.
Yeah, but even if you prevent the crush,
it'll connect.
Yeah, discard 2 is still pretty brutal.
The nastier of the 2. I guess he would need double D-React, but we haven't seen many carapaces out of Wen, or sinks, or shelters, for that matter. Yeah, there's one.
There's one. We got the second in the arsenal to try and deny this, so you get to keep 1 card.
Possible.
Or just
he's playing it as an instant.
Yeah.
I guess he would have lost the card anyways. That does make sense.
Yeah, he's getting crushed, so he's going to lose 7, going to lose the hand, so you might as well just gain the 1 life. Though, doesn't Yeah, never mind. Just the instant side.
Yeah, just the instant side, so it's won't turn on Waning Moon.
Yeah,
Thankfully, just
exactly.
quote unquote a blue photon splicing hitting the bin, so just a blue block 3. Nothing more significant than that to the deck. I believe Damien is now behind on cards, 23 in deck to Wen's 26.
But he has been able to show that he's kind of able to get over the top, push the damage. We've got Verdance down on 13, but it is with Ring of Roses in play, which can always change those numbers up when you're trying to close out the game. And she's just gaining a little bit each turn, just gaining a point here or there. And eventually you get to this stage of the game where you actually just can't close. And the question is does Lath, just by having the virtue of an extra card, get around those kind of end games by being able to AB through it and deny the fact that this Ring of Roses can gain so much extra life?
Yeah, but right now, Lath is 8 life ahead, so he only has AB2.
True. That's a great point. So any bigger spells are going to get completely over the top regardless. I mean, I guess it's only ever AB5, so the 6s are always going to tap you
Always
for
going
a
to
little
push you
bit.
over and trigger
Yeah.
Ring, yeah. Barring Oasis Respite or anything
Of course,
to that effect. Which does seem like a bit of a Lath staple. Again, anything that is reliably 4 points. I know Steadfast is a pretty common card in some of these early Lath builds. Oasis Respite, Blessing of Serenity, though that one only covers physical damage. What a ways to prevent damage because those effects don't get halved as opposed to your blocking cards. So things that are on rate end up so premium.
Especially nice with the ones like Oasis, the 1 cost that can combo with the Lath ability, or a 2 cost that can combo with the shield.
Yep.
Damien trying to solve the 6-card hand.
Imposing Visage gonna help out a little bit. Maybe we're gonna go get a Leave Them Hanging. Probably checking the bin to make sure what options are still available and legal.
Has to be a 0 cost.
Yeah, looks like only 3
pitch.
was paired. 2 steps ahead makes a lot of sense. I think this is more or less your win condition. 3 mites and a confidence.
Yeah, getting to play 2 steps ahead with Go again is quite good.
Yeah. Leave your opponent with 6 cards and they put 2 steps ahead and edge of their seats on the table. You're definitely not the happiest camper. And a Cruel Ambition. That is quite a bit of setup for Damien here.
What's the last card, or is it just setting up even more? Okay, keeping the last card. Leaving Verdance with a 5-card hand, but we saw all those Scar for the Scars, unless we're already back to the one that got put back in from the Everbloom, then this is going to be really tough to convert all 5 cards for this Verdance. Yeah, starts with just a Light Up Pleades.
Definitely going to connect. Actually, 4 arcane damage, deterministically going to connect without the help of an Oasis Respite in Damien's hand, which will trigger Ring of Roses and generate another arcane ping. And I imagine we're going to see a Waning Moon activation with 2 more in one's hand.
Yeah, I mean, the question is there something like a Fruits? You know, if you can get a Yum Yum, heal up a little bit, cast the Waning Moon. Actually feels pretty nice that you were left with the 5 cards. Just try and gain a little bit more life, chip a little bit more at the Lath, and hopefully run away from these big auras that have been slammed on the ground in the 6-card hand coming back. Because the last time it was 21 with evasion. This time it is evasion once again with the 2 steps ahead, getting the confidence token. And that is something you have to be looking out for at this low of a life total. Is can Damien just push over the top where 13 is just guaranteed to leak?
It's interesting. There are a lot of things that could be super punishing on this turn cycle. Something like a Summer's Fall, Cut Through the Facade. A lot of on hits that could be a lot nastier. This Light Up the Leaves is definitely obnoxious in the sense that it's a lot of value for when, but it isn't necessarily directly threatening Damien's setup. It's going to be 2 more turns until Damien gets to cash out this 2 steps ahead plus edge of their seats. So a little bit of time has to pass. Damien's not really capable of accelerating it as he has presented Null Rune Gloves and is not Pleades. You know, Lath has access to Attention Grabbers, which can remove a counter from something. But not on the board. that arcane barrier tax being paid. The snapback coming in clutch here, though would be much clutcher if there was a blue in the hand to power a waning moon, as a red light up the leaves is going to pay for the snapback. Third one functionally out of the picture as it's going to the bottom of Wen's deck here.
Right, couple of triggers to start the turn. The mites trigger. 2 steps ahead, going to line up with the edge of their seats. There's going to be 3 mites, confidence, and then another +3 on the next turn. But need to find a little bit of pressure on this one to make sure that you can give yourself the space to keep a large hand and send through another one of those huge evasive attacks. I mean, if they're as big as 21 with the confidence, you really need 2 per game, and you're probably going to be able to tap in a win.
Speaking of, here comes a revolting gesture to generate another mite. So that's 4 on the table for Damien, as well as 3 mites having triggered this turn.
Yeah, +6 going
battered,
on to
beaten, and broken.
Yeah?
He
All right.
definitely controls 3 auras. I believe he currently controls 1, 5, 6, 7 auras. So this will pretty handily be online. So this is coming in for 3, 6, 10 on hit. Destroy the intimidated card. Probably just going to buy the whole hand from Wen, and then it's possible it still connects. I don't think Wen's Arsenal is a D-React. It's been there for a few turns.
Yeah, I'm curious. It was hopeless to cover the discard effects that were coming through from the dominated Terra Sunder turn. And so there's always a chance that, this was a D-React and it was waiting for a chance to actually cover something like a meaningful on-hit. But I'm also with you where it's just been there for so long, I don't really feel like it's a D-React.
I feel like it would have gotten cashed out at some point, but maybe not, maybe not. 10 damage on offer. Quite a bit of Wen's remaining life total. Definitely a fair bit of life gain in the Verdance deck, especially with that Ring of Roses set up on the board. But with a confidence and a whole bunch of setup on the board, you gotta be conscious to not just die before you're capable of gaining that life. Definitely a tough spot for Wen. It's possible that he just needs to fold the whole hand here to not die. But unless he has a D-React, it looks like it's likely he still loses this intimidated card and therefore loses his full turn.
Yep. Can't cover 10 with the 4. D-React and Arsenal would save the day, but certainly not what we think is there.
Given how long Wen has been thinking, I can't fathom this as a D-React. Would have
Yeah, I
made the
agree.
math a lot easier.
This is a bunch of 2 blocks as well. But I think we're past a lot of the 2 blocks. Most of it's just the 3 blocks left in the deck.
Yeah, we're out of
like Evergreen and the
there might be it's
the
possible
Yum-Yum?
there's 3 Evergreen. We've seen 2. Okay, looking like a block 3 takes 7. Lose the intimidated card. Oh, Command and Conquer is not what you want to see go when your opponent has a huge stack of setup here. You really need to be able to force Damien to do some blocking, and losing that CNC is a pretty fortunate sequence of events with the way that Intimidate is lined up.
That's going to be going into next turn +8 for Damien. 5 might plus the +3 from the aura.
Damien burning the candle at both ends here.
Tilling.
Only 17 cards left in his deck. Tilling coming in for 8, but it's not disruptive.
I haven't bothered tracking Damien's pitch at all, but we might be getting to that bully tactics. And that would be pretty nasty to follow up with this huge stack that he's got coming in.
Looks like, yeah, looks like Wen just decomposing 2 Earth cards. Was a little curious there. It seemed like there was a bit of cantankering on how to properly decompose there. It is half of Damien's present life total, and taking it will still not turn on the ability of Skullcap. So I imagine Damien's just going to consider how his hand converts with all this setup. You're definitely glad to not see the Scour. If Scour lines up, this game is just over.
Oh, yeah, Scour on this turn goes crazy.
Yeah, blow up 5 mites and a confidence. It's brutal. Definitely hasn't lined up that way. Ooh, I'll leave them hanging blocking. So this is just 4 block. taking 4. And then
It's a
all
4-card
these
hand to go with
top.
this.
Definitely a lot of action on Mr. Riggins' side of the table. Curious to see how this gets converted. Sadistic Scowl, just like the last big setup. This is a +5 and an Intimidate.
The +13 on this attack.
And a Confidence. This may be the knockout punch.
I think it is. I think it's very likely. It's going to be really tough to cover this. We haven't seen block cards, right? The mental blocks seem like they've been phased out of the deck. Even then, I don't think that's really helping you that much.
Yeah, mental block is 2 block. You know, if you have you wish you were Florian, really, and you had access to like Haunting Rendition. Covering up 4 is a blessing on those huge confidence attacks.
D-reacts don't help you out at all into the confidence anyways.
I mean, they help in that they block 4 instead of 3, but you're still capping out at 8. This is these confidence tokens are a pretty clear indication of why Talk a Big Game got banned. I remember when they banned Talk a Big Game, people were kind of like, oh, what was the thing from Super Slam that made it so messed up? And it's like, it's already been spoiled, man. Those confidence tokens just put a hard cap on how much you're capable of covering up. When really chewing on his options here. Gotta see if he has any outs to this +15 attack. Gonna pitch a heart. Card doesn't block anyways, so it makes sense to get out of the hand. Storm Striders. Gaining a life.
Yeah, what we got?
Pulsing Ether. This will also gain some life.
Okay, Damien's just gonna pay.
Yeah, pretty glad to just cover up AB here. Ring of Roses does not. Oh, it does. Ring of Roses triggers, but a Verdance trigger won't be generated.
Right.
Okay.
So he'll heal for 1.
Yes. One will go to 10, and then get Intimidated. Looks like the Storm Striders were just used as a please don't kill me measure.
And it's possible to save him here, but what's the attack gonna be?
Bully tactics, double Intimidate! There's no way out!
There it is. That's just gonna be the rest of the cards gone. Bully tactics for 16. Where's your hand? Has confidence as well for good measure. We were wondering where that bully tactics was coming back up, and I think it had and got shoved in the arsenal, ready to go.
Yeah, I think he just held it there. Sadistic Scowl, Confidence, 5 mites, and Edge of their seats, so 8. Yeah, +13. Absolutely gigantic. Gaining some life in response, but I think he's still dead.
Yeah, just 2 big swings from Lath, and it takes down Verdance. He said he was going to have trouble with the matchup, wasn't worried about potions, and there weren't any potions even brought in. Just gotta punch Verdance in the mouth, try and push your way through.
That was on multiple axes, that was just not even close to the game I thought it was going to be. I think we kind of expected something long, something involving a Verdance combo. Wen didn't seem to have presented the combo. Damien looked like he was kind of ready to play into that combo setup and then just kind of pivoted away, I imagine, once he saw... Is that true, Damien? You mentioned kind of having a plan for the combo. Did you just kind of pivot away?
So halfway through the game, I was like, this guy does not play potions. Oh no. Okay, let's pivot.
Yeah, okay.
The moment I realized that potions weren't on the table anymore, I started blocking more. I started extended the game a little bit more. And then the moment I saw Evergreen, I said, all right, let's stop doing that.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you started to fall a fair bit behind on fatigue math. Actually, by the end, you had fewer cards in your deck than Wen did.
Yeah, I know from experience that Linus can't fatigue anybody. His
Yeah,
deck
that makes
can't do
sense.
it. You could load like 80 cards and you'll still get fatigued by a wizard like Verdance because your card's blocking 2 and how much like non-threat density you have in your deck or how much you have to block and your cards don't block it and it's just stuff like that.
Yeah, especially like the nimblisms they're really punishing.
And when the game plan into Lath, though, deciding to not go a potions plan, this is just like a mid-range heavy, but you still have the evergreens to make sure that the fatigue math was good. Is that something that you felt has worked better into Lath, or in general have you been just straying away from the potions plan in Verdance?
Actually, I think the potion plan right now is using my head equipment, the plum. So the combo is very hard to get.
Yeah, because you have to pitch stack all 3 rampants.
That makes sense.
So and the Lath is if he get all 5 hands to play every turn, so if get very huge, I can block all the times. Yeah, because that if you can see that time, that turn he played attack for 21. So yeah, I think I can block all the time. So
yeah, that makes sense.
That does make sense. The
I have
21
to
lose
play,
your whole hand was pretty nasty.
Yeah, I have to play the mid-range plan. So
I was
and
yeah,
because the mid-range plan maybe the Guardians still have the chance to fatigue me, so I decided to play Evergreen instead.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. And you would have won on fatigue math for sure. That was certainly going to happen. Is if it wasn't for the 2 big, massive attacks that were unblockable.
I do have a contingency for Evergreen, but it requires me to pitch tech, and I still had it in the deck. But how I deal with the potion play, we were talking about this in the middle of the game. I said, "Why didn't you play potions with me?" By the way, in the middle of the game, and he mentioned plume and stuff, and my counterplay is to just pitch my Tarot Sunders, pitch my cut a long story shorts, and my short shifts,
try to disrupt them as they get back to the combo.
Yeah, and also I try to arsenal leave them hanging because when they break their first potion, in response before they gain a life, you can cast leave them hanging, and if they don't respond with their rampant growths, then they might get one intimidated away, and that's like ruins their whole combo.
That makes a lot of sense. I know you can do I was talking to Yuki about it. You can kind of do a similar thing in your Acilio matchup is just wait for them to put Volzar on the sack and you're like, wait.
I think the real like backbreaker in that game was when he made an embodiment of Earth. I said, wait, stop, don't do anything. You have an embodiment of Earth.
Yeah. That timing window is brutal.
Yeah. If that time if he in team the red card, so I still can play my Arsenal's tilting, so
that would have been really nice.
I still get the chance to solve the hands.
Yeah, because it didn't really matter what you were doing. I needed to cast and leave them hanging that turn because my hand needed to create the mites with that blue card that makes all the that card's crazy. The one that makes 3 mites when you play if you have a mite. Yeah, so I needed to stack.
Escalate violence.
No, escalate. Yeah, because you need to stack your mites and your suspend ores together because it's really bad to spread them out in certain matchups. So you have to like keep track of them.
Yeah. I think Pleades kind of has a similar thing where you really have to. I think both the Guardians and Super Slam are all about like I'm either hitting you kind of hard every turn or I'm playing for like 2 big turns that win me the game.
Yeah, and it felt like this game had to be 2 big turns from Lath, or else Verdance was definitely getting there.
For sure. I believe that brings the score to 2-2. Pretty sick game. Thank y'all. That was actually a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks guys for the game. I know we've got another one coming up in just a second. We got Bolton versus Tough Nut Ellie as our next matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing people get to see the power of a Battlefield Beacon. Really, really sick card. I think Bolton's looking quite promising, but I always think Bolton's looking quite promising. So maybe Pudding can prove us all wrong.
All right. Well, thank you, Damien and Wen. We'll be moving on to this next matchup here in just a sec. Ellie, we've been wanting to see Bolton. We've been wanting to see this deck. Josh Lau, an OG Bolton, OG Warrior.
Yeah.
And then
I'm I'm stoked about it. I'm really stoked. I have like absolutely no clue what his deck looks like. So
Yeah.
I'll get to kind of find out in real time.
Have you seen the new card, Ellie? Did you see it?
No, actually. What's it say? What's it say?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There's a lot of text on that card.
Weird. Weird.
I remember that new Bolton card's really good. I didn't think about it too much, but Josh played it against me earlier, I watched him play it against us earlier, and he selected the same mode multiple times, and I was like, I didn't even read that part of the card. The card's crazy.
Yeah.
It's correct. All right, Damien, how good's this Bolton deck then? You played against it? How good is this?
It looked really smooth from the way I was looking at it. Also, Josh is really good at Bolton, so you know.
Of course. All right.
It was a pleasure playing. I'll see you guys later.
All right, let's jump right into game. Josh Lau on Bolton versus Pudding Tam on the Tough Nut. And Rock presented once more, Ellie.
Yeah, both of the Tough Nuts we've seen tonight have been on Rock. It's pretty interesting. My friend and local Clay DeAngelis has been on a romping club heavy list, which is what I have largely been playing into. And I think it's a lot more resilient to your opponent maybe not letting you convert fully on defensive, which we definitely saw come up in the Lath Tough Nut game earlier. There was some amount of complexities involved when Tough Nut wasn't attacked and couldn't clear the hand. And Romping Club presents a bit of a simpler option. You know, if you flip a yellow 6, it's still a 1-card 5, coming in for 4 and generating a toughness. But Rock definitely has the higher ceiling of the decks.
Absolutely. If you're able to get the go again into the Rock, it is, backbreaking, as it is when you get hit by a Rock this big. We do have just the toughness generation on the first turn. And Josh is going to start things off with an Express Lightning, charging a Banneret of Gallantry. Exactly the kind of start that you want to see.
Yeah, definitely about as optimal as it gets. You might want to see something like Light the Way, something that has like natural go again. But Tough Nut's pretty content to do some blocking, so Light the Way may not be that impactful to begin with. If I was Josh, I definitely wish I had something like a Courageous Steel Hand in my hand here. Just kind of push this over to 7. 3-card 7, not the craziest thing ever, but gets a card in your soul, gets some damage through, and leaves a Quicken on the board to set up for your next turn. Looks like it is just going to be 4 damage taken and an Arsenal for Josh, but he has a Quicken, card and soul, and 5 cards to work with, so barring some disruption, I imagine some cooking is going to occur going into his next turn. Something
and even with the toughness, annoying to block that 4, right? Because a lot of toughness cards are going to just be attacks. And so putting that in front of the Express Lightning would just give it that +1.
Yeah, you definitely deny people a lot of blocking value with Bolton's a hero ability. That is never up for debate so much as the
everything else.
Yeah, so much as the everything else about Bolton's hero ability sometimes. I think, but yeah, denying Tough Nut's toughness value is definitely a very real interaction in this matchup. And another really real interaction in this matchup is Scowling Fleshbag can be really punishing when you go for your big V turns. If they decide to snap it off, they can snipe a card out of your hand on a turn that you've, basically invested multiple cards into already and save themselves 5 or 6 value with the hat. So you usually want to find Spirit of Irina very quickly. Often you'll even beacon for it in this matchup just to have an out to play around Scowling Fleshbag because it can dunk on your turn so hard.
See the Tough Nut activation right away. There was a Scabs roll, so this is deciding to not give Express Lightning go again and keep a bigger hand that actually wanted to roll Scabs instead, it seems like, from Pudding. So just gonna rip the Tough Nut activation first. Only have 1 action point, but lead with speed. Going to be in this deck to try and get some more agility gen.
Yeah, so maybe Pudding looking to go a little wider.
Yeah, Thick Hide Hunter, which is another, brute card that's great when it's blocking as the last card in your hand, getting that full 6 value.
Yeah, sending out a Good-Natured Brutality for 10. Why is this 10?
Gauntlets.
Understood.
Got there at the same time.
Yeah, those are a wild piece of equipment. Josh stepping up the block with a Valiant Thrust. Definitely one of the things I was curious about is if he was playing very many costed cards in his Bolton deck. I have definitely drifted really far away from the Valiant Thrust type cards because even though Battlefield Beacon is capable of generating some vigors for you, I find it a little inconsistent to, you know, make a vigor and then just hope you draw a 1 cost. You can definitely sit on them in Arsenal, but it creates different problems. I think it's a much higher ceiling but lower consistency kind of Bolton deck, and we are, you know, maybe perhaps as a result of that, with no resources to be found on this turn, we're seeing him both block and charge a Valiant Thrust. Definitely the hand probably not lining up exactly the way Josh wants it to.
Yep. So instead, a charge that feels it's not unnecessary because you still need to just like build up soul to get the really big turns later on, especially the new card. You know, you'd love to be expending multiple cards from soul in your single turn. Plus the quicken already being there, so this is still going to get to be 4 into something else plus Arsenal. If that ends up being the play from Josh, so easy enough.
No hero stands alone. Gonna clash. Already blocking 4, and they're going to clash when this attacks. Thankfully, a Bolton hero ability was not necessary to keep this turn going. Otherwise, this card getting -3 could be extremely catastrophic for Josh. This is going to go down to 1, so he's functionally blocked 7 on 4 here. I believe Josh's top deck was a red Beaming Bravado, one of the more premium chargers available.
This is just block 4, right? Am I missing some math on this?
It gives the attack -3.
Oh well, yeah. Function, yeah.
So
okay,
functionally blocking.
Yeah.
He's literally blocking 4, but it's a functional block of 7.
Got it. Understood.
But it already is going in from the quicken, so not particularly relevant.
I'm just RPing his tough nut. I have 3 intellect, so don't worry about it.
Oh, it's okay. Me too. Me too.
All right, what's the follow up from Josh?
Gonna be Lumina Ascension.
All right, Lumina.
4.
First rating for 4.
You're definitely glad to see the No Hero Stands Alone blocked with before you play the Lumina Ascension. That can be a huge blowout.
It's still a toughness out here, so can look to try and cover, but 4 we talked about is already being kind of an annoying number. Even with that, when you have the toughness, it pumps it to 5, so it just kind of sneaks over the top.
Yeah,
gonna have to fully block this.
Some armor here. Coming in for 4 a second time from the second swing provided by Lumina Ascension. Chewing up a whole ton of armor here. And Josh is giving it go again. Last card is an Illuminate for 4.
Oh, perfect.
More than likely going to connect.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful, right? So you expend all this soul. You're not getting any back from the Lumina's Ascension, but you do just get to put the Illuminate back into your soul to recharge. So really nice turn from Josh.
Chewed up a whole bunch of tough nuts.
Oh, yeah.
That 6 armor shove can be really frustrating with how belligerent brutes get to be on occasion, but chewing all that up definitely puts you in a good position. However, putting as a rock.
Yeah, it eats the agility, but this does get to be the effective 1 card 7. It's a 0 card 7, but you kind of have to count Tough Nuts' ability as being a card.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like, see, I see the 3 intellect as upside because basically the 4th card slot in your hand is just completely unassailable. You can't be forced to discard it. You can't be, you know, you can't get Bonds of Agony, well, for multiple reasons now, but, you know, cards like that can't take your last card away. You always get to play something, which can be really significant as Tough Nut, which is also something I think very highly of with that Rumping Club build I mentioned earlier. You know, very, very effective at making it a lot easier for you to always have something to send. Tunic also smooths that out a lot, both with Rock and Club. Oh, there's a spicy inclusion. Prayer of Bologna. Gonna flip the top card of the deck. If it's yellow, Josh may charge, put it into his hand, and then charge. It is yellow. It is via the Vanguard. Thankfully, you don't have to charge that exact card because you definitely don't want to put the V into your soul. That's one of the best cards in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what the other card is. You just charge it in Sway Grade, and that seems pretty good to me.
It is a Battlefield Beacon.
Ooh, so 2 very good cards.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the Bolton classic with your effects like Prayer and Lumina. There's a lot of like flipping the top card of your deck, and there's just some amount of good old card game variance where you end up putting some of your best cards in your deck into your soul as a result of Prayer, Lumina. It just kind of happens.
Interestingly, this is the turn that Josh did just use Tunic and still chooses to keep the V instead of the 0-cost Battlefield Beacon. But of course, V is really such a big power card for Bolton.
Yeah, it's worth so much. It both gets you really far ahead on Soul and generates a shitload of value by buffing your whole combat chain by X, where X is the number of light cards charged to it. Also, even though he already used his Tunic counter, I think it's just a lot of the time I think V is capable of being the best card in the deck. Lumina Ascension is the one everybody knows and loves, but V is the unsung hero that is very much capable of carrying the whole deck on his shoulders.
Considering blocks on this Raiden, it being at 5 does let 2 3 blocks be a pretty clean cover.
Yep, will go up to 6. Won't matter. Looked like Pudding had an energetic impact in hand, so if he has a 6 he'd like to block with, it definitely lines up well. Looks like a vigorous smash up getting blocked with here at minimum. So going to clash for a vigor, and then the owner of vigorous smash up is allowed to put the card revealed to the clash to the bottom of their deck. Looks like they are going to clash. Disarm versus Battlefield Beacon. So Tough Nut wins this one, getting a vigor. And taking 3 damage.
That'd be a crazy one to win for Bolton with that V going to Arsenal.
Yeah, right. You just flip the Celestial Cataclysm, and they're just like, oh.
So Tunic up for Tough Nut. Still just going to be a Tough Nut activation out the gates.
Yeah, he knew what the card was. It's a yellow 6 that's going to generate a toughness. So that is 3 resources floating, thanks to that vigor, with 3 cards to work with. Curious if we'll see, since the crowd has cheered, thanks to flipping the 6, curious if we'll see something to the effect of Jaws of Victory on this turn. Some go again. Ooh, Buck Wild is a pretty interesting inclusion here, especially yellow Buck Wild. But there is a 6 in the pitch zone, so this does gain go again. This kind of looks like a Prism deck with the way it's mostly just yellows and blues.
Tough Nut is Prism.
Tough Nut is Prism's worst nightmare.
That's pretty true.
Infinite
Proppers, Unpreventable Rock. Yeah.
Yeah. Scab skins to get out of jail with ALS. 6 go again on offer. 2 cards still to work with for for Pudding. Josh has 5 cards to work with, but has some pretty real damage being sent his way.
Yeah, I wonder if we end up getting any equipment shove. I wonder if there's like what this hand is from Josh, if it's able to start sending V, or if he can start slowing things down, wait for his Tunic counter, and just have a big pop-off turn.
Yeah,
Tough Nut's going to do mostly predictable damage and not too many on-hits, right? So it's definitely room for Josh to slow things down.
Believe that's the 3rd copy of that new spoiler card already gone. 1 block, I think 2 blocked with and 1 charged away. So I think all but 1 of Battlefield Beacon are out of this game. Oh. Sure. So what happened here? I was also like, how did he pitch into Rock? What Pudding did here is pitch a blue to activate Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex.
Yeah.
And then swing Rock using the Tunic counter for 8. Josh just folding the whole hand. And drawing 4 and passing.
This is the thing. I mean, slow it down. Play for that V. I mean, we talked about how good V is, and really, is Tough Nut going to be able to actually punish Josh for playing slow? I'm actually not confident that this Tough Nut deck can like completely utilize its hand every single turn. It does have all this agility to try and do so, right? To try and make sure that the hand can be used. But Bolton
Scabs
blocks
is
pretty
kinda-
well.
You do always have the way out in the form of Scab Skin Leathers. You know, if your opponent forces you to convert, you don't necessarily draw any agility generation or go again. You can put your fate on the roll of a dice. This is another card I like a lot in Tough Nut. Visit the Boneyard. Puts a card with 6 or more power from your graveyard on top of your deck, then generates a vigor, so both smooths out some of your rock turns and helps you guarantee getting that toughness, as well as smoothing out your Tough Nut activation.
So now if with this agility, if you can pitch the card in hand into an attack, or better yet, Song of Sinew.
Yeah, looks like it's just gonna be the Song of Sinew hitting. Oh man, 3
3?
6s.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 blue 6s between Wind Up the Crowd and Wrecker Romp.
So it's gonna be
Next
rock
attack
for
has
10.
+3 and go again.
Yeah. You
Putting his
guarantee
vigor
your
forward
rock, right?
for
Because you get to order this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rock for 10. But this is still, kind of the same thing, right? Where it's like, if Josh wants to just block out and keep playing slow, kind of entitled to do so. It's just 10 damage coming his way.
For sure. Fatigue is a very real consideration with Tough Nut. Josh is about 10 cards behind in terms of deck damage, putting with 49 in deck to Josh's 40.
Yeah, it just has to make sure if Josh decides to take this damage, the turns he's setting up are worth it, right? The V has to be a huge turn. He has to look for the Luminous. Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a challenge for Tough Nut with matchups like this if Bolton just keeps his foot on the gas, where once Bolton chews through that big old fridge that brutes get access to, life gets a lot harder for you as the brute, because a lot of these on hits start finding their way over, especially with Bolton's hero ability. So I'm a little curious what Josh's approach is here. Maybe he's setting up just, for that via the Vanguard, but maybe looking for a very specific set of cards in his hand, playing very, very fair, very slow, very mid-rangey.
Yeah, Bolting Blade, Take Flight, Bolt of Carriage. I mean, Take Flight, kind of a tough keep when you already have the V, but I guess it's pitching a yellow. You get to do both.
Yeah, just gonna fold it here. If you what you're really looking for is 2 white cards and a Bolting Blade if you have a Via the Vanguard setup. I can't imagine Josh is particularly excited to be blocking this hand away, but he may just not have very much choice.
Oh, wow. This Crowd Goes Wild got to be the fall. I did not expect a second attack to be able to come through after the rock, but Crowd Goes Wild, because if you've been cheered, it costs 3 less, which for Tough Nut, I feel like these opportunities to get that off doesn't come up that frequently. Rock being the lead attack, followed up by something else, is not the most common.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's what him empty his hand out. Also conceals a lot of information. Hitting a 6 on Scabs! We talked about how it is your way out of your opponent forcing you to convert, and sometimes the dice line up the way you want and need them to, giving you 3 action points functionally for free to use to pressure your opponent who has been blocking and trying to set up. Josh has been waiting for a good opportunity to play out this via the Vanguard, and he may find those opportunities dashed a little bit, those dreams dashed just a bit, by a huge amount of damage that he may just be forced to block, as he's already a little bit behind with Tough Nut nearly at 30.
Right, responding to the disarm so that you can get an extra toughness token going into the next turn. Try and improve your blocks.
Yeah, he knows Josh has that via the Vanguard. It was revealed to Prayer. So he definitely gets to punish this setup a bit. And if he can empty this last card out of his hand, this could be really tough for Josh. Josh going to cash in that Helm of Halo's Grace, looks like.
Another attack into a rock here would be crazy. I don't know if that's possible. I guess, actually, it could be the exact same. It could be a Crowd Goes Wild again.
Yeah, Crowd Goes Wild.
It would be free?
Would be wild here. Josh blocking with the hat, charging away a Banneret of Gallantry, and making a Quicken token. Looks like he's taking 4 here.
Activate Tyrannical. 3 floating. Crowd goes wild. Oh, okay. Wind up the crowd.
I believe
Discarded.
He's discarding it. Yeah, discarding wind up the crowd, making a 3rd toughness and a vigor. If putting draws into a disarm, that via the Vanguard turn could get very thoroughly shut down. And I think kind of the problem with this approach Josh is taking to this matchup is that he's taken so much damage and is looking to take more to set up for this via the Vanguard turn. But because he hasn't been putting the pressure on putting, he still has that Scowling Flesh Bag on the board. So this V turn is just not going to be as explosive as he'd like it to be. With no Spirit to play Lumina Ascension in response to the Intimidate, he just has to step on that rake.
Yeah, it feels really tough as well because 3 toughness tokens for Tough Nut, right? You're struggling. This is where you want to block. You want to be like, oh, you made 3 toughness tokens? All right, I'll block out. We'll go next. But instead, he's kind of forced to keep this full hand, try and go crazy and actually turn things around. 3 cards in Soul via the Vanguard in Arsenal. Tunic counter available. What can he put together?
This is a V charge 2. So this is coming in for 5 with Go again, and the whole combat chain has +2. More than likely going to lose one of those cards to the Scowling Flesh Bag block. He is 15 life behind. This turn needs to be absolutely colossal, and I just don't see the way it's supposed to be with that bag still on the board.
Just take away one of the cards.
Yeah, reading the writing on the wall and saying, you invested your whole game plan into this turn. I'm going to tell you to go home.
Crazy thing is, too, is like the next attack for 5 or whatever that comes in just gets covered by a single card. The toughness will put the block up to 6. Even with the pump from Bolton, it'll just get covered.
It's possible. Something like Snatch could very easily come over the top.
That's fair, but there's, that'll steal 1 last point of armor.
Definitely curious what cards Josh had to work with here. You're hoping that your last card is a 7, either in the form of Bolting Blade or Celestial Cataclysm.
Let me grab a drink.
Yeah, we fired Josh. Honorary card guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a small timer.
Where is your warpath? There you are. So I need to bring in 7 cards.
All right, everybody on that's watching at the stream, we are working on a fix. We actually have a very creative fix, and we're just gonna we're gonna run with it because this is what sometimes you just have to work with what life gives you. All right, so let me. Oh my god, I have to like make all the scenes. Man. We have a very creative solution, so just hang tight, everybody. All right, I should go tell Pudding what's going on.
Yeah, that is probably smart.
Yeah, I'll be back. All right, Pudding loves our idea, so
there you go.
Let's just ship it.
Sounds good. So Josh, are you casting with me then?
Yes.
Or is Ellie casting her own gameplay?
No,
Yeah, I
no, no.
cast my own Bolton gameplay. This ain't is sick. Okay. I'll go get in there with pudding.
All right, let's see here. All right. Oh no, it's not gonna let me turn my camera on unless I shut down OBS. Oh my god. Discord, don't do this.
Can you make the virtual camera, or is your OBS in general just not liking your camera right now?
Let's see here.
Actually, you probably can't do the virtual cam.
Yeah.
Can you not just directly put your camera into OBS? Though?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I have to do. But you won't see me. But I guess that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So let's see here. We're gonna. Let's see. Window capture. Oh man. Oh boy. Okay, we got you there, and we can have me very soon. Oh boy. All right. All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. The emergency play that we're going to make is I'm going to sit out and cast the game because I have all the Showmatch graphics. Basically, my brother's internet whole power went out, so the stream died, the lobby died. So I'm going to jump in the booth here with cast, and you might be asking, well, then who's going to play the game? Who's going to play pudding? Well, it just so happened to be a very, very qualified Bolton player that was casting. So Ellie will be playing, and I will be casting. So that's what's going to happen.
I'll translate. It was going really bad for Josh. He wasn't playing well at all, so he unplugged his brother's router so that we could swap Ellie in.
Exactly. That's totally, I'm actually reviled.
100%.
So, you know.
Yeah, he's reviled. He's playing on theme with the set, right? We got Ellie from the top rope coming in. And this was supposed to be a 1v1. Now it's a 2v1 against Pudding.
They're never going to let me live this down. Oh, boy. All right, let's see if I can capture TTS. All right, so
we know exactly who in this show match is reviled and who is revered.
Yep.
Blue revered.
Yep, indeed. All right, so oh man. Okay, hold on. I have to change my desktop resolution to make or you guys are gonna have to suffer with widescreen. So all right, let me change my desktop resolution. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. Okay, looks okay. Now I can relaunch TTS in 16:9. All right, we should have the game very, very, very soon.
Fuck it, we're doing it live, you know?
Yep. We are doing it live. Okay, so we are in the game now. All right. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, let's just give me a second. Okay, we should have it ready very, very soon. All right. Okay.
All right.
Well, welcome back to the game, guys. Like I said, we are. Okay, let me type. Oh, I can't type.
Yeah,
okay.
they're ready to go.
They're ready to go. All right.
You want me to tell them?
Yeah. Let's go. All right. Did you message them in the game?
Yeah, they should see it. Should be
All
good
right.
to go.
All right. There we go. All right. Well, guys, this is a weird situation, but we're making the best of what we got.
Is what it is.
It is
Ellie
what
versus
it is.
Pudding.
Yes, the
Bolton versus Tough Nut.
Yep. I was fired, and now we can see if Ellie could do better.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, really, what the best part about this, Josh, is you got forced to basically bin all of the new card. You didn't get a chance to play any of them, so we actually just needed a re-rack so we could see it in action.
That is exactly what happened. Like I got the Prayer Bellana out, and I was like, oh, it's a Via the Vanguard. That's a good card. But I just used my Tunic for Prayer, so I gotta wait 3 whole turns, which means I'm blocking for 3 turns. And then I drew Battlefield Beacon, and I couldn't play it, so I was very sad. Let's see. Yeah, people in chat are saying perfect, so Bolton doesn't lose, right? Because I was definitely losing that game. Let's not beat around the bush there. I was definitely losing that.
What a first turn from Tough Nut. Just make a bunch of toughnesses.
Yeah.
A couple of vigor.
Mm-hmm.
You get to go first and second because Bolton's just going to charge something, and that's about it.
Ellie is good at the game.
Yellow.
Prayer Bellana revealing a yellow. Now, of note, you don't have to charge the yellow that you drew. You can charge any card. So that we actually saw that situation come up with me earlier. And she's going to send a Engulfing Light for 5 or 6 on hit Go to Soul.
Yeah, the problem is 3 toughness means just 1 card covers it anyway.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
You're 6. Yep.
And unfortunately, Lumina does not beat Good-Natured Brutality, even though in my heart, Lumina does. Well, and also knowing that there's a Lumina in the next hand, that does make things a little bit weird. Because Bolton generally likes to play out his Luminas, so that might be like currently Ellie does not have like a Quicken or anything like that, and kind of low on soul. You generally want to have at least 2 soul when you go for a Lumina turn, because if they block out both your first attack and it's a charge starter and your first Lumina Ascension attack, you actually don't get your second Lumina Ascension attack because you don't have enough soul to fund that all.
Yeah. So definitely going to need another setup turn before that Lumina can actually really kick off. And I mean, there's always the option of blocking with Helm to get you there if the hand is absolute juice. If you've got the yellow, if you've got the ability to add to the soul and draw a new card. But generally, we'll just have to see Ellie probably do another setup turn and get that Lumina into Arsenal.
Yeah, one of the cards we're definitely going to need to look out for is Spirit of Arena. That is a card that I unfortunately did not see in the top half of my deck. And that makes playing against Brute in particular much more difficult because they have Scowling Flesh Bag. The difference between having Spirit of Arena out and not is massive because you basically negate this Flesh Bag. You basically present a turn that's too enticing that they have to use their Flesh Bag on. And yeah, and then they don't even have the life out. I didn't even notice. Yeah, they
who needs it?
Yeah, who needs life? Yeah, we just play. It's a Riz off or it's like a bling off. They just show it off their cool cards. They're like, I got a Lumina Ascension. It's like, well, I got a well-natured brutality. So yeah. All right. Well, looks like just coming in for a vanilla amount of damage. It looks like.
Yeah, just a classic 5 for free off the 3 vigor, and then the Scabs roll did roll a 4, so getting 2 there. And you know, I mentioned this might be the line that Ellie goes for if the hand is enticing enough, and it is going to be block, charge, Banner of Courage. Isn't she supposed to draw a card? Did I miss something?
Yeah, sorry, I was like looking at the. Yes, she was definitely supposed to draw a card. I'm gonna go down and yell it.
Oh, she's got it. No, she's got it. She's got it.
You see, if you're assigned the spoiler for the hero, you're not allowed to make mistakes on camera. Like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Them the rules.
Exactly. We got I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Them is the rules.
Yeah. All right. Well, that.
There's the courage with the engulfing light.
Yep, that turns on the whole turn because, well, unfortunately, this is running in 2 toughness tokens, so this is going to be met 5-on-5, but going to allow Ellie to go quite wide this turn. And another thing to point out that was very important is that got her to a soul threshold where the Lumen Ascension can't get stuffed. Because she went from by using the helmet. Like, oh, speaking. Oh, I mean, this Lumen Ascension. She's just much better at the game than me. Like,
just a very talented Bolton player.
Just a very talented Bolton player. Double Lumen Ascension, extremely good against a deck that's like 50-55 attack actions and only has 3 blocking cards. And hey, Fleshbag ain't bailing you out here.
Yeah, Fleshback does nothing if you've got no cards in hand.
Yep.
So this is 3 Raiden swings, and there is 2 soul remaining. So you're able to get all the way there.
Yep, exactly. It's actually extremely key that that the Helm of Halo's Grace got her 1 extra soul. Generally, you cannot be aggressive on turn 2 as Bolton because you need a little bit of ramp to get everything set. And yeah, this is going to be a really strong turn. And well, I believe she's playing my deck list. So spoiler alert: this deck is 100% light, guaranteed Lumina Ascension hits.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah, I was curious if we were going to see some misses, some snatches, anything like that. But when you start seeing cards like Parabolana, the 1-cost, the Bolting Blades that you had, it starts to feel more and more like it's going to be a lot of Bolton cards in there and not just generics.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I built the deck quite yellow focused. I think the ending ratio was 23-37. Obviously 23-37-0. And yeah, it's you got to try to believe in your prayer, Bolana. Try to hit off those. Yeah. All right.
Did I just miss something, or did Ellie not swing the 3rd Raiden swing?
She swung twice. Both of them connected. That's why she went from 30 to 34. And then the 3rd swing was met by the armor plus the card from hand.
You see. Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. I did just miss it.
Yep, you're good.
Perfect.
All right.
I was like, what? I was like, she's definitely swinging 3 times. What happened here? That makes sense.
Exactly. Yep. All right, Song of Sinew.
All right, this combo's been sick. I actually love this from Tough Nut every time. Song of Sinew into just activate Tough Nut Rock Swing is just like so awesome.
Yep. And the Tunic provides a lot of redundancy for this deck and also allows you to, I mean, there's just a lot of little plays that you can make. And the arm piece actually allows you to sink a resource, which means that you, like, let's say you have a blue and your Tunic, you can pitch the blue to the arms and then use Tunic to swing rock. It's just ridiculous synergy between these 2 equipment pieces. All right, well, another indication that Ellie is very good at this game. She has Spirit of Arena in the top half of her deck.
Yeah, and this is just full block. Send the boots to get Spirit of Arena into play alongside a Quicken token.
Yeah, pretty good. Now, unfortunately, there's only 1 Lumen Ascension left in the deck, but I mean, getting to flash it in at instant speed unlocks a lot of play lines. Also, very good with via the Vanguard.
Yeah.
All right. On the other side, we've got Lima Speed.
With V.
I know what this card does because it's a warrior card.
The limited classic from heavy hitters.
Yeah, it's a good card. You know, little advanced sharpened steel, and gonna go up to 4 resources. What is putting good a swing?
Now, the big thing I think with this spirit coming into play for Ellie though is does she just find the beacon of victory?
Yeah.
Beacon to just grab that, especially with the new card. What is it called again? The new card is Battlefield.
Battlefield Beacon.
Something. What?
Yep.
Battlefield Beacon. That's right.
Could be Battlefield Beacon. In this situation, because you have the Spirit of Arena out, it's probably more powerful to grab the Lumina Ascension. However,
for sure,
she has a lot of soul, which currently I can't really tell how many cards.
She's got 4. She's got 4.
She got 4. Well, then then the map becomes a little bit ambiguous on which one you want to get. It's not super clear which one is better. If you take the line where you grab Battlefield Beacon with Beacon of Victory, you do open yourself up to Scowling Fleshbag. We might see Ellie hold off on that particular line.
What about both, Josh? We're about halfway through the deck. We haven't seen a Battlefield Beacon.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a Beacon of Victory. We could just have both in the hand. Then you get to kind of have your cake and eat it too there.
Oh, well, unfortunately,
there's the first one.
But that makes me think even more strongly that she's got another one in hand. Because that is a premium card to charge. This could be a very, very big turn. Tunic is up. There's a quicken token to start things. Going to change the
charge Bolting Blade instead.
Yes. That makes more sense. All right,
so finally going to get the flesh bag out.
Yep. So maybe going to hit one of the. Could hit an attack reaction. Of course, there could be an attack reaction in the. Oh no! Never mind.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Unfortunately for Ellie, the Battlefield Beacon is intimidated, so not going to be able to come off the back of this Celestial Cataclysm and pick 3 modes. But
yeah, that would have been real damn good, because that would have been 3 modes there. Normally,
could still have it or Beacon of Victory in the arsenal, though, right? And so you can still actually, it can still happen.
It can still happen. We could get a Battlefield Beacon for 5. Still possible. Yeah, this game's been real good.
It's going a lot better for Bolton this time.
Yeah, there's a skill diff, I guess. What can I say?
Yeah, Josh, why didn't you find Spirit in the top half of your deck? Why didn't you play a double Lumina? I don't know.
I don't know. I took too many rocks to the face and lost my intellect. All right, a little bit of blocking to stem the tide there. Raiden going to be give and go again, which means we have a closer, which is, Beaming Bravado, at least move it out of the arsenal. And Ellie's going to put Battlefield Beacon into the arsenal. And yeah, Tunic's still on 3, which means, so if she's using my list has Take Flight, Valiant Thrust, Via the Vanguard, Prayer Bolana as the 1-cost outlets. So there's 11 outlets for the Tunic. Very likely she drew one in these 4 cards, especially with how
I'm
she said no
expecting
blocks.
a V here. Yeah, this is a take the rock to the face via the Vanguard, almost certainly.
Yeah, especially with Fleshbag gone, this is gonna be quite a beating, I believe. All right, looks like Tunic Rock gonna be what sends Ellie down into down to 11. I was gonna say single digits, but she blocked with the armor. All right, I presume I'm gonna. Yeah, the Tunic
Here it comes.
Flying off.
Tunic V.
Tunic V, double charge, the way you like it. 5 or 6.
Yeah, put some junk in the bin as well for the soul.
Yep.
Bunch of cards you didn't really care about.
Yep. I can tell you right now, it's all about getting that juicy Battlefield Beacon coming at the end of this chain. Previously, Bolton players like to use Illuminate or Snatch as their chain enders on a Via the Vanguard turn. But hey, those are commons and rares. Let's use Majestics here.
Imagine Illumina here.
Oh, if that's Illumina in hand, this game's over.
Ellie's just the best player in the world, right?
Yep. Unfortunately, Bolton can't win clashes, so even a powerful pilot like Ellie cannot do anything there. Okay, so no Illumina, gonna give it a go again. And Battlefield Beacon, okay.
Just for 2.
So normally this should be the end of the chain, but there's still one card in hand, which is interesting. So that potentially means that card in hand could be a 1 cost because things are a little bit clunky. Although that could just mean you would charge it and then play, a Spirit of War or something at the end. But we'll see. Still coming
and
in
if
for
it is,
5.
I mean, if it's a yeah. I was thinking if it is a 1 cost, you might even be doing, 1 courage, 1 vigor, but it seems like it probably will come down at the end of the chain.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. The vigor tokens allow you to play with a higher density of 1 cost stuff. So the math is basically like your tunic can support 5 1 cost things in theory. So you're going to need either to block, pitch, or get a vigor token for the other 6 remaining 1 cost cards. And looks like gonna block out a little bit more and gonna give it go again. This means there's another one. Yes.
Oh
yes!
yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. Oh man, that is absolute cinema there. What's better than 1 battlefield beacon?
Yeah, 2 battlefield bacon.
So much bacon. And
battlefield bacon for 7.
Yeah, she should have a lot more courage tokens than what she has right now.
No, that was because 2 of them popped on that
Oh,
beacon, right?
Yeah. You're
yeah,
right.
so
You're right.
then
Oh
you
my
get
God,
3
yeah,
new
yeah.
ones.
Right. Okay. So that last attack was like brutal. Jeez. All right. Well, you know what else is brutal? Rocks to the face.
Rock for 8.
Yeah. And so Bolton is on a little bit of like a recharge mode. Currently has no soul, no tunic. Does have the courage tokens out, and those are better than might tokens because they'll just stick around. So Ellie could just, block 3, put something into arsenal, take up the tunic, kind of wait a little bit.
Yeah, it really just depends if this hand can be lethal or not. Force the full blocks, but forcing full blocks out of Tough Nut isn't quite winning. You actually do have to push that damage over the top, or else Tough Nut just says, "Okay, I pitch 1 and rock."
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the toughness tokens have blocked quite a bit in this game, but Ellie keeping this whole hand means a lot of pressure is going to come out this turn, even using the jumbo dice.
It's big damage.
It's
Need
big
to
damage.
emphasize it.
You gotta emphasize it. This is not a regular Bolton attack. This is for 7 or 8. And the armor of Pudding is pretty busted up. Still can block for 3 though. So it's kind of like he has a 4-card hand for 1 more turn.
Yeah, 3 block plus the toughness.
Yeah. But yeah, so far we've seen a very, very good showing from Ellie on how to play Bolton. So, all right. Unfortunately, like I said before, Bolton can never win clashes. So Pudding gets that one. Gets a toughness token.
Yep, just gonna take the 1 damage, and then it's just a Raiden for 3.
Yeah, and these situations is where it's really, really brutal because you're basically if you block. Okay, so that's a non-attack action, so that just happens to be good. And
It's Warcry Bologna, and it just ends the game.
Yep, this is a very good card. Could have even ended it with Illuminate as well. Very, very, very well played.
Yeah. The +2 on Raiden.
If you get 7 soul and Tough Nut tries to bash rock into your face and you draw Warcry Bologna, you could actually kill him with his own rock. So, but that requires a lot of soul, and All right. Well, yeah. I'm gonna pull them in, and then congratulate the card guys for winning this best of 5 because of Ellie.
Ellie won the game.
Yeah.
Ellie won the series for you.
All right. Well, Ellie, congratulations. You helped the card guys win the series. That's outside interference or something like that. Yeah, well, that was really good. You got to show off, all the highs of Bolton. A double Lumina, a quick Spirit of Arena, double Battlefield Beacon. It's all good stuff.
Yeah, we got this show.
The double beacon turn was really crazy. I kind of drew that hand up and I was like, I wish I had a little more soul, but this is pretty crazy.
This will still work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You really got to show which team is reviled, which team is revered in this one. You know,
exactly,
card guys reviled.
Yeah,
Hey, that's why they're red.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
True.
Yeah. All right. So putting what did you feel about that game? Compared to, I guess you could compare the first game and the second game because yeah.
Yeah. Of course, the double lumina is too much for a 3 intelligent brute.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and I can't draw those 1 card for 6, like the good nature brutality and like no hero stands alone and something like that. So I think toughness really need to draw those overvalue card.
Yep.
To actually win the game. So, but it's fun to play because it's always fun to like just tough nut, rocks for 7, tough nut, rock for 8, right?
Yeah.
And we're just speaking about like Ellie have the best weapon in Flash and Bird, and I was like, what about my rock? It's 1 card 7.
Raiden is crazy. Your worst card in your hand is a head jab. We're both 3 intellect heroes.
Yep, exactly.
There you go.
All right. Well, yeah, that was quite the game. Quite the game. Well, I don't. You know what we should do? We should just say, Game 6, our bonus game, is actually Game 5.
For all the marbles?
Sure.
Game 6 for all the marbles?
Game 6 for all the marbles, yeah. And,
okay.
Since, Ellie, you are a much, much, much better caster than me, and you actually know what other heroes do. So I'm going to get out of the casting booth for this, because I literally have 0 games of Living Legend under my belt. I have not even played 1 game of Living Legend, so I'm going to get out of here. And I'll let you, do the casting here.
This behavior is way too revered from Josh. This is taking me out of the. I need it.
Yeah. All right. So let me figure out how to do this. So don't show my own camera. Turn this off. Turn this on. All right.
Tough Nut is very fun to play against. I found myself on the other side of the table, like, always kind of cheering for my opponent. Every time putting flip to 6, I was like, nice! Like, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, he's fun.
Were you the crowd cheering him, Ellie?
Oh
I'm always maybe a little bit. Maybe I'm the crowd that goes wild.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And it's a lot of fun to actually build it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like he looks a lot of fun to build. I've seen a lot of like really cool ways to approach him.
Yeah,
the deck building part is really fun.
Yeah, Pudding mentioned that there were like 2 or 3 different ways to build the deck. So yeah, it was like he even mentioned like meat axe. So I was like, oh damn, what do you mean meat axe? All right, I got you guys back on camera now. So all is right with the world.
Yep. And we
got
the LL match.
Tagging me in. That was quite fun.
Yeah, that was Super Slam is all about, like wrestling tag team, right? So that was basically what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like, I can't handle Pudding. He's too good. Get me out of here.
His moves are too tough.
He's too tough. Yeah, he's too tough. Exactly. Get me out of here. So that's what happened there. All right.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Okay.
That is
I'll cheer for Nova for the Living Legend.
Yeah. Let's see what he can do there. All right, so I'm gonna transition to the bonus game screen so we can see that.
No.
All right,
let's take a look.
I am a little gigantic on the camera, just as a heads up.
Oh, sorry. Let me figure it out.
No, it's just quite zoomed in.
Oh.
Well, the bonus game for all the marbles, KO Armed and Dangerous versus Chain. This is I'm assuming some berserk KO versus. The question is it Boomer Chain or RuneGate Chain? That's what we want to know. I've seen so much Boomer Chain recently.
That's definitely the question. I actually at the Battle Hardened in London, which Nova won on chain, I believe. At the Pro Tour earlier this year, I got to play against him. I was on a Starvo. That was quite fun. He smashed me and then continued to smash everybody all the way through the top 8 bracket. So he definitely knows what he's cooking. At the time, he was playing a RuneGate style chain, but that deck has definitely been reined in a little bit in terms of the ban list. So there's definitely a question of whether or not people are still on that RuneGate kind of plan just because of how efficient those cards are. You get to kind of manipulate how many shackles you get, or if it's just kind of classic, like you said, like Boomer Chain, like I'm here to play Belittles, we're playing Ghostly Visit, all sorts of stuff. So excited to see what his deck looks like, and also excited to see if maybe KO just sticks a Berserk and the game ends on turn 2. Like, who could say?
I do want that to happen just because it's the justification for that Berserk ban, right? It's like, hey everyone, look, this is why. This is why this needs to be gone. Oh, also Ellie, I think you're host of the room and you got to delete all this stuff in the middle.
Oh yeah,
or
I
give
guess I
someone
can do
perms.
that. No, it's all good. It's all G. It's all G. It's all G. How about I promote everyone in the room?
There you go. Easy clap.
Except you. You're banned.
What the? All right, I'm out of here. See ya.
See ya.
Peace.
You're banned. You're banned.
Just like Berserk.
Just like Berserk. The Berserk ban was really funny because it was very much like everyone's response was like, why did they ban Berserk? I don't get it. And then I think like 2 weeks later they revealed KO and heavy hitters, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Reinhar's not allowed to have any fun.
Yeah.
It's like right after Reinar had like Berserk Reinar like tops a Battle Harden, like top 4's a Battle Harden. It's like, well, so Reinar just can't have fun. Reinar's just not allowed to have fun.
That was Corey for Shaddy Robinson on a fucking tear with Reinar for like a few events. I think he had some pretty deep runs at like multiple events.
Meataxe Berserk Reinar.
Pretty sweet, honestly.
Yeah, it's hype. Loved it.
It's a cool deck. There's definitely somewhere out there. From when I lived in Texas, there's like a photo of at an armory. One of our locals at the time played like Meataxe Berserk Reinar into Brody, and there's a photo of him like making a face as he points at like a 10 attack wide combat chain.
All right, but this is the reason that Reinar doesn't get to have fun. Berserk
Yeah, we're about
KO.
to find out.
Ellie, you need to.
This is what LSS did not let us have.
Take pudding so Aaron can sit down.
Oh yes, I can do this.
Yep.
There's
Bye, pudding.
Aaron is
Bye.
Rainy Days. There we
Everyone
go.
say bye to pudding. Bye.
Everyone say goodbye to pudding. Thanks for being such a good sport about the mid-match tag-in.
Yeah, that was yeah.
Love pudding. One of the greatest guys in Flesh and Blood. Easy.
You play a lot of LL, Ellie?
I don't know. Do you? I think we would both know how much LL the other plays right now.
I have not played very much LL. I'm lucky that it's these two decks because I actually am familiar with both these decks.
That's pretty fair.
LL's always can be a struggle for me right now learning it. I've been playing some Briar, right? Trying it out, seeing.
Yeah.
Dipping the toes.
One of my favorite decks ever, though I do kind of find myself as I look at LL. For some reason, Briar's not really calling to me. I think it's just like my inherent desire to be playing something a little off the beaten path at all times.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm like looking at like Aurora or whatever like stupid pile that I could be building. But I do think Briar's quite strong right now.
Yeah, well, let's see what cards we can give go again too. Let's see what fun cards we can give go again too.
A friend of mine named his Bolton deck the Last Briar Standing, specifically because it's now Bolton's job to give cards that should not have go again.
Fair enough. Yeah, because Aurora was doing it for a little bit, and now
now we're the Last Briar Standing.
Now we're the Last Briar Standing. I get it. It makes sense.
Okay, we see Painful Passage and a Belittle hit the pitch zone on Nova's side of the board. So I would see the Painful Passage and kind of immediately assume that this was a Rune Gate deck. But
the 1-2 punch with Belittle, though.
Yeah, with Belittle. Maybe it's just that Painful Passage is like very good at getting a card into your banish zone that you want there, especially if you arsenal it. Definitely would make sense to me that Chain would just be playing that card, no questions asked.
I mean, when you're bounding on your Demigon, you want that thing to be in the banish zone, so.
Yeah, who up bounding on the Demigon, and who up showing their strength. Just a good old 2 for 8 coming from Aaron on the other side of the table here. That is the kind of the newfound power of KO, both in CC and LL from Super Slam, is they kind of just printed so many of these like swing big stat line or swing big-esque stat line cards that it's really difficult for KO to find anything less than 8 damage on a
Nova saying only 8 pitiful.
Yeah, only 8. Hold this plunder run, boy. Oh
hold
my god.
these plunder runs.
My bad.
Yeah, I guess only one of them giving the +3, but still.
I believe this is Swarming Gloomveil for 6 and 1, thanks to the plunder run. Next time an attack hits, he's going to draw 2. This is another card that has been gone for quite some time in CC for good reason. Plunder Run, just the first line of text on it, the next time an attack action card you control this turn hits, draw a card. The next time, it just lasts the whole turn. It doesn't say your next attack gains, like most attacks nowadays would, or most cards with text like that nowadays would. And there's good reason. It generates some pretty nasty situations where it feels like there's really no good blocking options. And this is definitely one of those, you know. Nova has 2 more cards in his hand to work with. He may have whiffed on his first Shackle banish, but covering up 2 plunder runs is both mandatory and difficult.
We lost to Berserk out the gates.
Looks like this is going to be pretty coverable. It's just Grasp Rosetta for 5. Yeah, you're right. Maybe there's already a Berserk and Arsenal. Maybe we're looking for a Blood Rush Bellow to pair with it.
That would make sense to just try and end the game real quick. Probably just another 2 for 8, something like that. It is a pulping. I mean, that card doesn't block, so you're kind of forced to just send this.
Gonna be a draw discard, so 1 off the top straight into the bin. There goes a
sea legs. That's exactly what you want to see.
That's exactly what your legs want to see. See what you see. Want to see legs. What you? I'll go home. 6 dominate. Loses go again if blocked by 2 cards, and Nova doesn't even. I'm not convinced Nova knows there's a block step.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure that Nova's aware.
2
Double
Shadow Aversirs off the top.
You know what happens when Ursher sees his shadow?
No. He banishes a card from hand and the skins go again.
3 more months of Rune Gate. 3 more months of Rune Gate.
3 more months of Chain Rattle. Here comes Art of War.
Yep.
Very much capable of drawing a functional 3 cards with this, as you will just banish a card you are then allowed to play. So maybe not drawing a functional 3, but truly +2ing. Shadow Aversir gonna likely banish something from the hand to gain go again. So this is 3 go again, thanks to the Art of War. And the amount of Blood Debt playable cards in Nova's Banish has only gone up.
Oh yeah. So this is the kill me or am I gonna kill you kind of part of the game, right? Where we are expecting potentially a Berserk in the arsenal because of the blocks from Aaron Grace. And so this is like, okay, how much damage? Make me care. Because I got a Rum, I got a Berserk, maybe I got a Blood Rush, you don't know. I got Beaten Trackers. We're drawing cards. Sash is available. We might see that hit the combat chain at some point here just to say, you know what, I'm activating it. But this is even playing, Skullhorn, right? AB2, that's not the AB. That's just to get another draw off Berserk.
Yeah, that's classic. You just activate the Skullhorn to draw, then discard, triggering Berserk. You're really hoping that you don't see that Succumb to Temptation.
Oh, yep. Here comes the Savage Sash.
Yep.
All right. The question is Nova dead?
Yeah, let's play the fastest game we've covered all night, Cass. Imagine the first thing we'll see is a yellow non-attack. The
Berserk.
arsenal is Berserk. Pitching a
Pitching
Berserk. So
Berserk.
all 3 found already.
Blood Rush? No, we're gonna start with Sash.
Activation first. He may just think he needs to go, as Nova is already on 3 shackles, and Aaron is at 16 life. Probably just can't weather another turn like the last one.
Feels likely. The ideal spot is you got the Blood Rush right here, but if not, still the opportunity to just completely pop off with the Sash. Gonna be pulping first.
Pulping. You do know that outside of Blood Rush, there just aren't any whiffs left in the deck.
Yeah, and if you draw Blood Rush and don't whiff it, it actually goes crazy. So
it's true. It is a Bare Fangs to the bin, so Berserk's gonna trigger. Flip the top. That is a Sea Legs going into the hand. So for those who don't know Elm, Berserk says, until end of turn, whenever you discard a random card with 6 or more power, banish it. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. If it has 6 or more power, you draw that card. So this was very much a card that was kind of seen as like too cute, little too niche for too long, because the only hero that could play it was Rhinar or Levia. And then when KO was, in the pipeline, and ended up getting banned before he came out. So this never really got to shine as a classic constructed setup, as a classic constructed combo. But it is here in LL to show you just how messed up Brute can truly be. Flip it. So discarding his Sea Legs, maybe not optimal since you already have a Rum and you can only use 1 Rum a turn. But Skullhorn is going to buy him another card. That Yellow Wild Ride is more go again and more opportunity to trigger Berserk and present damage.
yeah, still have to pitch for this one because 1 for Berserk, 1 for pulping.
Yep.
Pitch a blue, so now that's gonna be plenty of resources. Draw a discard from this. The Sea Legs, yeah, the extra Rum doesn't matter so much. However, you didn't want the Sea Legs anyway, so kind of works out.
Yeah, as long as he keeps, especially because of Sash, as long as he keeps hitting 6s off of this Berserk, he is going to go functionally infinite.
And once again, finds one. The question is are there more draw discard effects available? Now that he's pitched away Assault and Battery, can't guarantee one. Does have these Rums to get go again.
Yeah,
recently had to use the Skullhorn.
Skullhorn's already gone. I imagine the Skullhorn was used to fatten the hand up a little bit, find some more options. That Face Purgatory is what strikes me as the real problem for Aaron here. Nova gonna get to force a card out of his hand. Oh, but if he discards a 6, this will just
it's a random card. It's a random card with 6 or more.
Is it when you ran? Oh my gosh, I was gonna say if you discard a 6, that's nasty.
Ellie, I had the exact same thought and immediately went to go check. So it's
That's okay.
Only had a Beast Within to bin off it.
Uh-oh. Looks like the gloves are getting activated here. I don't think this turn was as big as he needed it to be, Cass. This is only 8. I don't think Nova's going to block this at all.
Blocked with creepers.
Yep. Just jam the armor on the combat chain while still possible. Aaron's combo turn was pretty far from good enough here, and Nova has the lay of the land, more or less. Gonna get our Shackle Banishes in. Hit 1, hit 2.
Yeah, and the Rift Bind is massive, but there's no Seeds of Agony to pair with it. It's not going to get too crazy.
On what Nova's hand looks like. Blue Demigon, not the most optimal.
Neither player hitting the absolute nuts.
Yeah, both decks looking downright fair at the moment. Maybe Painful Passage about to change that, banishing a Shadow.
Unban Berserk. Come on.
Yeah, unban
Berserk. That looked fine. That looked fine.
That didn't even look that ridiculous. There was no Blood Rush. Looks like this is Shadow of Ursa. I believe he gave Go Again from the
Passage for Go Again.
So this is Shackle Demigon for 2 with Go Again. Again, far cry from the most degenerate things Chain is capable of doing.
Yeah, so far Chain has played 3 cards to deal a total of 4 damage.
Yeah, 3 card 4 so far. And just Riftbind for 4 here, looking to clear out the Blood Debt.
Classic 5-card 8 from one of the strongest decks ever created in the game.
Yeah, the deck that won Flesh and Blood's first Pro Tour, piloted by the player that would then go on to become the only person to ever win 2 Pro Tour level events in Flesh and Blood, churning out this absolutely indomitable 5-card 8. Wild Ride from KO here. Red one this time, coming in for 6 with Go again. Draw and discard as an attack trigger.
Yeah,
6 or
still
more.
Trackers and Rum available, so basically infinite Go again. Ready for this KO.
7 damage on offer. I'm sure Aaron is more than likely just a little impressed he survived that last turn.
Now he gets the chance to make Chain care.
It's
and the Pulp is certainly going to do just that. Actually, has dominated this game. 3, 4, 5. Oh, go to 1.
No. He has
Oh, it's
plenty
yellow.
of,
It's yellow.
He has plenty of armor. It's
I
for
see.
5. He takes nothing. He goes to 2. But
Yeah.
Nova is now put in a position where he has to clear all of his blood debt with 4 shackles. If he can't, he could end up in a really tough spot. And he's presently dead to Reckless Swing, though I kind of doubt that the plays it.
Can't fit it.
Seems
All right,
unlikely.
but 3 blood debt. None of them have Go again, so you're gonna have to find that in your hand, the ability, or as well having just Chain. But
You mean like this? Play a
belittle. This
Gonna
is
give him
not
minnow
giving
with
those
him.
things Go again, though.
Yeah, it's going to give him a little bit more power in the turn. He's going to get to use that Minnowism to unlock those Demigons in the Banish Zone, but he's still going to have to find some action points. We have no idea what his arsenal presently is, but if you're Aaron, you might just be considering folding as much of the hand as you possibly can to try and basically just put Nova on dying to his own blood debt.
Yeah, no creepers to cheat out an action point either. So it's really just comes down to what cards exist, and this is 3 blood debt, 0 Go again on any of the blood debt cards. You have to clear 2 of them, or you're dead.
Shadow Puppetry or Mauve Skies would be really huge here.
Oh yeah.
We know Nova's hand contains no bonus Go again. It's a red Demigon and a red Minnowism.
So that just means you can't clear. Ooh.
Oh, he has the Ardor. He has the Ardor.
Okay, you probably have to say Go again.
Yeah.
To guarantee that you can get something out of there.
But if he banishes, he's going to go up to 4 blood debt. So he's still walking a title.
Oh, Go again
did
+1.
+1, yeah. Just trying to clear out the blood debt so he doesn't die to it.
Yeah, that's the only out, right? Like, there's actually just not another way. There hadn't been a shackle yet. Okay, as well.
Yeah, he had not yet shackled. So he's going to get to clear all of the blood debt, and this is coming in for 6, so Chain now doing
that's pretty
the chain
good.
thing.
Oh,
he's just dead!
Only he's just dead! There's 2 non-blocks. I mean, this deck does have crazy amount of non-blocks in, and while neither deck got to do the crazy thing, it's still enough. It's still a lot of power. Chain going to get there in the end, and Blue Pitch in the all the marbles match at the end is going to take it down over the TheCardGuyz.
I will go ahead and say something controversial here.
Okay.
I think Bolton looked more powerful than LLKO.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna bring him in.
So all Ellie is saying is unban Berserk. That's what we got here.
No.
Unban Berserk. You heard it here first, LSS. Ellie Bird, commentator extraordinaire, says unban Berserk. Calling for it right now.
Please don't do that.
I mean, it's fair and balanced. I lost.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Ellie's saying, actually.
Yeah, apparently that's what I'm saying. That was a really fun game. I always find it funny when it's like, this is the most powerful format encompassing all of the most broken things from all of Flesh and Blood's history. And then both
5-card 8.
like 5-card 8. Like both decks kind of just flounder a little bit. It's pretty fun.
Aaron, you ended up having to pop off pretty early. Just kind of figured Chain's gonna kill you, so it's no time to look for Blood Rush. Hope you find it in some of the draws potentially and not discard it? Is that the idea?
Yeah, so I mean, this deck's kind of a casino. You just
of course
go when the deck tells you to go. It was kind of weird because the deck obviously relies around Berserk, so you want to see it. I saw all of them immediately, without a whole lot of like support to go along with it. So I kind of like waited a little bit longer, and I knew since he was playing like the Boomer Chain, not the RuneGate cards, that he wasn't going to have a ton of disruption. So I had a little bit more freedom to kind of try and set up a big combo turn. The only thing I just had to make sure was that I don't die before that happens. But since I already had the Berserk and Arsenal, I felt pretty safe doing that. On the actual Berserk turn itself, it was, kind of mid, to be honest. I ended up discarding the Bear Fangs that I really wanted to use my Beaten Trackers or my Rum on to kind of extend the turn and hopefully kind of roll into some gas later on, but it kind of fizzled out pretty quickly, and the turn itself wasn't too bad, but it wasn't enough to keep up with, Chain playing like normal Flesh and Blood. I really needed to get a little bit more of a high rolly turn or find a Blood Rush Bellow, afterwards or something like that.
Yeah, you're definitely looking for the like Berserk into Blood Rush on the turn, but it's asking a lot to line up against like one of the fastest decks ever printed.
Yeah, if you draw the cards together in the first few turns, you just deal 60 damage and kill them. Other than that, you're probably looking for one or two spike turns using your equipment to get like a 20 to a 30 off, and then you're still playing KO, so you still have reasonable hands, and LL decks can't block forever, so.
Yeah. Neat. So, Nova, something I want to know is you and I played at the LL Battle Hardened in London, and I believe at the time you were playing a RuneGate-centric chain deck. Do you think that the RuneGate build is more or less dead now?
I think the RuneGate build is pretty good right now since the new expansion card, the Painful Passage.
Sure.
I can let your RuneGate card in your hand just go to the banner zone and just free to cast it. It's pretty good.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Yeah. I think it's like it's strong in both builds, right?
Yeah.
Always just a 0 for 3 can help you set up for the future.
Just chain things.
Well, yeah, just chain things,
Yeah,
right?
just chain things.
That's classic
Just
Shadow
another
Hero
go
stuff.
again. Yeah.
I miss seeing
Yeah.
Art of War belittle.
Art of War, my beloved.
I do miss Art of War.
Art of War, my beloved.
One of my favorite things that never got to be in CC is Gone in a Flash, and then in Damage Step you play Art of War, and then you pick up the Gone and banish it to Art of War.
Sounds good.
I think they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Sounds real good.
So as Ellie was saying, unban Berserk.
No.
Yeah,
Okay, if you unban Berserk, unban Art of War.
Oh, wait, I'm down. Deal. Yeah, I'm
I
down.
like Fi. I want to play Fi.
There you go.
Give me Art of War back in Levina, please. Save me. Rescue me.
Shadow Art of War.
It was
Shadow
so funny when they actually banned Berserk because it was before heavy hitters, so
Oh,
no
yeah.
one
Yeah.
knew like why it was like the preemptive banning, because obviously it can't exist with KO, but it was like, well, this is such a random ban, except for that one random guy who plays like Berserk Reinar.
Yeah.
He was probably having a really, really bad day, but then when
was,
heavy hitters came out, we are like, oh, okay, now I see why the card's banned. Yeah.
Yeah, there was Corey for Shaddy Robinson. He had a real sick run early 2024 on Berserk Reiner, yeah. It was that ban list update was really funny. It was all the Earth heroes that LL'd, and the ban list was Crown of Seeds Berserk.
All right. Well, that's it for the show match, right, Josh? That's Blue Pitch wins this one because all the marbles match at the end.
Yeah. Game 6 was the decider match because we're not reviled around here.
Game 5 didn't count.
We don't just tag in our buddies
Match loss
when
issued.
we're losing. Yeah. I'm pretty sure
Our secret Royal Rumble entrant.
Yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
Our secret Royal Rumble entrant came in clutch.
There you
go.
Yeah. I'll see you at the next team meeting.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we can just kind of close it out here.
There you go.
A little bit of technical difficulties here and there, but we got through it all. Some good games today. Big shout out to Righteous Gaming and Dragon Shield for helping keep the lights on around here. Big shout out to Ellie and Casanova for casting, as well as Mansat and Mo, and my brother for 3.5 hours. or something. Yeah. So yeah.
If you were really his brother, you'd say, "Shout out to my brother for messing up."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm the older brother. I can bully him. So yeah. All right. Yep. I guess we can just close it out. Go to bed. It's like it's like 2 a.m.
It's
or
so
so.
late.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah,
Have a
thanks for
good night.
having us.